Yes. Yeah, that's pretty rad. I will go ahead. You go first. No, I'll give you. Yeah, that's what I'm. Give me just a sec. But actually, I'm gonna have to kick you all anyways. I'm sorry. Because Mark Bray is gonna come on in about 15 minutes, and I promised him that I wouldn't have too many people on, so I told it to just be me and Lottie, because you don't want to interview like a personality with like 6 people, you know. So I'm coming. I'm ruining the party. I'm so sorry. Okay. Sure. Just gotta figure out when that is. Okay. All right. Well, yeah, if I'd known, if I wish I'd known they were going to come on earlier, I would have scheduled like a better time for them. But for right now, yeah, it'd be a really bad idea to have like 2 completely different guests come on at the same time and interview them simultaneously. So yeah, we'll have Mark Bray coming on now. There is a new invite link in the StreamYard though for anyone who needs it. It's up to you. If you want to interview them, then you can go ahead and do that. That's hello. Oh. All right. I think I should be back on. Okay, great. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Bye-bye, friends. Thank you for letting me get a couple hours sleep. All right. Okay, but I think I'm still hosting you. Is that what's going on here? Did I do all that for nothing? Oh, there you go. Okay. Yay! Hello. Hello, Lily folks. Okay, I'm gonna jump out of the Discord chat now. Bye-bye. All right. Howdy, folks. It's me again. I'm sorry. I feel really bad. Like I'm just gonna come in. Hey, how you doing? I'm kicking you all off. But yeah. So we have Mark Bray coming on very soon, and I don't want to like. I told them that it'd only be me and Lottie because I don't want to like have this giant group on when you're trying to interview somebody. Sorry, let me get the lights on. Yeah, there we go. That's better. Get a little more ambiance. That's good. There we go. All right. Drop a follow, chat. Thank you. Please follow. If you really want to help me out, you can follow at youtube.com/c/softboy social club. I actually don't Twitch. I Twitch a lot, but I don't do much on Twitch. But I think I might. I'm really being impressed with how many people show up. And I'm liking like the raids and all that kind of cool stuff. I'm enjoying this. But for now, at least, I know I'll be on YouTube because that's just where I normally work. But for now, Batman. I will be right here on both, and I will be talking with Mark Bray very soon, the author of the Anti-Fascist Handbook. And sooner or later, the amazing Lottie Blix will be joining us again. I'm going to send out a tweet to tell everyone to come join us. Is that okay if I do that? Can I do that with you? Can we do, it's a bonding experience. Can we do it together? And that means you just watch while I do it. Not Mark Hamill. I'm not going live with Mark Hamill, I don't believe. Of the, what is it, the Anti-Fascist Handbook. On the 28-hour charity live stream for Antīfa International. Antīfa International Day of Solidarity with Prisoners. Really is not the best name. I'm going to have to say. I'm going to keep saying it. We need to workshop it a little more. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Because a union makes us cool. That's what's going on, right? Union makes us cool. All right, tweet it out. I hope all you lovely folks are doing amazing. Let's see what's going on in the chat. I have no beard, but would you like to see my bread? Of course. Is it like an OnlyFans for bread? Did we just get a tip when I've just come back? That's awesome. Let's see what we have here. Peter Thatch. Peter Thatch donated $5. Thank you so much. We now have $2,055. Guys, I'm really so impressed and so excited about all that we've raised so far. And we've still got another 6 hours to go. So we're not done yet. Let's see. Oh, we got some bread. Oh, that is some, man. That is some, like, good looking bread. Let's see. Yeah, I'll share some bread. I'll share the bread. Y'all folks want to look at that bread? That is some amazing looking bread. Stroza Preti. I'm sorry, I just butchered that. What is that? Almost looks like sourdough. No, I don't think it's sourdough. But it looks really yummy. It looks a lot like Luna Oy actually bakes her own bread too. Who was just on and I kicked out. And she makes her own banh mi with like this very thick bread. It's like a completely different style, and it is amazing. And this looks a lot like that. And I'm sure this one's amazing too. And I want to have this one in me. Okay. Let's see. Do we have a Lottie coming soon? I hope so. Hope so very soon. Anyways, I'll entertain you while we wait for hopefully a Miss Lottie to come and a Mr. Mark Bray to join us as well. While we wait, I'll do a hat show for you. Today we are fashioning our lovely district warden official official style Vietnamese pith helmet. Circa now, as far as I know, they're still using them. And then we could switch, but we're actually going to double up with a unicorn. Because the Vietnamese were famously furries. This is how we set up for important political interviews. Comrade Dequek, Alana Montero, so many people I recognize. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for joining us. Let me see what's going on in the chat. I read that one. Song's already stuck in my head. Not fair. Oh, sorry. What's a good song to have stuck in your head? The whole point is to be catchy. I'm just I've got like a whole just like list of oohs and yums for that bread. That is some good looking bread. I completely agree. Nice pair of large buns? Question mark. Center of Infrastructure, Southern Property Law Center, Property Law. Lovely. Southern Property Law Center is my choice. No one does more cause in America. That is great. So, Victims of Torture for Southern Poverty Law Center is a great charity. So I definitely concur with that. We are right now, however, raising money for 11 anti-fascist prisoners. This is actually heavy on my head, by the way. I don't know. I didn't think that would be so heavy. That's weird. That was so heavy on my head. We are raising money for 11 anti-fascist prisoners who have done amazing work helping to protect us and helping us to keep safe. And many of them are now suffering the cost of that. And the least we can do is help get them some money so they can live their lives a little more comfortable, a little more human, because the environment they're in is purpose built to suck the humanity out of their lives. And yeah, purpose built. It's not like an accident, like, oh, whoops, we made prison too horrible. That was absolutely on purpose. And these anti-fascists are working to end things like that. And now they have to suffer through it. So getting this money to them, it helps them get their commissaries, get their buy soap, buy sanitary pads, all kinds of things like that. Just things that we have easily all over the place here. And it also goes towards their legal fees. It goes towards like to their families, to help their family cover the costs. And speaking of which, we got another donation from Mitnerd36 with a message: solidarity from Harlem. Hearing crazy stories from Stonewall right now. Really? Things are happening at Stonewall right now? I mean, it's an apropos location, but I haven't heard anything about that. Wow. If you know anything more specific, please let me know. And also, thanks for the donation. It is 1312. You get a big old A. A big old Fonzie A. Protest is active right now. Wow. That's awesome. So on mine, if you want the action, it's just Dono. That'll pull it up. So that's how you pull that up. I just realized my head's a ghost again, by the way. Oh no. No Bradbeard. What happened to Bradbeard? It's magic. I'm sorry, guys. I just I got I feel refreshed now. I got a whole 2 hours of sleep. Almost 2 hours of sleep. I feel like a brand new person. So I'll go over the schedule one more time for anyone coming in. Pretty spry for 2 hours, and also I was doing this for 18, 19 hours straight. Not more than that. Must have been at least like 20 hours straight before I went to bed. So, coming on very soon, we will have Lottie Blix and Mark Bray will come on. And then after that, following that about 8 p.m., this is all Eastern Standard Time, we will have Izzy Bear, the wonderful Izzy Bear. After that, we will be talking guns, not just the finger guns. We will be talking guns with Socialist Rifle Association and what leftists can do to start protecting themselves and how to proper self-defense tactics. We will be doing that with I'm going to make sure if this is okay to say their name. I need to check my messages first, but someone from the Socialist Rifle Association, along with Aaron of Reeducation, and hopefully Silver Spook. I think everything's okay on their end. I think they'd reach out a lot. Yeah, if you could. I sent her a message, but she's not online for this. I don't see her online on Discord. Do you know that song? No, you don't. I just made it up. We have one more donation. Wow. Is it? We didn't get any donations while I was gone. Either they weren't talking it up or you just missed me. You just wanted to give it to me. You don't have to simp me to you should not send me. Actually, you just period, end of sentence. But also, you definitely don't have to do anything special for me just to give. You can always give, even after this stream. You can always give to the Antifa Defense Fund, and Antīfa International, or the Southern Poverty Law Center. Any of these places will go. Anyways, thank you, Internet Surfer, for the donation of $5. No message. Thank you very much. All the way up to $2,073.12. I think we're going to blow 2,500 out of the water. I think because we still have 6 hours or 5.5 hours. So I don't see how we couldn't. Right? That's what I'm saying. That's how I see it. And earlier, if you missed it, on Twitch, you can go watch the VOD. I will. I'll leave the stream up as it is on YouTube for at least a little while. I might clip it, but we talked with Jacques Freeman a few hours back, and it was Jacques Freeman is just amazing person who's been through so much and done so much. Being arrested in Bulgaria for protecting a Roma boy from a lynching, getting his passport taken away, being lambasted by the media in Bulgaria, and then going and starting up a prison association, the first one in modern Bulgarian history, kind of completely reshaping the way that prison reform and prison what's the word I'm trying to think of, like prison like paroles and appeals go. Guess what? I stopped talking. That means I'm typing. Completely, it's like to be responsible for completely refashioning a government system. That's amazing. At least for me. I don't know. Maybe I'm just standing and you guys are like redderers and that sort of, but screw you. I think it's awesome, and I think it's immense. You know what else is immense? That's not horrible. You know what else is immense? No. You know who else is amazing? Is Lottie Blix.
I love your segues. You're so good at it. I'm getting them. Okay, so it is a known fact that if I say I'm going to be on time for something, I immediately jinx myself. So I should never, ever, ever say that. Because time zones are hard. They're very confusing.
They are.
Yeah. How are you doing? How's your day going?
I'm doing great. Yeah. You don't have You don't do daylight savings in Canada, do you?
We do. Yeah, we do here. Okay. Yeah, so it's extra confusing.
Yeah, well, it's extra confusing for me when I have to deal with America and Canada then, because I'm luckily exactly 12 hours ahead.
Yeah.
But so then for half the year, because then I'm 13 hours.
Yeah, it's really, I don't know if it's really beneficial to anyone outside of, or who's like, you know, a little further south, but here it really helps because like in the winter, the sun goes down at like 2:33. Like we get like no daylight. It's wild.
Oh my God.
Well, I'm really far north.
Yeah, like I get annoyed when it goes down. If there's like 5 o'clock and it's gone, I can't imagine it.
Oh,
like after lunchtime.
It's really hard. It's really rough. I don't do so good in the winter with the lack of sunlight. So
no, actually, yeah, I've got a bit of I guess it's seasonal. I guess you'd call it seasonal affective disorder. But
yeah, I think that's normally what people call it.
Yeah, but it's not so much it's not the winter. It's not like the whole season. It's just the light that specifically screws with me.
I mean, it also doesn't help that it's like, you know, it gets down to like minus 40 degrees Celsius.
Oh my God.
It gets real cold here. Like we had one winter a few years ago where I was like, you know what, maybe this is it. Like, you know, global warming, climate change has made it so that we're just gonna have these really mild winters. And the next winter it came back with a vengeance. And it was like, it was so bad that I lost heat in my apartment because all the pipes froze.
Oh, wow.
So I was without heat in minus 40 for like, and I had to use like my oven and like a single space heater because everyone in the building was using space heaters. So it was like shorting out the power. It was just, yeah, roughing it up here in this, you know, super modern city that I live in.
I can't even fathom, like when I lived in Beijing, it got to like minus 20 and that was just like torture.
And
I can't imagine minus 40.
It's humid there though too. So that's like with the dampness in the air, that makes it feel even colder than that.
Yeah, that's so here, like maybe one, because now I'm in Taiwan, maybe once out of 1 day out of the year it might reach 0 if it's like a super cold spike.
That sounds so nice.
Well, but we're so humid. We're just,
you know what, I'd rather be sweaty than freezing cold. Actually, you know what, no, I take that back. I sweat a lot. I am a very sweaty human being. So this is now Sweatcast. Yeah, welcome. Welcome. Yeah.
No, I sweat all the time. But in the so there is no dry season. There's wet and horrible season.
Wet and horrible.
Yeah. But the horrible season is in winter. So it's just rainy and muggy and cold. It's just miserable.
That sounds not nice. I'd really love to visit though. I've never been.
Taiwan's beautiful.
I've never been over there. Like I've only been to Japan and that's it. And I actually had a lot of friends who would spend time in Taiwan and other places in Oceania, like who lived in Japan, and they regularly visited. Yeah. And a friend of mine was back and forth from Thailand like all the time. He actually worked in Thailand doing makeup.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, he was a makeup artist and he would go back and forth and was like the straightest Japanese guy I ever knew, but he would do the quote unquote like ladyboy. He would do contests actually. He did like what were essentially like drag shows. And he won a bunch of stuff.
Oh, he would be. I thought you meant he just did the makeup. He
did the makeup, but he got into it himself too.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, he was great at it and he was winning a whole bunch. But it's just really funny because like, you know, I think it's a weird culture for a lot of people to understand. And he was just like, yeah, I'm straight. So what? Like, what's the problem? I don't understand.
No, that's great. No, and you know what? It sucks that there's that confusion, that there's gender norms that like people are like, that's even something you have to explain. But that's awesome that he was doing it.
Even I did that, like in Japan. I had because like visual K is like a thing. If anybody's familiar with like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of like the famous like J-Rock. I think Malice Miser is like probably a fairly famous one, but you know, with the almost like inspired by, I think probably originally inspired by Kiss in some ways. But you know, I had this guy that was hitting on me at a club one time. But even me, being as like, you know, progressive as I am, I just assumed he was being friendly, and was just like was not interested in like femme people. And then I mentioned that I had a boyfriend, and he got so sad. And I was like, wait, what? I was super confused. I didn't say it in like a night, and I didn't realize he was hitting on me. So it was not the politest, I guess, in retrospect. But anyway.
Oh, well.
Fun times.
I just realized Mark just messaged from Twitter saying they're backstage. I forgot. I had to end the stream and restart it. I had to give him the new link. For Mark, if I don't know if you're somehow listening to this, I just sent you the new link in the Twitter chat. Please.
Oops.
See that.
Looks
I
like
was like, oh, I hope he's not gonna be too late. And now he's just been waiting.
Aw.
I failed.
You put quite a dent in the fund.
Yeah,
nice.
Dent meaning we've quadrupled the original goal. So
amazing.
That's pretty awesome.
That's what we do out here. We've got some amazing people in this community, and they always come to bat every time.
Yes, I'm overwhelmingly happy.
It's really good. Gone. Yeah.
And oh, Mark got it. Okay.
Nice. Good. Yeah. Thank you for putting this together, by the way.
I'm happy to. Like I said, it's being here in Taiwan. There's not much of a fascist presence, really in the traditional fascist sense, at least. And so this is my home. I live here. I don't live in America anymore. I haven't for a decade. So this is where I live. But I do feel this sense of guilt a lot of times that there's so much fascist presence growing in the USA. And so part of me, wishes I could do more, but these are the things I can do. And I really want everyone to understand that, going out and punching a Nazi is not what you do to be anti-fascist, or like, that's not the only thing you can do.
It's just a perk.
Yeah.
in a video game.
Speaking of someone who might be able to tell you a little more about that, who could be a little bit more equipped. If I could just find someone, if I can just look. Oh, hi. We found a Mark Bray, author of the Anti-Fascist Handbook.
A wild Mark Bray appears.
How's it going?
It's going great. How are you?
Fine, but you must be tired after doing this for what, almost 24 hours?
Yeah. Well, I just got off of a 2-hour nap, so I got a little bit of sleep.
Nice.
Good for you.
I feel pepped. I'm feeling actually like perfect right now, but I like in 6 hours, I am sure I will crash really hard.
Yeah, well, I mean, 28 hours is a lot, right?
It is. But I do it for you, for the people, and most specifically 11 people who are 11 anti-fascist prisoners currently serving time for protecting us.
Yes.
And that's why we have amazing people like Mark here to come on and talk with us for a little while.
Cool.
So Mark, what just the first kind of introductory question, what spurred the idea, or what inspired you to write the Anti-Fascist Handbook? What made you decide to do that?
Yeah, it was a mix of my long-term political commitments and the kind of happenstance of the moment. I've been an organizer, activist for, well, I guess I'm 37, so since I was a teenager, and that dates me a little bit. And I've done a lot of different kinds of political work, but actually hadn't done anti-fascist work specifically because I didn't live somewhere where that was really, a priority for local organizers when I was young. So I organized against wars and labor organizing and a variety of different stuff. And I'm a historian, and mostly historian of anarchism, radicalism, and so forth. So I went to DC to protest Trump. I was on the J20 march in 2017, but was not arrested. And then, that's fortunate for me. Not as fortunate for other people who were arrested. But when I was there that day, there was a lot more going on, obviously, than just that, right? There are other marches, and there were all these Trump supporters who clearly were not from DC, flooding the town, walking around, just being obnoxious. And then there were all of the counter protesters, or I guess protesters, right? Because Trump people weren't there to protest. The protesters who were there giving them a hard time. And I kind of just, I mean, I yelled probably at a couple of Trump supporters myself, but mostly I was interested in this sort of social phenomenon of these societal standards of like, what kind of bullshit do we tolerate playing out on the streets as people were engaging with each other. So after I went home from the protest, I wrote an article about what I called everyday anti-fascism, the gist of it being that beyond sort of explicit anti-fascist organizing, there's a role that everyone has to play in pushing back against far-right efforts to make it okay to be explicitly racist again, okay to be explicitly sexist again. And that would have been it, except for the fact that someone wanted to interview me on the radio about the article, and then a publisher heard the interview and said, hey, that would make a nifty little book. Do you want to throw something together in a couple months? And it probably in some ways wasn't the best idea, because it was right. I wrote the whole thing start to finish, initial idea to submitting final manuscript in 3 months. And it was not a subject that explicitly I had been researching for years. I mean, I've been researching the radical left in general, but not anti-fascism per se. So I said, sure, I'll do it. And that was it. So if I hadn't been contacted by a publisher who thought that this would be an interesting, timely topic, it wouldn't have happened. So that's why it's a little bit unusual compared to most stories of how someone writes a book. And then the publisher rushed the publication of the book so that it would come out a couple of days after Charlottesville. And that's why I'm here talking to you.
Nice.
Yeah, very nice. Well, I definitely enjoyed the book.
Thank you.
I think it personally, what I took away from it the most was it arms a lot of people with knowledge. It's a very very detailed historical account.
Great.
I feel like it arms people with the ability, like when someone's saying, oh, the fascists or the Antifa's the real fascists, but they're same on both sides. You have these tools, this evidence to specifically cite and saying, well, no, because let me tell you, so and so, which is super powerful, I think, for dispelling these purpose-built myths.
Thanks. Yeah, and that was one of my motivations, was to be really clear that I didn't want to just write it from a neutral kind of like, well, this is what they say, shrug.
Right.
Because, of all there's many political issues where I think we ought to make our perspective very clear. Certainly anti-fascism is one of them. And I think that it's been heartening that actually a lot more writers and journalists and academics have done that than I maybe would have expected in advance, because it's gotten so bad.
Yeah, absolutely. That's I've got a tool that I use, a little mental tool is eat babies, which is
and what does that mean?
It's just use that kind of terminology, or when you're talking about, like, when it comes to you have being a moderate centrist, that you eat babies. If would you say, like, oh, eat babies, well, there are good reasons for why we could eat, like trying to walk that center line.
I see. Okay.
It makes it so nonsensical. They're like, they're like, no, that you should not have to justify why you would be on the side of not eating babies,
Right.
I think the thing is, though, like, when you're talking to certain people, you're going to have people who don't care no matter what you say to them, but a good chunk of people, especially when, I mean, like, Mark and probably you too, Breadbeard and myself, we've been engaged in anti-fascism for a long time before Donald Trump, but this came into the public consciousness only around 2016. So there's a lot of people who weren't familiar with it, that are just, quote unquote normies that really didn't know. So when you talk to them about things like this, they go, oh, okay. And we're fighting against this concerted effort by the media to demonize something that is, like, really, like, you think being against fascism is as bad as and it's wild too, like, with all the evidence of right-wing motivated terror attacks. And what leftists, what do we got? We punched Richard Spencer. I think that's about it. Oh, we broke some stuff, maybe, possibly. Somebody might have broken some things. So.
To be fair, Andy No did get his suit very ruined.
Oh yeah, that was. I thought he got a concussion from that cement milkshake.
Oh yeah, the
Poor
physically
guy.
impossible cement milkshake.
Yeah, and the other thing is that I've found that this whole neutrality thing is really largely something that comes from the media and academics, and that everyday people, especially those who are under attack from fascists and white supremacists, are much more willing to be like, you know what, we need to just fight back. We can't tolerate this stuff. You can't go around our community or our school or our neighborhood spreading that stuff. So there's like this artificial centrist unanimity around those ideas that I think is partially fabricated.
Oh, for sure.
Absolutely.
Actually, I have a question for you, if you don't mind, Breadbeard. Sorry,
I'm
stealing your interview. What is it like for you being in academia and being openly anti-fascist?
Yeah, it's been a trip.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Well, I mean, right after this became a big issue with Charlottesville back in 2017, I was teaching at Dartmouth in New Hampshire, and the president of the college denounced what he called my advocacy of violence. Yeah. And that's a little case study. I mean, I'm sure you folks are familiar with how this works, but maybe some viewers are learning how far-right media works, because there's something called campus reform, which is sort of like a Breitbart for kids kind of thing. And one of the journalists from Campus Reform was a former Dartmouth student and a former writer for the Dartmouth Review, which has a long history on campus as being one of the foremost far-right campus periodicals in American history. So like, you heard recently the writer for Tucker Carlson got outed, right?
Oh, yes.
So that guy, I forgot his name. Do you remember his name? He's gone, right?
No.
He's canceled.
He had been, for example, had been at the Dartmouth Review. Just to give you that.
Okay.
So someone who used to be from the Dartmouth Review, working for Campus Reform, contacted the president and said, Mark Bray said X, Y, and Z comment. He felt the pressure. He denounced me. But in response to that, more than 120 campus faculty signed a petition of support. So that was good. I didn't get fired.
It said something like, condemning or like they don't support any kind of advocacy of violence. And it's like, did he even read it? Like, I don't think so. Probably not.
Yeah, I mean, also they have a campus police force. So I mean, but
cool and normal,
that,
cool
and
normal
course,
behavior. Yep.
That doesn't count, right? So that was really great. I didn't get fired, and there was a good amount of support. I think it might have been a little different if Trump hadn't been in the president, if the alt-right hadn't been a thing, then it would have maybe seemed a little more outlandish to some liberals and centrists. Yeah. But I think that it sounded fairly reasonable in the context where there was a big concern about this. And then that was so successful that the president of Dartmouth had to backtrack and sort of issue a pseudo apology, saying, of course, he didn't want to infringe upon my academic freedom, yada, yada, yada. So that was great. And then subsequently, I mean, it's hard to know ever if you don't get jobs because you write about this, especially since there are so few academic jobs now and so few people getting them that it's not as if I'd be, exactly at first online to get jobs otherwise. But, maybe it's hurt. In other cases, maybe it's helped. Maybe some committee at some schools like, oh, that person would be good to have. So you don't know. But the other thing is that, there is the Campus Anti-Fascist Network. There are plenty of people and plenty of schools that are talking about this stuff, doing research on this stuff. And the number of scholars researching anti-fascism is, shooting off the charts. So,
which is wild to me.
Yeah.
I'm definitely not open about it. Sorry, what did you say?
You go ahead, Lottie.
I'm certainly not. I'm on a break from academia for the time being. But while I did a lot of organizing in and around the campus, in my field, I just don't talk about it. Although I've started to follow some of my colleagues, if you will, on Twitter. And I'm pretty sure that in the future, going forward, if I don't, I'm thinking that if I don't get jobs, might be because of that. Not just the anti-fascism, but also the shit posting. There's definitely a lot of that. But I always wonder what it would be like, what kind of response you would get from especially from other people in like other, faculty members, mostly, right? Because they have to toe a certain line of, I think, neutrality.
Yeah, they have to cover their own asses as well.
I mean, some do and some don't, right? If you're tenured, you kind of don't.
That's true. Yeah.
But that's the thing, is that a lot of tenured professors, even though they don't have to be politically neutral, have become so ingrained in that's the easy way out. But I was an adjunct at Dartmouth. Now I'm an adjunct at Rutgers. So I was sort of marginal even before all this happened. So I think most people had no idea who I was, and they're like, "Wait, this person's at Dartmouth? Like, who the hell is this?" And then, right. So I don't think that the president of Dartmouth was sad when I left.
What do you teach, by the way?
European history.
Hey, that's my field. Well, okay, I'm actually paleoanthropology and early medieval to early modern European history. So.
Oh, neat.
Oh, I didn't know that part.
I may have some questions for you about things another time.
Ooh, yeah.
We'll talk.
Anytime. Yeah, I have my calipers. We can talk about tapeworms. The whole. We got it.
Okay,
and I could talk to you about my favorite guy, Philip IV of France, and how he dunked so hard on the Catholic Church in like the most epic way. Okay,
well, we'll talk sometime.
Yeah. I try not to go off about this on my stream, because anyone who's watching right now, that if I start talking about Philip the Fair, it'll be like a long ass tangent, and I'll be laughing alone. I'll be like having a grand old time telling the story, and everyone's just like, "This is not that interesting."
Well, I won't tempt you.
Yes, thank you. Not today. Another time.
I'd like to ask. You kind of just put up a good point that you mentioned in your book about free speech. And because the old argument, of course, is that by anti-fascists going out, they're limiting free speech, and it's a slippery slope, and the Jews and the blacks and whatever will be next, and which is BS, because of course there's no way to have perfectly free speech, like just physically. And I think that's kind of a good example that you just mentioned with your the head of Dartmouth. Kind of trying to get rid of you just for their own sakes, which is also limiting free speech.
Right. So, well, with all this, right, speech, violence, politics, you're seen as aberrant when you take a position if that position is not the accepted position. So, on the face of it, right, wanting to limit speech that is allegedly endorses violence doesn't register for a lot of people as limiting speech, right? And the argument for self-defense against the far right doesn't register, or registers as violence in a way that like having campus police doesn't. So I mean, obviously, preaching to the choir here, right? But these double standards are true of every kind of aspect of the conversation, particularly when it comes to speech. And there's so much to say, which is why I wrote a whole chapter about speech. And humorously enough, when I got some feedback on the book from a comrade from Austria, he said, "Why do you have a whole chapter about free speech? That's not really an important issue in anti-fascism." And I said, "Well, that may be the case. That may be the case in Austria.
That's lucky.
But in the U.S., that's speech and violence are 90% of the public conversation."
Yeah. Absolutely.
So yeah, I mean, part of it I think is worth starting out with like, it's impossible to have absolutely free speech. It's impossible to have any right really exist in the absence of other rights considerations. If you want, of course, go with a rights framework, which you don't have to. But and there's all sorts of ways that the government, corporations, everyday existence limits rights to speech. So the question, of course, is like with any other right, how do you balance that with other considerations in society? And we talk about this, it sounds so self-evident, and in some ways it is, right? But there's so many people that are just accustomed to, if it weren't for anti-fascists, speech would just be doing whatever it wants all the time. Of course, that's not true. But then the other thing is like, I interviewed, as you probably know, anti-fascists from a bunch of different countries, and their responses for what do you say about the free speech issue varied. For me personally, my opinion is that the goal shouldn't be to accept the liberal terms of debate that liberals set out when you discuss or argue freedom of speech. And that, in my opinion, if anti-fascists shut down a Klan rally, I think that is limiting their speech, but so what? That consideration, from my opinion, is so trifling compared to the larger political struggle that I'm not one to try and concoct an argument as to why that isn't limiting their speech. I just don't think that that's necessarily a problem.
Absolutely. I also believe that, like, we've put such a level of holiness around the idea of free speech, and it's not that free speech is absolutely important, and you talk about in the book that actually through the anti-fascist method it's allowing more free speech, because this free speech that's allowed to the fascists is very limiting to other people. I believe that this holiness we put around it, that means anytime you say anything that might sound like you're limiting free speech without context, just is immediately shut down, especially in places like the media.
Right. But that is, I think, changing to a good extent. I mean, even in terms of the public's response to tearing down Confederate monuments, for example, or monuments to slaveholders. The protests, the Black Lives Matter protests of recent months have really pushed things forward in terms of what people will sympathize with, accept, understand, which shows you that these kinds of abstract discourses don't just exist in a bubble, and that we have the power through our resistance to change the kind of dynamics of power around how people relate to these ideas. So yeah,
absolutely. Something I wanted to ask. So I saw you on, I'm gonna say it was Meet the Press.
Could be.
I'm pretty sure. Where you were taking a lot of calls.
C-SPAN.
Oh, I watched that one. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I saw a couple of them. I can't remember which one was which. But so do you? Well, I hope you don't regret it.
I don't.
But what do you think is like? How do you cope, and how do you deal with this? Because sometimes you're like with this clip, for example, you just kind of set yourself up for this barrage of abuse.
I was going to ask the same thing.
Yeah.
How do you kind of cope with that?
Yeah. Well, the thing is that that at that time, this must have been like September 2017. Mm-hmm. Like the Antifa menace, the aftermath of Charlottesville was for a while like the #1 news story in the U.S. Mm-hmm. So from waking up in the morning to going to bed at night, I was fielding those questions from journalists / seeing all sorts of ludicrous things on Twitter, social media, etc. So you see a little window with that interview, but that was really what I was doing all day, every day. So yeah, it just becomes, after a certain point, there's really nothing that someone's going to throw at you that you haven't seen in some form or another. And just my personal personality or opinion is I just don't want to come across as anyone getting a rise out of me. Mm. And
yeah, you're definitely very. I was like, how are you keeping a straight face with people who are just like Antifa? They're the real fascists. They're limiting free speech. We hear it all the time, right? But even me, I can't. I'm just like, I gotta either laugh or cringe.
And there's no one right way to go about responding to this, but just my personality is that I just want to kind of just let it wash off the duck's back, so to speak. Mm-hmm. And that's just my personality. That's like, it's easy. Also, I was really tired, so it's when you're tired, it's also easier to just kind of just
like,
let it go. Yeah. Also, one of my kind of like, sometimes I get a little these things get repetitive. So one of the things I enjoy doing is trying to find the small kernel of reasonableness in the most unreasonable questions, run with that, and sort of kill them with kindness rather than kind of getting all heated.
Totally.
So sometimes I do that too, but really the main thing is just that wasn't exceptional. That was just sort of what the media frenzy was, and it's really strange how it goes with that, because that lasted probably into early 2018, and then it kind of largely disappeared to the point where even you may remember the significant confrontations between anti-fascists and fascists in the Pacific Northwest in like the summer of 2018 with like Proud Boys and Patriot Prayer. that was newsworthy in the Pacific Northwest, but national media was just bored of Antifa by that point.
We weren't fun anymore.
Well, there was no more concern that the end of Western civilization, quote unquote, was right around the corner, right? But then recently, with Trump's remarks that Antifa is a quote unquote terrorist organization, it kind of came back. So it's very cyclical. It bounces around. Yeah, the media is just chasing the next kind of shiny object.
I think I saw an interview. I think with you. I think it was on PBS. That was more. I didn't realize that it was a recent one.
Yeah, because of Trump's remarks, right?
Yeah, and it's just, you're right. It's the same things over and over and over. I used to do a lot of on the ground kind of work, and same thing, trying to talk to people. At a certain point, it gets really difficult because you're just hearing the same sort of comments, and a lot of those people, like I said earlier, like they don't want to hear it, right? They don't want to hear. They want to get a rise out of you, but you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. And it's really tough. And I think the only thing that we can do at this point, and this is kind of what I realize, is that, the most important work that I've done and the most fulfilling work that I've done and the most productive work that I've done is education for people who are maybe already almost there or are interested enough to get in, join the conversation and to listen. Right. So that's what I'm doing online, which has been so much better for my mental health. First of all, having white nationalists scream in my face, that was something that I was good at in my early 20s. Not so much anymore. So yeah, I think that what you're doing is great. Writing is and education, I think, are key.
Yeah, and I think specifically with like books, things more published media, it adds. It sounds horrible to have. It is horrible to have to say it this way, but it adds legitimacy to the cause, which is unfortunate because it is a very legitimate cause. But
I was very cognizant of the absurdity of that throughout this because I'm a longtime organizer, anarchist. I've been involved in a bunch of different forms of resistance, but I had
ARA too. Your old ARA.
No, actually, I'm not.
You're not? Oh, I thought you were. Okay, I thought you were part of it. Okay.
No, that's where I'm going. Is I
just
said
dated myself.
At the outset, I grew up in an area where that just wasn't, to my knowledge, so much of a thing, right? So I've been involved in all sorts of movements, forms of resistance, except anti-fascist work.
That's
right.
Right.
So I understand the politics, and my ability to get interviews for the book had to do with just, talking to friends or friends of friends and working out that way. But the absurdity I was referencing was, in 2017, having journalists ask me about this. And basically, I was just saying, in many instances, what my interview subject said to me. But I was just sort of this useful medium for putting these two voices together for comrades that didn't want to be identified or who didn't feel comfortable sharing what they wanted to share. And being a Dartmouth professor, that for journalists that lended it, whatever it lent it. Yeah. But there is an absurdity there. And that, of course, is part of what people such as ourselves are trying to change in this world, is that there shouldn't be that intermediary of expertise or professionalism, but that is how it is.
You're not just like some crusty anarchist throwing bricks like myself. Speaking of throwing bricks,
sorry, no, I was going to say something else about throwing bricks and crusty anarchists, but you can go to what you wanted to go to.
Well, speaking of throwing bricks, I don't know what. Speaking of throwing bricks, bricks. If you throw a brick at a bear, it probably wouldn't hurt it.
No.
But who's not as frightening is Izzy Bear. That was such a good segue.
I tried so hard, Izzy. I tried.
That's a good intro right there.
So Mark, I hope it's okay if we
sure.
add one more person to the panel. So Izzy Bear has done an astounding amount of charity work in just the past couple of years. Really, I'm in awe every time I see you of the amount of selflessness that you give out. So I'm happy to have you on here as well.
Thank you. I appreciate the invite. It was awesome to get to come.
So Mark, I was doing a live reading earlier today, if you're in Americas, of an Antifa activist who was suffered trauma doing work on the field, and decided to write a zine called Tough Mind, Soft Heart. That definitely is not the opposite of what you're saying. You're both very much in coincidence, but you focused more on the necessity of violence and the necessity of the push with anti-fascist work. And Stinging Nettles was more focused on the solidarity in the actual community and being a part of the community and taking self-care and community care. So of course I'm trying my best to make sure it doesn't sound like I'm juxtaposing these. You both are absolutely in the same kind of mindset. But I would like to hear some of your thoughts on kind of working in the community as anti-fascist work. That maybe there wasn't so much of that in the book.
Yeah, I mean, I tried to have some of it in there. And,
you definitely did. Yeah.
And my arguments about violence are really just simply that it needs to be one of the options in the toolkit, so to speak. Mm-hmm. Not that it's always or even usually the most necessary or best option. But you know, the two kind of parts to it, I think, relate, because if you have strong communities that build solidarity, that have strong values, then, you know, you can withstand efforts by the far right to try and establish themselves without necessarily having to even confront them, or at least confront them physically. I interviewed some comrades from Spain and France who talked about creating anti-fascist neighborhood assemblies that to some extent grew out of some of the 15M and related assemblies of the earlier part of the decade. And some of their networks grew out of union organizing or other kinds of immigrant solidarity work. And if you have these strong communities where people trust and know each other and where they support migrants and support marginalized people, then, you know, if Hogar Social or whatever kind of fascist group comes around trying to hand out, you know, free food only to ethnic Spaniards or what have you, then you can show up and just say, you know, we're not going to allow that to happen here. You need to hit the road, without necessarily having to resort to more risky tactics. And so I think that what's very interesting about anti-fascism as a point of political focus is that you start, it seems, usually talking about these very circumscribed conflicts with self-described fascists, and then the more you talk about it, the more it teases out to be, really, you have to talk about everything, right? And and that's suggestive of sort of the point that the author you mentioned was making, it seems.
Yeah, very much so. And I do kind of like the holistic. Again, I'm really worried that anyone in the audience is going to take away that these are juxtaposed. This is both of these authors are. I think
you articulated yourself fairly well, because you're right. It's part of a. When you go to look at one issue, right, it can't exist in a vacuum. And even if you want it to, when I first started getting involved with anti-racism in like the early 2000s, it was because we had neo-Nazis trying to move, like literally they had a plan to move to my city. And we had similar to the early 90s in the UK, we had Nazi punks showing up at punk shows and stuff. And so I was dealing with that aspect, just dealing with these this anti-racist action stuff. And then when you start going deeper, you realize that it's scaffolded in such a way that, like, as you peel back one layer, you're like, okay, well, everything is, all of these things are sort of hard baked or hard, into the society that we live in under, this pervasive white supremacy, right? And so the difficult work that I think a lot of anti-fascists end up having to do without realizing it is going through a sort of existential crisis where you have to constantly be cognizant of, especially if you're a white person, and even if you're not, if you've grown up in a predominantly white or Eurocentric society, to really look at absolutely everything, like down to like the most mundane things in life, and realize like how those are skewed in such a way to either perpetuate white supremacy or to reinforce it or to validate it, etc. And that can be really exhausting and stressful. So all of these things are interconnected, right? Any kind of work that we do, like I've suffered PTSD from doing physical on the ground work. And I've also suffered PTSD from literally just spending hours and hours and hours scrolling through, right-wing message boards and Facebook groups and reading all the garbage and all the vitriol, and it like poisoned my brain. And having support for that, having support networks, and understanding that that is also an integral part of anti-fascist organizing is that support and that understanding is, these things go hand in hand. There's no separating them. So I don't think you were juxtaposing those two things, right?
All right.
Yeah,
Good.
I mean, as someone who's just coming in, I didn't feel like you had too much of a juxtaposition there. Like I feel like the best summary is one of my pretty classic rants, and that is like, when it comes to actually doing on the ground anti-fascist work, or very online and constant anti-fascist work where you're actually standing against fascist people and fascist ideology, there's no way to actually continue that work without somehow or to some level learning about intersectionality and other issues that exist, because like those are the issues that fascists are trying to capitalize on, trying to further and trying to attack. So you're going to end up having to have that education and having to have that ideology and learn to use it to try and fight back and stop those systems that they're using to gain better footholds and more power. I think it's
absolutely
well said. Yeah.
As far as like kind of like the book's main purpose is, of course, to dispel myths and normalize terminology, for the general public. I feel like, Mark, do you think there's a certain point where you have diminishing returns, or it's kind of picking your battles where it's not worth it to try and work on maybe more like a one-on-one instance, like if you're just talking to someone who's just not going to change? Do you think there's a level where you kind of pick your battles?
There has to be, right? Otherwise you can run yourself ragged. I mean, my basic kind of mindset for simply talking about the book and anti-fascist work related to the book was simply, here's what the history says, here's what anti-fascists say, here's how I interpret it, this is why I think it makes sense, and you're welcome to have any opinion about that you want. That's just sort of how I got my mind around it, because otherwise, it can be unhealthy psychologically if you invest too much in the outcome of any one specific interaction. If you put it out there, you do your work, it will have the effect that it has or won't. So that's really just sort of how I went about it. And I would have people at the end of book talks who would come up to me and say all sorts of things, and you can usually gauge where someone's coming from after a little while. The only person that came up to me after a talk and actually said, well, what's so bad about fascism? That happened in Valencia. But of course, the history of fascism in Spain is its own particular experience. But yeah, very sincerely, I believe, said, but what's wrong with fascism? And I just said, all right, I'm not going there.
That's a spicy one. That is
but other than that, you can see if someone's trying to troll. Oh, another strange thing happened. I did talks at the University of California at Berkeley, where it turns out afterwards that some far-right trolls purchased my book in order to throw it in the toilet.
Oh my God.
That is the best troll. You're like, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the money.
Anyone is welcome to purchase my book and throw it in the toilet.
Yeah.
It's like Eazy-E said at the first protest for NWA, where they were burning hundreds of the records right there on the street as the tour bus pulled up. Everybody starts getting mad, and Eazy-E just goes, honestly, they can do whatever they want. They paid for the motherfuckers.
Oh my God. Hey, so I have a question, actually, somewhat related. I have a question about optics. So I often get asked or have people commenting on, the things that you say are not good optics. They don't appeal to liberals. You need to meet somewhere in the middle. If I don't outwardly condemn violence, or if I don't, soften my language, that it's bad optics, and that's going to be a detriment to the cause. What do you have to say about the idea of that sort of positive optics?
Sure. Well, I'm of two minds about it. Part of it is I try with all of this to try to really assess the different perspectives that militant anti-fascists over the past few decades have had about it. And I think it's impossible to sort of forget the politics of the German autonomous movement, which developed as a rejection of the kind of mass communist or mass socialist political party, as a rejection of reducing one's politics to the lowest common denominator, and instead, was a very kind of prefigurative, intentional movement focused on squatting and other kinds of activities. And so the Antifa groups that came out of that movement, for the most part, rejected playing the game at all, wouldn't talk to the media, and rejected the sort of framework of optics to begin with. So you don't have to agree with that per se, but that's part of the history, it's part of the tradition, and it's part of the consideration. So I think that's part of it. And I explain that to journalists sometimes when they say, but, your average household in mid-America is not going to like this. And it's not a politics in all of its forms that originated for that kind of goal. And so that's worth understanding. The other part of it for me, I think was explained well. I spoke to an anti-fascist from Madrid who said, to paraphrase, I don't care if people hate me when I put on my black mask to go fight Nazis, as long as we win. Because when I take my mask off, I'm a union organizer, I build with my community, I'm very popular. And so for him, his argument was, not all of his politics were to be put in the same box, that you can succeed in the kind of surgical operation of shutting down far-right organizing without necessarily gaining mass popularity, as long as you sort of pursue building another world to another vehicle.
Right.
So that's another perspective on that. I do think there is something, though, to be said, not necessarily for making the society love Antifa, but for promoting the ideas of no platform for fascism, promoting the legitimacy of self-defense against far-right and white supremacist violence. That you can promote those ideas without necessarily convincing people's minds about Antifa. That language is not necessarily the vehicle for mass societal opposition to white supremacy. And I tell people, if you don't like the way Antifa looks or acts, come up with your own way to shut down the far right. There's many different traditions to draw from, different organizing styles.
Banana Guard in Portland was glorious.
Sure. I mean, but just to wrap up, also what I try to do is I also do try to be like, hey, this stuff actually does make sense. It is a reasonable response to the different circumstances that it's developed from. And anti-fascists, Antifa, militant anti-fascists are really helpful in preventing society from getting more violent and hateful. So I kind of see myself as sort of trying to somehow, not necessarily reconcile, but balance both of those considerations, which I think are both legitimate. I don't know. What do you all think?
I tend to agree that my kind of my tactic, what I usually go for is normalization of words, and this in general. I prefer to use it fairly boldly, just because I want it to become mainstream and just normal use. To normalize the terminology. However, I will say, so I'm a elementary school teacher, and so I have to find ways to talk about this stuff in my field. I feel I have kind of an obligation. I have very young minds that I can kind of definitely not like indoctrinate. As a matter of fact, I'm going to be making a whole guide on how to do this like ethically, but to kind of debunk and to detoxify this kind of information they're getting from other sources. Like I try to be the teacher that I wish I had when I was younger.
Yeah, that's great.
But a lot of that involves like, I'm not going to throw in some huge words. I'm not going to just say like cops are bad or something to the kids, because that's too much to handle. So I definitely do understand this by situation. There are times where you don't hide what your beliefs are and what your terminology is, but it's not a requisite that you must use it at all times.
Right. I think one problem though is like the thing that always comes up for me anyway in a lot of these conversations is that when people say, you know, oh, this is bad optics, what they often mean is that this would be easier if you watered down your opinions or the things that you're talking about and actually bring it down to, like, it's a sort of, you know, toxic, you know, liberal kind of mentality of, you know, homogenizing it in such a way, or making it more palatable to a liberal mindset. But what happens in that case is you water down the entire movement, right? You take you make it so that it really becomes impotent in a sense, because if you're like, well, you know, not all cops, because a cab is bad optics, you're like, well, not all cops. What happens then is it just returns everything to it seeks to return to the status quo, which is, you know, we talk often about that's sort of what liberalism does, right? So the normal, the baseline right now is, you know, like, cops are good, deplatforming racists and neo-Nazis is attacking free speech. And if we concede those things, or if we try to temper our language in such a way that appeals to them, they're not going to meet us halfway. They're going to take that and run with it, right? And they're going to go, okay, it's fine now, it's good. So that's the tough thing about kind of straddling both of those things, because you want people to listen. And
well,
often,
I personally, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I personally believe that, like I said, you definitely don't want to hide what you did, in my stance. So I feel personally, at least, that if you if you try to downplay, if you purposely pretend that it's not something, you are doing a disservice to all the people fighting for that cause. If you're saying, like, well, not all cops, but you actually really believe it because you're trying to play some 4D chess, then I think even if it succeeded in winning over that one person, that you've done a disservice to the cause, in my thoughts, because you've pushed back what that meaning is.
And also, go ahead.
Okay. I think that I'm going to stand a little bit different than everybody else on this one, but I can explain it pretty well, I feel. I think the left has a slight problem with, you could say, optics. I would more lean towards saying branding. And that's probably because we're a bunch of anti-capitalist fucks. So we don't actually care about branding things to look good to everybody, because we're not all trying to make $1 million. There are so many of our arguments or beliefs or ideologies that could be slightly reworded to be used better in an argument to actually prove our exact same points without watering them down. Like, for example, like the biggest buzzword of the day, because why we're all here, Antifa. I was saying last year we should drop Antifa because the way everyone is saying it, and we should full out say anti-fascist, because then the people who are saying you're a terrorist are saying anyone who is anti-fascist is a terrorist, and that's a lot harder to justify in a public fucking argument. Like the same, like ACAB, I all cops are bastards. I have no issue with saying that one, because it's defensible. You can explain how the entire justice system is bad, and how, like, anyone who enforces that makes the choice to go into that employment, enforces that, and does so enforcing a bad system that is so easy to point out all the massive flaws with. But I think a huge part of it is the left has this really hard time remembering what we were all like ourselves and what the rest of the world is currently like before we hit woke.
Like this, I came out of the womb with a death hawk. I was ready to fight some Nazis. Right, I got on my mom and I was like, all right, where are they?
I think a lot of us forgot how to interact with someone who is still very much in that propaganda we were all raised in, and the way that we all saw the world at one point, and the way everyone else still does. Because we now know and understand and believe our ideals, we should remember that it's a path to learning that, and how to help someone on that path. We would probably see more success.
Right.
Yeah, I think there's something to that. I think that's a good point. I think that it's a bit more of a dicey proposition when we talk about tactics and strategies, then it's not as it's not the same conversation.
For me, it's more about like the conversations we have than like actual anti-fascist tactics and getting out there and stopping fascism physically. That's one thing. But like when we're in the marketplace of ideas or having the conversation, I feel like we need a different approach.
I will argue that, and maybe I know this is a contentious issue and some of you will disagree with me, but I find that some people have said that this is just like a Southern thing. I definitely, like, I lived in Georgia for a while, and I actually was lucky enough to hang out with a bunch of Southern anti-fascists, and they are actually the coolest of the anti-fascists. They're my favorite. But when people say Antifa, it's Antifa. Like, I know it seems like a really stupid distinction, and a lot of people heard the word for the first time, or it came into like their consciousness via the media propaganda after 2016. And to me, in my mind, and you could totally disagree with this. This may just be I don't know. I just never heard anyone say Antifa as like one word before 2016. And to me, it sounds a lot like a kind of a way to ignore or distract from the fact that it stands for anti-fascism, because when you're saying Antifa, it's two words, right? You're just shortening the last word. When it's Antifa, it's one word. It's meaningless. It means nothing. Now, this is like totally like an abstract sort of concept, but to me, I think it does make a difference, because the only people that I ever, and I mean, sorry, there are some leftists that do say it that way now, just because it, again, kind of came into the public consciousness pronounced that way through coming out of the mouths of right-wingers.
Well,
but to me, yeah.
Speaking of Southerners, that's a very common dialectical. This is a common.
I think
dialect.
Eva and I had it out over this.
Oh, really?
Discourse. Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
A little bit.
It's very common in Southern dialect to put an emphasis on the second syllable, so that.
But I did.
Happens, but
yeah, and Antifa. I miss the South, but I did. Even though, like in Georgia, people would say like "pin" instead of "pen," so like Antifa was pronounced. I can't even do it. Like my Southern accent's horrible. Yeah, Antifa, but it would be two words rather than Antifa. This is just a totally nebulous thing we're talking about. Let's just move on from that.
Actually, Walter from Anti-Fascist Defense Fund told me, think about antifreeze. Like you say antifreeze, you put the emphasis on the A.
Yeah.
The one last little tidbit I'd throw in is that there is a tendency historically for any kind of word that we use as radicals, if we're successful enough with it, will be demonized. I mean, the communist should be the most beloved word.
Yeah,
absolutely.
You know, so there's that too.
Yeah, it's true. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, I keep lobbing questions at you, but I have to get this one off my chest. How do you deal with when people are like, because I know this happens constantly, when they're just like, you want communism, that's the first thing they say, and it's like,
well, that's where it's much easier to be an anarchist fielding these questions.
Yeah.
So I had some, I forgot what group they were with, but some Boston fascists came to my talk at the Harvard Co-op bookstore, and they were like awkward 19-year-old kids standing in the back, like itching to ask a confrontational question. And after a while, in a sort of sense of comic relief, I called on one of them, and he said, what do you say about the, I forgot how many millions of deaths he attributed to Stalin. And I said, it's tragic. And I'm sure that I'm much more sad about the people that Stalin killed than you are.
Yeah.
And
or that, the millions that died under capitalism, but also anytime when people are like, bring up Stalin, I was like, do you just assume that we all like love Stalin? Like we all stand, we all worship the altar of...
exactly what this.
They do, and I said, go home and Google libertarian communism, and then come ask a different question.
Yeah, and it goes.
Like, I don't stand anyone who committed genocide. It's just not on the table for me. Sorry.
It is a good way to kind of like, I found that is like that retort when you get somebody who comes in because their mindset is not, I want to learn something. It's, I want to try to own you, and make you look stupid. But responding to them and be like, I'm not a communist.
Yeah, I mean,
it's like maybe you don't know everything.
I identify with anarchist communism, so in that sense, like I'm a little bit. That's not actually germane to the conversation. That's just my political mind in the back saying I don't want to say I'm not a communist, but I just say something to that effect about how I condemn genocide and mass murder, and so. You sometimes come across when you're an anarchist talking about these things as sort of like almost excessively impartial, because you can critique, Stalin and Mao and Castro, and you can critique capitalism. And it was like, oh, what an even-keeled person. And I am, I think, but for different reasons.
Going back to the optics for 1 second, so I do think that's kind of proof of why like normalization is kind of important, because yes, communism should be like one of the most wholesome words. It literally comes from the word community, you know. And now we're hearing, you know, someone did a count of the recent Trump condemnation, where he like 80 some times, I think, probably 88, wouldn't surprise me. You said violent anarchists, which again, yeah, the word anarchist literally means like not hierarchy or not ruler. So what I want to ask is what, especially for like a large public sphere, do you see damage with by trying to preserve optics? Is there actually damage involved? The one that specifically I'm thinking of when I ask this is popping into my mind is the Trevor Noah, the vegan ISIS bit, which the whole like segment, the whole thing that he was doing was specifically about Antifa optics. So of course you don't have to specifically comment on that one, but like, do you think there's actual damage that can be done by trying to focus on optics?
Oh, so, absolutely.
Do you mean like if anti-fascists try to improve their optics? Or I'm not sure exactly what you mean.
Well, not it doesn't even have to be anti-fascist, but anyone trying to like for if I stay with the Trevor Noah one, he was specifically saying like, oh, I like what you're doing, but don't you think that your optics are bad because you look like vegan ISIS and all this? Like that specific clip, I think was not, I won't say detrimental, but it was very damaging to the cause instead of actually assisting. Which of course Trevor Noah is.
Well, it's making a false equivalency. It's doing a little horseshoe theory, basically.
Yeah.
You know, and saying that like, oh, since you're wearing masks which is, you know, there's a whole reason for that. That's actually he could have unpacked, but instead of doing that, he's just like, oh, ISIS wear masks. These people wear masks. They must be the same. Like,
yeah. And okay, so it might be not a great example to use him because he's the liberal, you know. But I guess my point is, so when we worry about like, oh, maybe we shouldn't wear masks, and there were a couple of people you quoted in your book, I remember, who said like, oh no, we much prefer to be like the everyday man, or everyday person, I should say. Do you think by a lot, if we're, is there a point where like if we condemn these things because we think they're bad optics, that it's actually going to do damage?
Yeah, I don't think the answer is to condemn these other methods that maybe you yourself think are not the most useful, but to just promote the ones that you think are useful, right? Because there are reasons that people wear masks. And I mean, now given the health situation, right, everyone who's resisting is wearing masks.
I love it.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see what public perceptions of wearing a mask at a protest look like after this. I'm sure that it'll have some effect, right, even after hopefully there's a vaccine or whatever. So certainly, right, there are legitimate arguments to be made for certain kinds of organizing. Maybe if you're trying to build a mass anti-racist coalition that does not intend to engage in the level of militancy that an anti-fascist group might consider, you might want to have a demonstration where you promote a certain kind of visual or what have you. But, you know, the answer is not then to condemn someone who does it differently, because then, of course, you play into the good protest or bad protest, or you enable criminalization, et cetera, right?
I had that with a former comrade, someone who was definitely not a comrade. And, you know, it sucks because some people are, you know, some marginalized people are at high risk. Like if you go out without a mask and there's a group of a bunch of people and you happen to be like, you know, trans or a person of color or whatever, like a woman, most likely they're going to target that person first. And like we've seen this time and time again, they're going to go after the person that stands out to them as, you know, being either weaker or having other qualities that they can attack. And, you know, that basically when we're vulnerable, it's really shitty as a comrade to say like, oh, you know, y'all look like ninjas running around in these masks. Like you need to stop doing that. Because the people who I've heard say that are, you know, like cishet white dudes. And I'm like, that's cool for you. You know, you can do that. I absolutely, I mean, that's why I'm being open about it on this platform. I'm a little less stoked on the idea in public just because we've been followed and stuff before, and that would suck. I don't want people to harass me in my home. But yeah, like for some people it's super, super important. And I do also think it's important to be like, hey, I'm just the, everyday human being who's also an anti-fascist. That's also good. So, diversity of tactics, right?
Speaking of which, while we've got an audience and while we've got these amazing people on, the whole reason we are here is for 11 anti-fascist prisoners, which we have already raised $2,186.
Wow.
We've gotten two donations since we came on. All of us came on. Stroza Preti with $13.12. Nice.
Hey.
And Vodka Owl with $100.
Hey.
Awesome. Yeah.
Wow. Thank you.
Speaking of so every time we get, and tell you what, if anyone in the chat can match that right now, 13, 12, 420, 69, 161, any of those. Mark, can we get you to do with all of us a big old Fonzarelli A with us together?
Okay.
If tell you what, if we can get one more in, we'll do a double A. How about that? If we can get one more person to donate any of those numbers, like in the next minute,
Bango.
like Lottie Blix already did. Okay, if we
I was
get
like,
another one,
before you even said that, I was on top of it. Another one? Do I not count?
You do, but I want to get more people in.
I started putting that in before you said it, so that didn't count.
Okay,
by the way,
so
the Fawns thing, you should explain the backstory of that from yesterday, because that's the best story ever.
Yesterday we had Walter on, which I think you know Walter. Yeah,
I do. Yeah,
Anti-Fascist Defense Fund, and he was telling us that there's someone was talking to sorry. So Henry Winkler, if people don't know, is the actor who plays Arthur Fonzarelli, also known as the Fonz from Happy Days. Was kind of bashing on Trump, and somebody asked him if he was are you a part of Antifa? And he said, well, they haven't sent me my card yet. So Antīfa International went. I wish I had clipped the image so I could show people this.
I know. Yeah, we got to get Walter to send that because it's so good.
He actually, someone in Antīfa International actually had a membership card made up for him, like official Antifa member,
signed by George Soros.
Yes, signed by George Soros for Henry Winkler, and the membership
Antifa
number
Super
is
Soldier.
161AAAAYE. So 161 A.
So fucking. That is so, like the best thing. Hey, look at that. We got some 1312s.
Yes, we did. So, wow, we got a lot. Someone named Lottie Blix. Only going to say that name correctly from now on.
Thank you.
Donated $13.12. Leftist Tech Support donated $13.12. Mind the Gap, $13.12, and a Ginger One with $4.20. Izzy Bear, are you in on this? Please.
Please? Yeah. I can A for these donos. I'm here for it.
Okay.
I was worried you were going to say dab, and I was going to tell you that's a high bar to meet for me.
Oh,
yeah. No. We need like a lot more.
My last dab cost my chat $10,000, and I'm not exaggerating.
Oh,
that's why I have the dab emo just in solidarity, so you never had to do it again. That's why I made it.
Okay, so all four of us have to give. What is it now? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 A's.
Oh my God.
Can we just do like one long 5-worthy A, or does it have to be 5 separate A's?
Well, you guys tell me. You folks tell me. Do you want 5-second A, or do you want 5 separate A's?
Do a long one.
Long one?
A.
One long A?
Are you going to count
one long
us
A,
in?
or a bunch of A-holes. 1, 2, 3. A! Okay.
I was counting in my head. That wasn't 5 seconds.
I did the account on my
Hey.
There you go. You got extra 5 A's from from Mark. There you go.
Hey, comrades, it's been a pleasure, but I do have to roll out.
Okay, thank you so much for talking with us, Mark.
Yes.
Everybody, if you haven't heard of this little book called The Anti-Fascist Handbook, it was written by this amazing person right here, Mark Bray. Please go check it out. You can. I put a link if you're watching on Google. I'll put a link in the description. If you're on Twitch, I'll put the link in the chat. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Oh, and
nice to meet you, Mark.
Or I followed you on Twitter, so if you want to hit me up about bones
and history, yes,
yeah, history,
right.
bones
and history.
Everyone watching, support the fundraiser. Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take care. That's cool.
Okay. Yeah.
Very cool.
All right, I'm gonna take the wheel from Breadbeard here because he just hit like a ton of getting you guys and begging for those donos. But come on, for me, this is pretty weak sauce. All right, I see like 6 donos, and that's good. That's good. We raised the bar. We're at 2,200 now. But chat, only 2,200? Come on. You can do better than that. There are almost 40 people in this room, and only like 6 donoed. Come on. Some of you have more, even if it's just that little bit, those little 420s. The $5 gang carries us to most goals. Literally enough for a coffee at Starbucks. Skip it that day. Go make coffee in your kitchen. It's a lot cheaper. Dig around in your couch. Scrounge up what you got. You can drop a dono, okay? If you've got it, drop it. Come on.
Drop it like it's hot. Straza, thank you. Yeah, I did 1312 twice, so that covers someone who couldn't. That's really nice.
Oh, nice.
I appreciate that. Yeah, that was super cool. Thanks for letting me chat with Mark. That was rad. It was nice.
No, thanks for both of you for coming on. I'm just a facilitator. I don't know what I'm doing here.
I feel bad, but until you said the book he wrote, I had no idea who he was, and I still haven't read that. But everybody knows I don't do the academic side of this. So it's not my cup of tea.
That was actually that was one of the primary reasons I wanted to pick his brain, because it's very weird to be an openly anti-fascist in academia. Like it's strange. Like I definitely keep it on the DL. I just don't talk about it. I mean, on campus, I do for sure.
I keep seeing more academia types that are going into the class reductionist line, and it's just making me hate the academia side of philosophy so much more.
Yeah. And it's because they really have to. They feel like they have to. There's politics, and a lot of politics and respectability in academia, right? And yeah, you don't want to be that guy.
Yeah, I feel like respectability politics is this idea of like Mark was saying, and it's also in his book, that playing to the lowest common denominator is a losing game. If you win, you've won the lowest common denominator.
Right.
You've won. Yeah. And we do have some more donations coming in.
Ooh, thank you. Hey, Dallas, thank you for the 666.
Yes, the Delilah Discord is $6.66.
Sorry, that's Dallas.
A_Ginger1 with $5.
Thank you.
Ginger is my sister, who I have radicalized to a leftist Twitch addict now.
Hell yeah. Nice. Welcome.
What kind of influence are you?
I know, right?
One of us.
One of us.
That's awesome.
I haven't watched that since I was very little. I was in my early 20s.
I don't know if I can watch
Does that hold up? Yeah. Does that?
Not a cult. Definitely.
I don't feel like it did.
I love Pixel's not a cult emote. I think that is the funniest thing ever. That is so brilliant.
What is it?
It's like a little puppet. What do you call it? Like the little wooden thing for a marionette with strings attached to the words free will.
That's great.
It's so good. Totally think for myself.
Oh, we got
smile and nod.
Or at least one.
Not a cult,
$3.50. Thank you so much. Yes, everybody, no matter what your donation ability is, every single bit helps, and 100% of proceeds will be going to the 11 anti-fascist prisoners, even the PayPal fees. I will cover those myself. So every single penny you said will be going. And
really quick, because I see a lot of names I don't recognize. If y'all don't know how this works, when you're running charity on Twitch, I happen to be pretty successful at it. That's why everyone likes me coming on or tries to bring me in or ask how to do some of these. Shaming the audience into paying. There's a lot of people who watch these that will pay more when you do so. But I'm always also very clear on the factor. If you don't have the money, don't give. Don't put yourself out. That would only create more problems. I'm only reaching out to the people who have it. And that's why I said in my shaming, if you have it, give. Yeah. So don't put yourselves out, and don't feel bad that I'm shaming chat. The only time it's okay to shame someone is when you're trying to help other people. All right.
Yeah, if it's gonna put you out and you're not gonna be able to eat, Don't do that. Don't do that.
It does no one any good to put another person in a place of suffering to try and ease another person. It's like, we still have someone in a place of suffering.
But one thing you can do if you don't have the funds is all of you have some kind of social media. Share this. If you're not able to share the stream for some reason, or you don't think people will watch, I think you should share it anyway, because it's a great place to come and ask questions and hang out. But you can share the stream link. You can share the link to the fundraiser on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, whatever you Zoomers use now, TikTok, whatever the TikToks. I know that sometimes you may think that you don't have that much of a following, or you'd say, I'm not popular enough, or I don't have as many, whatever. You never know. Just like throw it out there. You never know. It's always worth it to give it a shot. And you might have somebody who's just like on the fence, and this is the thing that brings the rat. Shut up. The TikToks. I'm old. Okay, leave me alone.
You can also pay with other social capital. Just hype chat. Hype when somebody donos. Hype when keep the content going. Ask questions. Keep the stream alive. That's something you can do, chat, for free.
Yeah.
And anyone thinking like, I don't have any social capital, I don't have any following or something like. I'm a tiny channel. I have less than 3,000 subs on YouTube. I opened this Twitch channel yesterday for this stream, and I have amazing people like this. I had we just talked with Mark Bray last night, or depending on earlier in the day for most of you. We had Jock Pau Freeman on, the OG, the person this day was originally made for.
That's so cool.
And I'm just extending, and then these people are extending with their power. That's how Signal Boost works. It's a blockchain.
Totally. And by the way, for future reference, I could probably DM this to you, but if you ever want to just like if you have, because you're good at organizing this stuff, if you have something like coordinated and organized, and you want to just like use my channel to do it, just because I know that when this sounds like I'm tooting my own horn, but when I post something and it shows up with my profile picture, people will see that because it's larger than the text, and they'll be like, oh, look, you're live. If you ever want to just use my channel for a fundraiser, you're welcome to do that.
Oh, okay, thanks.
As long as it's somewhat organized, because I am horrible at organizing fundraisers. I don't know the first thing. I can barely schedule my own life. So
oh, how I know that feeling.
Yeah.
I might even actually, this is a side note, want to talk to you about your disabilities in relation to mine offline sometime.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if it's not too personal, you can always ask me questions too, because I'm always open to even on stream. Yeah, because I'm always open to talk about it. To me, it's just so normal that it's just part of my everyday that I don't really think about it as much until people ask me. So sometimes I have to be prompted a little bit to talk about it. But totally. If you want to DM me about it, that's also cool.
All right, I'll do that. And in the meantime, not only do you get that great feeling in your fuzzy little heart, if you have a fuzzy little heart, actually, you should see a doctor. But
yeah, probably.
But you get that fuzzy feeling in your very normal gelatinous heart. Not only do you do that, but you get a chance to win one of these beautiful Support Antifa Prisoners t-shirts. Antīfa International has gifted us one, and I will personally buy one more.
That's not on. Is it on the screen?
Is it on the screen?
No.
Oh, I'm on the wrong.
Be careful with your Streamlabs. Also, there might be sensitive information on there. Be careful with sharing that.
Sorry, I got 2 windows or 2 monitors.
I have too many windows open.
Where is? Yeah, I've got all kinds of tabs open. Here we go. There we go. This amazing Support Antifa Prisoners t-shirt. Like I was saying, the Antīfa International is gifting us one to give away, and I will personally buy another one. I'll get your info after. We'll do a drawing in the last hour, just so we can get, or probably in the last 15 minutes, to get as many people in. Even if you're not in the last 15 minutes, I have your information here. We'll do the drawing.
I have a request for you to maybe make the last little. When are you ending, by the way? When is the stream over?
At midnight.
At midnight? Okay. Midnight Eastern?
Yes, yeah, Eastern.
Okay, so we have some time still. If you give me editor, or hang on, mod, what you have Streamlabs. If you could make me an editor for your Streamlabs, I can add some chat commands that link to that, and I can also make you a I think anyway. You'll probably have to add it in your OBS, but I can make you an alert, like a fun alert with sounds that pops up. Yeah,
that would be cool.
Because that definitely helps to hype it up.
It does.
There's like a giveaway, and also when when people donate, when it pops up on the screen, it's very exciting. It's a good feel, and yeah, people like the sparkly and fun.
If you do need any help figuring out Streamlabs and Streamlabs OBS, by the way, like I've taught plenty of other people and helped YouTubers transition over. So if you're trying to get any of that, feel free to poke me. I got you.
Izzy's probably a better person to ask because I'm horrible at explaining things. Like I know how to do it, but like me taking the information that I know and translating it to like something that you can understand is just that's a tough one.
Listen, if I can teach a boomer like Hassan Abi, I can teach anybody. Okay.
Yeah. Also, Super Boomer today is like the beginning of the end for Hassan. Now he's gonna be like a real boomer. He's got 1 year left of non even being like remotely not a boomer.
If you know him off camera at all, I'm telling you, he's a boomer. Okay, 16 hours in a Skype call and months to get him to finally install Discord.
Oh my god. Wait, can you grow into being a boomer though? Like I thought that would be.
You don't know how the internet works? Okay, once you're 30, you're a boomer.
Oh yeah, I know because I've been a boomer for quite a few years.
That's it immediately. So if somebody's birthday is tomorrow and they turn 30, they're a boomer now. That's just how it works.
Hassan's 29 today, so I mean he's already been a boomer for a while. I've seen people call like people who are like in their mid-20s boomer. You don't trust anyone over 30? Shut the fuck up. You know what?
Leftist tech support.
That hurts. Also, but what I did say, I gave I hopped over to Hassan's stream earlier just to give him a happy birthday wish. I just said, like real talk though, like you're 1 year away from the best years of your life because everything sucks before 30. After 30.
You can just go outside and yell at kids on your lawn.
You don't give a fuck. Like I cannot explain it. True. I'm always baffled by what something will happen, and I'm so used to having this physical or visceral response to something like upsetting me or say like somebody's talking shit about me. Before 30, I would have been like, let me see. I need to find out what they're saying. Now I'm just like, I don't care. And it's shocking. Anytime I don't care, I'm like, where's the caring? I'm trying to find it.
I got you.
Waiting for it to happen.
Where are these?
We can demonstrate. Yeah. I got you. We can demonstrate. Yo, chat. Yeah. I heard Lottie Blix is a bitch.
I am a bitch.
See? Doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah. I mean, but also it's you and I love you. So I'm over 30. That's all I'll say.
No, I've embraced the boom. Like right now, there was a time where like if I would not want to admit that like I don't really do streaming. I don't know StreamYard or Streamlabs, and there would be a time where I'd totally try to fake it until I made it, and I'd probably never make it. I'll just keep faking it.
But, I mean, that's what I do.
I came on with zero background or understanding and had to figure it all out. I grew up like homeless in my teenage years, and from there on until I joined the military, had no way to get housing again. So I missed that whole my generation living on a computer and understanding everything phase. Right. What I did know was very limited. And when it came to streaming, I knew absolutely nothing. And I learned that there's not good tutorials out there. It's all like rocket science and you have to already understand so much that I had no idea to. So I learned how, and then I started like giving little lessons to other people who would come in my stream and ask questions. And then I started hosting entire streams, just teaching people how to stream. And then I found Hassan with 13 viewers and no idea what he was doing. And I was like, you should have thousands. What is wrong with you? And then finally got him to trust me, and I was like, mod me, let's do this. And boom, now you all see him like every day at like what, 15-20K.
He still boomers out though. He still does it. Like every time I pop in there which isn't that often, so that goes to say he does something and has to say, oh, I'm a boomer. It's
bad. You all have no idea. Behind the scenes is 10 times worse. No idea.
If I usually just bug American Johnson because I know him offline, and I'm sure I've just driven him crazy because I just constantly am like if
trying to help him?
To get this. No, for me the other way. Getting this, I didn't know how to do this.
Well, he did. Okay, so Monk was the one who had to teach EJ what the hell, because EJ was just like, I don't know how this shit works. Like, I had
this
no idea.
this is an admission of how bad off I am. Like,
How many?
no
over
offense,
30?
EJ, if you're
I'm not
watching.
telling.
Like, the fact
Love
that
you, EJ.
Yeah, so it sounds like you could use it. If you do need any help or have any questions, please, you know how to get a hold of me. I don't have any problem taking that time.
Thank you so much. I will definitely I will capitalize on that. By the way, shout out solidarity to another prisoner, a stream prisoner, American Johnson.
Oh yes.
Thanks to said Trevor Noah being a dickwad.
Yeah.
Yeah. So hopefully America would have been on with us on this stream as well, but he can't. He did have. So Luna came on.
Nice. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Wait, did EJ catch a ban?
Yeah, he's got a stream ban on YouTube because he played a Trevor Noah's production company.
DMCA'd everybody. Yeah, I guess he got hit in that. I didn't know. Oh shit.
Yeah. So he's still waiting to hear back on that. I mean, it was 100% under fair use. It was critique. Oh god,
this is why we hate intellectual property rights. This is
Yep. It's ridiculous. That's super unfair. It just whatever. I was gonna go off on a tangent. Also, that's really funny. Leftist tech support. I walked Boomer Vosh through an 8-hour PC build stream. I didn't realize that I think I had this realization like a year ago when you came into my chat and like helped me figure something out, that you actually are leftist tech support, like quite literally. That's not just like a cool, fun name. You want a DMCA parody to the tune of YMCA? DMCA.
And then you would get a DMCA for your DMCA parody to YMCA.
From whoever owns the rights to YMCA.
You want to know something really funny? So Twitch obviously isn't yet, fingers crossed, isn't yet as bad as YouTube. But I've made one TikTok. I've done the TikToks once, one time. And I played the video on Twitch. Here, I'll link you. Maybe you can. Well, if we talk over it, it won't get muted. But here, I'm putting it in the chat here.
Remember that I'm also streaming to YouTube right now.
Oh, it'll be fine. It's just we'll be talking over it. But I am shocked because this part got muted and it's super super funny. I don't know if you can play it on the stream.
Yeah, I can.
My one and only TikTok.
I'm being extra cautious to make sure I got the right screen this time.
You claim to be a 30-year-old plus boomer, but you're a talker, huh? Mm-hmm. We see through you, Lottie.
What now? Oh, a TikTok. Is that what they call them? They're called talkers?
That was just the most boomer version of describing it I could think of.
Okay, so I'm gonna talk over this so that it doesn't, but like Twitch it's not a DMCA, but Twitch muted me because the USSR anthem is playing in the background. What? But like, isn't that the point of TikTok though? Where you have like, I was Stalin, by the way.
That's horrifying as well.
I'm mostly just like trying to figure out how the USSR anthem gets like to towing the line of a DMCA.
Right?
That like, is just the most ironic thought that could ever pass through someone's mind. Is that the USSR national anthem? Copyright that mother.
Like, I couldn't believe it. I went through my VOD and I was like, what the hell? Because it said, when you go through your VOD on Twitch, it tells you if something was muted. And that's their way of dealing with it. Just, when you go back, the sound is muted. So I went back through my VOD and I'm like, I wonder what it was. And I go to the point and it's me playing my fucking TikTok. And I'm like, are you fucking shitting me? They muted the USSR national anthem. The other thing they muted too was, Twitch Sings has songs on it that are supposed to be licensed, right? Like you're supposed to be, they're the ones that they're on there because those are the ones that you can do on Twitch. But they mute all the Queen songs. If you sing any Queen on Twitch Sings, it'll get muted in your VOD. And I'm like, what is the point? Like, why?
Would Freddie be okay with this? Is what I want.
No, Freddie would not be okay.
What would Freddie do?
I have this wild theory in my head, and I'm so curious. I keep towing the line because of all the discourse around ICP and everyone learning that juggalos have been comrades this whole time. To me, someone who like my anti-racist ideology actually stemmed from the de-radicalization work they did when I came out of being raised in a white supremacist household. So to me,
really?
This was no shocker.
Yeah, this wasn't a shock to me.
Like
either.
I've been to the gathering 5 times. I have the autographs. I have merch. I'm like, yeah, I was deep in that rabbit
I've almost gone. I should have gone.
It's wonderful.
I've heard that's great. I want
it's the first place I've seen safe injection sites that were just run by people not by actors.
That's what I heard.
It's wonderful. But like I have this theory in my head that they own their own company, Psychopathic Records, and I would be willing to bet everything I have they have never fucking DMCA'd somebody who's just like using their shit for something casual. And I'm so tempted to just start introing my stream with ICP songs.
You should.
And if I get DMCA'd, just at Shaggy Two Dope and be like, what the fuck is this, bro?
Well, the problem is, here's the problem. So I have played my friend's music on my stream and had it get muted. It's been muted. It's not their fault. It's the record company, and they honestly can't do shit about it. Oh, but you said they own their own. Right.
Yeah, so they would have to do it themselves.
I will tell you from experience of being close to somebody who was in a really very well-known famous band. Record companies are actually Satan. They're actually Satan.
True.
No, they're evil. They're
look at Britney
evil.
Spears, 30 Seconds to Mars, Kesha, NWA. This list literally goes on for years.
Yeah, that's just like the high profile stuff. I'm talking about just like the ridiculous contracts they end up having to agree to, and like how much fucking money the record label leeches off of them. Okay, so I can't say what band it is, but like I dated someone who was in a band that was pretty well known. But they're huge. They sell out whole fucking like massive venues. They do like year plus long worldwide tours. That was actually part of their contract too, is that they had to tour for a year straight. No breaks that were longer than like 2 or 3 days. So they'd have to like fly back from like Australia to Los Angeles on their days off, and then they basically get there, be there for like 5 minutes, water their plants, and like have to leave again. But they're broke. Like they're not playing in this band anymore. They've got other things going on, but like they're broke. They don't have money. They're not balling. It's the record labels just took all the money and are like, cool, now you can just like, when you're done making music, just be poor. So I don't think people realize that like, I think they think that if a band is quote unquote famous, they're also rich. That's not the case, but nobody talks about it. That's
like the decline of like one of my favorite ones to talk about is 30 Seconds to Mars, because so many people don't know the extremes that went to. Like if you actually think of 30 Seconds to Mars at like the peak emo culture, they were doing things no one else had ever done. They shot a music video in like a sacred city in China, shot one literally in the Arctic Circle. Every song they released was a #1 hit, like topping the Billboard charts. They should have been one of the biggest names.
Don't even know anything about that.
And they made like next to nothing. They were broke, kept in like shitty rundown motels, dragged into the ground, and eventually were in debt from touring. And it's unbelievable. And like this huge, like monstrous trail that followed. And then Jared Leto became like a shitty person. Everyone now knows him as the Joker that they all hate, and they should talk what like a terrible human he is on the side. But before those days, like they were all just massively raked over the coals and just destroyed. They made millions of dollars worth of profit and content and got next to nothing for it. Britney Spears is a literal prisoner in modern day. It's wild.
It's funny. Like I've never heard 30 Seconds to Mars that I know of. Ironically, the only way that I knew about them was through the band, like the people the person that I was dating, because they used to make fun of them all the time. They're just like, oh, the other band with Mars that people. Words anyway. But anyway, wow, that's wild.
As a segue, we got one more donation a while back that I haven't set off. Neo with the lid off. Thank you so much for the $9.32 with a message of solidarity. Thank you so much. And also, Firebird, I didn't read your message of when you donated $3.50 that said, here's $3.50.
I'm gonna need about $3.50, chat.
Thank you so much. So originally I didn't know how well this fundraiser was going to go. I only set the goal at $500. to start off with.
Yeah.
Over quadruple that. So
Yeah,
I am
that's
super
amazing.
stoked about that. There's still so much more that there's never going to be enough, of course, until they are free. So anything anyone out there who hasn't donated can donate, please do. The phrase that I've been repeating that came from Antīfa International is they're in there for us. So we need to be out here for them.
Totally.
Absolutely true.
And, as a matter of fact, I don't know if, I'm sure Walter wouldn't have a problem with me plugging this, but, you can do, I absolutely highly recommend doing a donation for this specific event. They do it every year. It's an international, annual event, because we always have, prisoners who, or people who are incarcerated for doing anti-fascist work. Alternatively, or additionally to, if you do a donation today, and if you want to stay connected, Antīfa International has a defense fund that you can sign up to be a monthly donor. You can make a one-time donation, and you can get some really cool swag. You can get this T-shirt that both Beard and I are wearing, or my Adidas. I have an Adidas T-shirt. Actually, I bought that one, but I have handfuls of massive handfuls of stickers, buttons, all kinds of stuff. And the coolest part, in my opinion, is that when you donate, even if you donate $5, you get put on a mailing list, and you get to help decide where the funds are allocated and how they're used. So anytime there's a proposal, it comes in, and Antīfa International, looks at it, and then they put it out to all the people in the mailing list. And they say, these are the circumstances. This is what's going on, and they're requesting this much, which will be X number of dollars out of our fund. And what does everyone think? And they do a consensus-based model where they, if anyone has any objections or additional comments to make, they do that. And then most of the time, I have seen it go, I've seen people actually shoot down, with very good reasons, applications for, there's some where we have to kind of prioritize sometimes, right?
And usually, thankfully, a lot of times it's because the people of if they already have a fundraiser that's been met, then that disqualifies them. Yeah. Not that they maybe don't need more, deserve more, but there's other people that kind of take priority.
Exactly. Yeah. Which is nice. It's really nice to see that, someone will be like, oh, they've got a fundraiser up already, and they've gotten quite a bit of support. Meanwhile, and they've helped people internationally. Yesterday, Walter was telling us about. I'm trying to remember the story, but I think it was a guy in Russia who was trying to be reunited with his family after basically facing imprisonment and all kinds of shit. And they managed to get him out of the country, and I think helped set him up with I think we've helped set people up with housing, or first month's rent, and rent for money for food and things like that, just to get them to provide that support for people who are out there doing the work to protect us.
And not only, by the way, they are technically the defense fund, and that's their job, and that's what if you become a decisions committee. I can't remember if you said it, to become a decisions committee member, all you have to do is donate $20, even just a one-time.
Oh, is it 20? Oh, I thought it was any amount. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's $20 now, at least.
That's fair. Yeah.
While we're talking about this org and everything that they do, it would be pretty great if we made it to where other leftists could easier raise for them. So you said you had one of the lead guys on yesterday.
Yeah, Walter, the admin for Antīfa.
If you put him in touch with me, I will help get them put on Tiltify and make it easier for streamers to raise for them without any fees coming out of PayPal, without people like you covering out of pocket. I've done it with 6 other nonprofits at this point already.
I'm a boomer. I just realized I figured out how Tiltify works recently, but I was in touch with Walter for doing we were going to actually do a fundraiser, a big one, about a year ago, and then things got a little heated with trolls and stuff. I had some heat put on me, and I was like, you know what, I don't want to do this fundraiser right in the midst of having a bunch of right-wing, trolls, because it'll just end up being a nightmare. But it did not even occur to me to do Tiltify.
If you get them on Tiltify, it opens up a lot of venues. 1, other people can search and find them themselves. 2, PayPal has a deal with Tiltify where they take their fees out of what PayPal takes out. So PayPal doesn't double charge, and Tiltify doesn't charge. Tiltify takes from PayPal, not from what you've raised. So less is being dipped out for the capitalist org, and more is going to the nonprofit, as well as it takes all of that that weight and seriousness off of you raising for them and handing the money yourself, and then
I can't believe I didn't
the burden of a streamer paying the extra fees to cover,
like, having to do it all he did and accept like
fuck.
How long did it take him again? Tell the story.
Like,
tell the story.
Almost
because
a full week. So one of my biggest events was setting up the Shakespeare stream for Philosophy Tube. It was an amazing and wonderful moment in my career so far. I loved every horrible, torturous moment of it. But everything that myself and Alice Quinn Rose suffered as the producers, on-site and off-site producers, pales in comparison to the factor that from every non-UK donor, Ollie had to sit at his PayPal and manually click accept on the donation for it to transfer the amount.
Oh my!
And the funny thing is, to keep the hype up, people like myself and others were donating. Instead of donating just one huge chunk, I was trying to keep the hype going. So I was donating, like I donated hundreds of dollars in like $1 and $2 amounts, or like $4.20 or like whatever, $13.12. And 666, thousands of them. And it took them a week?
Yeah, over a week.
Contributed their pain.
It was horrible. But you can avoid things like that with Tiltify. So if you've ever got an org that you want to get on Tiltify, just hit me up. I already know Tiltify staff really well, and I know how to work with nonprofits. I'm on the steering committee of one, board of another. Like I've onloaded multiple, and I will do the same for groups like this. So
we need to get the Wet'suwet'en, the Unistoten camp on there.
If they're a licensed nonprofit, it shouldn't be too hard.
I can't see why they wouldn't be licensed, but that's a little tricky in Canada. There's some weird bureaucracy when it comes to being licensed.
Yep, being a legal 501c3 comes with a lot of hoops to jump through. Some people don't put in all of that. They find other legal routes. To my knowledge, Tiltify's current language in the bylaws only lets them work with 501c3s to guarantee they're doing non-profit work, because that's how the taxes have to be filed. But I think that they would have better routes. So if you have an organization, I can at least make the connection and see if it's possible and see what Tiltify can do.
Right.
Yeah, I'll do that with Defense Fund as well. Speaking of which,
it's not.
Well, right now I would prefer you specifically donate to this stream goal, specifically for these 11 prisoners, just to make sure they get as much as we can. But in general, after this, whenever, definitely donate to the Defense Fund and become a member, because that's also it's a powerful thing, not only for helping other people, but for yourself, the feeling of being active and being a part of it, even because especially for people that can't go out and do anything out on the streets, that is very powerful. And I will I keep losing everything.
It's definitely good to do the donations today for sure, because those are going directly towards this concerted effort, but throughout the year as well, like keeping that fund up, because there's been times where I've watched the fund go up and down depending on what people need. So they're that may be gone in like 2 days, depending on a request could come in, especially from somebody who's in really dire circumstances, legal fees, bail, et cetera, et cetera. Sometimes it's housing, helping to set people up with housing again, first and last month's rent sometimes. So it's good. It's good to keep that up. I highly recommend it. It's fun. It's super fun.
Yeah, it is. It's a great feeling. And not only, by the way, because I've talked with quite a few recipients of these funds.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I've talked with Star, who had both her spine their spine broken in the Charlottesville attack. Yvette Fralarca, who's pretty famous as the teacher from Berkeley who was punched a Nazi, and is one of the founding members, or at least one of the admins of BAM, By Any Means Necessary, which is a great organization.
Cool.
Jacques Paul Freeman, who we talked again with earlier today, just amazing person. Not only was arrested for saving the life of a Roma boy, and unfortunately in self-defense he killed the Nazi who was lynching one of the Nazis who were lynching the Roma boy. Went to prison as an Australian person.
You cut out a little bit there.
Am I here? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you just got a little muffled there. So wait, I didn't even
So-
know that.
So the quick story about Jacques Paul Freeman is astounding. Jacques Paul Freeman is who this originally in 2014. This day was called Day of Solidarity with Jacques Paul Freeman, and then after he finally got out a year and a half ago, they changed it to with all Antifa prisoners. He was on. Here, I'll take this away for just a minute. I'll tell this. He was on vacation. He was backpacking. He's Australian, backpacking through Europe, and he was in Bulgaria and Sofia. And while out for a night, he came across a bunch of neo-Nazis lynching a Roma boy. If anyone out in the stream doesn't know, Roma are the people that are often now referred to as gypsy. By the way, unless they specifically tell you that they're okay with that, don't call them that. It's usually a
And don't say gypped. I know a lot of people don't know that. That's like,
a lot of people don't realize that comes from that, and it's so bad. So much of our slang and modern language comes from horrible places that we don't even know we're doing.
It was actually a friend of mine who's Romani who told me that, and I was like, what the fuck? I never even thought about it.
Yeah, there's even things. There's like I said before. I do blues dancing, and like one of my favorite genres of music is called gypsy jazz. Oh, and there's no other name for it.
It's a great genre, but God. When you know where it came from, you're like, oh fuck.
Yeah. So
he
anyways,
came. They were lynching.
They were lynching him. They almost definitely would have killed this boy. And so he stepped in. He had a knife on him. He pulled it out as protecting. Then they rushed him, and one of them fell on top of him, and he stabbed the guy, and he died. The neo-Nazi who died was his father was super high up in the government. He actually ended up being an MP after his incarceration. So made sure that all the footage that exonerated Jacques was withheld until long after the trial.
Oh wow!
It just completely ran against him. He was telling me last night, I didn't know actually, is that Facebook really helped him out. Coincidentally,
what?
Social media, Facebook doesn't get any credit specifically to this company. They took his passport.
Yeah.
And no one in Australia, the Australian media kind of caught on to this, and they were basically the only information they were getting was what was coming out from the officials.
Of course.
Oh no, I'm sorry. So they took his passport afterwards, but before that, before he actually went to trial, they said he was traveling without a passport, and that's why they were holding him and all these other kind of trumped up things. And he was just like he was drunk and he was on drugs and doing.
Of course, yeah, they can say whatever they want.
Yeah, exactly. But that's all the information Australia and the international community was getting. And he finally, and he didn't know, so he finally someone contacted him, and he went on like Facebook Live or something to show like, this is my passport. I have a passport.
Ooh, oh my
but anyways,
God.
So some of the most amazing stuff is. So he told me he spent 4 months straight in confinement, which is, it's tantamount to torture. Solitary is psychological torture. And he during this time there, he started up the first ever Bulgarian Prisoners Association, which he still runs now. And that's what he does most of his work with now.
Amazing. Yeah. He's like, if you got lemons, make lemonade, right? Yeah. I guess
And he didn't speak Bulgarian, by the way. And if anyone caught him when we were talking, he does not sound Australian. He sounds like a Bulgarian person, like with this.
So he lives there now?
Accent. He can't. Oh, so we're not finished.
Sorry. Oh, okay.
No, it's a valid consideration, but this is how fucked it gets. So he told me it took 2 years to get the paperwork for the Prisoner Association, because he had to figure out the legality of it with like the one book and the like old crusty library they had.
Yeah.
And then he had to get it translated into Bulgarian. He didn't speak Bulgarian, so he had there was this other inmate who was also in solitary, and he would literally walk by the door and like slip something to him, and they would go back and forth like that for 2 years to get this translation and all the paperwork ready. God. It's amazing.
Human beings are incredible, honestly. We can be horrifying, but we can also I'm just, I mean, that's what I study, right? Like I study not so much human, or not so much cultural evolution of Homo sapiens, but like that is part of it. But the things that humans do and can do, like when people say that innovation would stop it without, like we wouldn't have innovation without capitalism. Come on, that's ridiculous. Yeah. So
he did not profit from this. As a matter of fact, he lost a lot in it.
No kidding.
And so they formed the first in Bulgarian history in like 100 and some years of modern Bulgarian nation.
Wow.
So they're donation based. They started getting donations in, and it was normal. They like the prison guards would beat prisoners that don't have high connections or already have lawyers on their side. And so what they would do is they use this funds to start getting lawyers, and it threw the whole thing up on end. That like, so prison guards would beat one of the inmates, and then the inmate would tell Jock or the association. They would go get a lawyer. So the next day, like this idea that they beat someone, and then they're like, "Oh, I would like you to speak to my lawyer."
My God. Like, oh my God, that is so cool.
Yeah, and he's still doing it now.
so fucking cool.
He got out. He finally, after enough international pressure, they released him a year and a half ago on parole. They literally like let him out, and like less than a kilometer away, they started trying to try to make up something that like. He told me the last interview I had, it's like they tried to say false to say it was a prison break or something and drag him right back in, and like started like
after letting him out, and they're just like, oh, actually you broke out.
Yeah. And so now they're still withholding his passport. He's stateless.
Oh my God.
And they're trying to put him right back in prison. And he can't get a job. No one will hire him. He doesn't have any paperwork. He can't leave. It's
That's why I can't believe So I was like super involved in all of this stuff in 2014. Somehow this just was like flew right out of my radar, I guess. Like I just
it might have been more of an international thing than the Americas.
Maybe. Yeah. I don't know. Like the thing about anti-fascist work in Canada, we tend to focus a lot more on stuff that doesn't get internet or doesn't get American news coverage, right? Yep. So stuff either in Canada or elsewhere in the world. So I'm actually like that. I find it super surprising. I recognize his face. Like I've seen photos of him, but I probably just scrolled past it or something. I don't even know. But I'm surprised that wasn't like right in my, sight. I guess at the time. That is wild. And
he's a genuinely like just huge-hearted person, which again, all of these people, like what they've done for other people, and the reason why they're paying. I hate paying because it sounds like they deserve it, but they're suffering for this.
Yeah,
is they all have huge hearts. Speaking of which, we got another donation from Cursey Boo, Cursey Boo, for $41.52. Thank you. That is a great donation.
Nice.
We are very quickly approaching the $2,500 mark, and we still have 3.5 hours to go, at least before the stream will end. So, that is excellent of all of you, and I hope anyone else out there can contribute as well. What I was going to show you earlier is
really quick. If I can tap in right before you do, I'm actually going to go ahead and take my leave. It was awesome being on. Thanks for having me. You're doing an amazing job. Keep it up.
Thanks for coming.
All right. Thank you for coming on. Thank you for your help, and thank you for all
you're
doing.
Can I get some bricks in chat, please?
Lottie, always nice to see you, boo.
Likewise. It's always a pleasure.
Chat, I love you. Keep donating, and I'll catch y'all later. Have a good one.
Take care.
Right. Thanks, Izzy.
Bye.
This is the International Anti-Fascist Defense Fund. We've really got to talk to them about workshopping their branding, because the International Anti-Fascist Defense Fund, the International Day of Solidarity with Anti-Fascist Prisoners.
It's a little long. Yeah, totally. I can message. I know someone who would probably be a bit. Well, I'm not that Walter wouldn't be amenable to that, but I know someone who might have some better one of their peeps who might have some better suggestions, because that's kind of his jam. Yeah.
But at least it is straightforward. You know exactly what it's about.
It is. Yeah.
But here's some of the swag you can get. If you don't want to straight donate, you can also purchase things. You can get these cool pins.
Yeah.
There's the Adidas, the old school Adidas one. Let me see. Here's the new school one over here.
I think think I misplaced my. I got a bunch of new pins recently from them.
Oh, nice.
Because I ended up I had a ton of those, and people like lost their minds over the Adidas pins.
They also have the stickers.
Yeah, and I've got the ton of the stickers. Now I got the shirt to go with it. What the hell is it?
You are swagged out.
Oh, I have honestly, I have so much stuff because I donate fairly regularly. And I mean, these stickers are great because I haven't done it this year because of COVID, but I usually go around in the summer and I slap those up everywhere, all over the city. Like you cannot escape them.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't know where my pin is. Weird.
Tell you what, because I actually ordered a set of stickers, 2 sets of stickers a while back. They got disappeared into the ether, the international mail ether during COVID. Yeah. So I talked to them on Twitter, and they're going to send them to me again. So this is what I'll do. Let's say the next 10 minutes, the first person to donate over $5 in the next 10 minutes, I will send you a pack of stickers.
Ooh,
how about
nice.
That? All right.
Nice.
The very next person to donate over $5 within the next 10 minutes, I will send you a pack of stickers. I think I might have another one. I might do it again a little later.
That's great.
Outside of that, yeah, you can go get them yourself. But go ahead.
Also, the other good. Do you have a link to the T-shirts? Because for some reason I can't find it. Yeah,
that's this right here. This is with the T-shirts.
Oh no, no, sorry. The
new one.
Yeah, yes. The new one. For some reason I can't find it on Bonfire.
Yeah, it's just support-Antifa-prisoners. But I will put it in the chat.
Thank you.
Put it in the public chat.
I know one thing. I always say Antīfa International Defense Fund. I find that that's a little bit shorter and easier to say.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know why they don't just go with that one. That'd be good.
I think that might be Walter right there, actually.
Oh, possibly. This is a really nice shirt, by the way. It is so nice. It's really soft.
It is great quality.
Yeah, the one I got, the new one, the Adidas one that I got is really, really nice. Oh, we got a dono.
Yeah.
Nice.
Let's see who is getting the stickers as soon as my Streamlabs refreshes. Mittnerd 36 with $6.66. Very nice. And you get a stack of stickers, a sticker stack of stickers.
A sticker stack or a stack of stickers.
Okay. So I have your contact info from the payment. After the stream, because it'd be cumbersome to do it right now. I will send you a message and get your address, and I will mail them out to you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. That's great.
Yeah, and everyone else still gets. Send Seditious Stands a stack of stickers.
Oh my god, that was fast too. Holy crap!
Send Seditious Stands a stack of stickers.
Amazing.
I do a lot of tongue twisters with my students.
Oh, I'm so bad at them. Like I'm really bad at them.
Like the Betty Butter, Betty Butter bought some butter, but the butter was too bitter, so Betty bought a butter.
My ADHD brain just broke. I'm telling you, that was too much. Oh, what is this?
Oh, I've got full on ADHD, but I still do it. What's that?
Oh, so Middle Earth Marks has just sent a clip. What is this? Henry Winkling.
Cautious mosquito, not like this. Is that what you're saying?
That's so funny. The random link names that are generated. Yeah, that's the one. Cautious mosquito, not like this. That's absolutely hilarious.
Well, the problem with Streamlabs or StreamYard is I cannot copy this because when I click on a link, when I click on a message, it just comes up like that.
Do you want me to copy it and post it in StreamYard for you?
Actually, yeah, that'd be faster.
Got it.
What are we looking at here? Did you already open it?
It's a clip. Oh, it's a clip from earlier.
Oh, from earlier. Which one?
What not sure yet.
Oh, is it from what I just said? Oh no, that's okay. That's safe.
Is it okay?
I wanted to check it first. Fuck. Yeah, here I'll let everyone enjoy that little. One, two.
Oh my god.
Hey.
Oh dear.
Right. There is a solid 5-second in perpetuity for anyone.
That's amazing. Yeah, you just gotta loop it and we're good, right?
Yeah.
That's so funny.
That's great.
I can't get over the card thing. Like That's brilliant. I want a card now. There's two things that
I
want.
the Henry Winkler card. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I actually do want a membership card. I thought of making one before, but it was like
you
made it on like a piece of paper. No, but I want one. I want one from Antīfa International. I want them to send it to me. I want that and a fan cam. That's how I'll know that I've made it. Somebody sends me a card, an actual like membership card, and if someone makes a fan cam for me, that's how I'll the imposter syndrome will just melt away.
There you go. Do it for Lottie's mental stability.
Yes,
or emotional
thank you.
stability. And just an update for everyone who's sticking around, which is everyone. Yes, good. I'm glad. We just had Mark Bray and Izzy Bear with us right now. Of course, we have the wonderful Lottie Blix. At 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, all these times at Eastern Standard, we will have the Socialist Rifle Association coming on to talk about the ever more important, exponentially growing importance recently of self-protection and self-defense. But you good?
We got a raid.
Oh, did we? Oh, that's
you wouldn't know because you don't have an alert.
Well, no, StreamYard doesn't show me any of that.
Okay. Hey, Chud Logic, thank you for the raid. 55 people. Welcome, everybody.
Welcome.
Super hyped to have you.
Well, I'm glad I'm going over who's coming on then for the people coming that are joining us right now. Thanks, Chuds.
Might want to start over and give them the spiel about what this is all about.
So we are currently on hour 25, almost hour 25.
Nice.
Of a 28-hour stream, showing for the June 25th Day of Solidarity with Antīfa International Day of Solidarity with Antifa prisoners.
Yeah.
We are currently raising funds to go directly to 11 anti-fascist prisoners in USA, Spain, and Russia. And yeah, this money goes directly to them, every single penny. I'm going to even pay the PayPal fees. This goes to pay their commissaries, to get them everyday things like soap, sanitary napkins, toilet paper, things to help them keep feeling human in an environment purpose built to dehumanize them. So yeah, every single penny is going to go to them. We are trying to hit. We originally had a goal of 500. We are almost at 2,500. So
nice. It's amazing. We're so close.
We are.
We're so close.
Happen. Also, where is? Oh, I've got so many tabs open now. All right, you can also get a chance to win one of these. We will be giving away 2 of these in the last 15 minutes of the stream. So like 11, sometime after 11:30 Eastern Standard Time.
Are you doing a giveaway for anybody who's donated, right?
Anybody who's donated. We decided. We decided earlier that we're people that donated more than once. We're just going to put it in by name because I want to make sure everyone. I don't want it to be based on your income or I want everyone to have the equal.
There's actually app I can show you. There's an app that you can use for it, like an extension for Twitch or from Streamlabs that you can use for giveaways. It just randomizes. Awesome. Yeah,
that sounds good.
Oh, and thank you.
We just got another donation.
Big dono.
Yes.
Thank you so much. A big dono, a real big dono.
Oh, Alana Montero. Yes, you talked last night earlier for you about donating. Thank you so much. With $50, bringing us so close. And we have another one from Irish Polak. Polak again. $55.
Thank you.
That's amazing. Irish Polak says, "Let's end fascism." Let's.
Hell yeah. Let us
and tomatoes.
Well, we're working on it. And the people that are currently incarcerated, they've been doing that work for us. They've been out there doing the real hard work. That not that doing stuff on the streets is necessarily better, but it's a necessary aspect. So if you're the person who's better at doing behind the scenes kind of stuff, that's great. But we have a diversity of tactics, right? And so if the people who are out there willing to put themselves on the line end up in prison, we have to be able to support them. Like a union. Hey, touring news.
Yeah,
Thanks for following. Like, yeah.
Someone could say it's almost like saying each according to their ability, to each according to their need.
Yep, that's exactly it.
And you know who? Someone else who could speak on these aspects is the amazing Walter of Antīfa International.
Hi guys.
Are you back? Ah, hi.
Yeah,
You're back.
Please stay away.
Aw, welcome.
I don't know how to quit you.
I can't quit you.
I can't quit you. Thank you. Thank you. How you guys doing?
Doing great.
Really good.
I'm so impressed. This is like hour 25 for you after like a short couple hour nap. I thought you'd have like a headband on and be like chugging the power drinks.
Well, that's the thing is, yeah, I'm very adapted to power naps. But I will. So like right now, I don't feel really tired at all, even though I only got 2 hours. But like right after I finish, I'll be like, oh, let me close my eyes for a second, and I'll wake up tomorrow.
Yeah, that's totally fair. I get that. I wanted, before you guys, you've got some pretty awesome guests coming up, but so much has happened in the since we last talked last night that I wanted to like tell you guys about. Just in terms of like anti-fascism in general. Is that cool?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so. Sorry, I'm speaking for you. I'm just like, I'm ready.
No, I mean,
my body is ready.
Okay, so first of all, let me see if I can get where are you here? Hang on a second. First off, so I am a member, as is a friend of yours, Lottie,
yes,
of a London football club, which you went near soccer.
Are they?
The Clapton Community Football Club.
Which one? Sorry.
The Clapton Community Football Club. It's one of London's oldest football clubs. It was home to the first professional black football player in England.
Oh, cool.
And its fans, the Clapton Ultras, basically decided to basically start their own club 2 years ago. They're famous. So in our first year, it's great because it's explicitly anti-fascist.
I only know about St. Pauli. That's the only one I know.
Oh, this you'll want to join this one after.
Are they way bigger? Oh, there's a St. Pauli chapter here.
St. Pauli is like the top of the anti-fascist list, right? But what's great about this is it's run by the members. So like we decided on everything, what the uniforms would look like, who the coaches were going to be, what we're going to call our stadium, the whole thing, right?
That's amazing.
Yeah, so I want to tell you about the story. So what happened is when we were deciding on the uniforms, and maybe I can share a screen and get this on. We picked a uniform that was done in tribute to the Spanish anti-fascists that fought in the Spanish Civil War.
Oh wow!
I don't know. Are you seeing that now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, cool!
Right, it's super dope. The back says "No Pasarán" on it.
Oh, great.
Okay, I need this immediately. I need this immediately.
Right? So we thought we'd sell like 250 of them, maybe.
Wow,
that'd be good. That'd be good, right? After our first match, which was 2 years ago, it went out. There's a story about us in The Guardian. It got out to Spain. We sold like 15,000 jerseys.
Oh my God!
Wow.
That's amazing.
That's what it's saying. We have 1,400 members all over the world now. And the reason I'm bringing this up today is, and the teams run completely democratically, right? It's so cool. I think it's done by consensus and democratic vote, and we have it's really something I'm very proud of. We won the league in our first season, but because yesterday I woke up, the day before this whole thing, I was getting pretty excited about it. To this news is that we now own the oldest football ground in London, England.
What? Oh my God!
Wow. There was another team that we split from because they're being run by sort of a con man, really, and he had a lease on that place. And after we took all the fans away, he couldn't pay the lease anymore. So we applied for the lease, and the owner said, "Well, maybe you want to take it over from us."
Oh wow!
So it's an anti-fascist football club. Please look it up. Clapton Community Football Club.
Okay, I'm looking it up.
Clapton.
If you have a link to, you can drop it in the stream yard, and I'll post it.
That's where my sweet masks are coming from, by the way.
I was wondering. I was like, that is a really cool mask, and somebody else that mentioned too. That's a
Yeah, I think I got is Clapton CFC.co.uk. Is that sound right?
The one.
Put that in the chat.
Also, Hugh man, thank you for the $20.
Yeah. I'm loving that name.
Close.
Yeah, Hugh, man.
We're so
Hugh,
close
man,
to 2,500.
I can feel it. I can feel
close.
it.
Oh, also, really quick, just I forgot. So out of the perks, not only can you get a chance to win one of 2 shirts we'll be giving away, one from, and 2 shirts we have total. Also, I forgot to mention Camazotz Altar, if you know another streamer, has said anyone who donates over $5 will get a $10 discount from his merch store.
Ooh,
So
you should show Camazotz's shirts are so good.
Yeah.
They're so freaking good.
That's super cool.
Yeah.
I don't remember I gotta find the.
I need to make t-shirts, but I gotta find it. I don't want to. I'm so tired of doing digital art. I gotta find someone else to do it for me. Also, if I drew something myself and it was like immortalized and on a t-shirt, I would have to look at it all the time and I'd be very upset. I'd hate it.
So
wow, that is so cool though.
So we've got. I think there's 2 shirts available right now. So this is the trans rights one.
Yeah, with the Bulbasaur.
That is
Bulbasaur here and Camazotz over here. So a transazotz.
And the trans flag like coming out of the Molotov.
Yeah, exactly.
I love it. It's so amazing. Good. Yeah.
And then there's also the original one. Looks like this, which is yeah, we broke, yeah, we mad, yeah, we do crime all day.
I love this shirt so much. I fucking love it. I love it.
But yeah, so he said he would give a $5 discount. Or sorry, a $10 discount for anyone who donates over $5.
Nice.
So we'll also send that out to everybody.
Was it sweet?
The stream is over.
Hey, do you guys want to see a bunch of anti-racist skinheads chasing a gun-wielding maniac out of a Black Lives Matter protest?
What? No.
When did that happen?
This happened yesterday in Gresham, Oregon.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna get it.
Yeah, you got a video.
Yeah, I think I do. I can't see the share screen. Hang on, let me try this again. Yeah, share. So I don't the music there's no is this it? Yeah, this is it. Can you guys see this okay? Can you hear that?
Yeah, we hear it.
It's just a special AK if you have a shirt. So this guy in the blue shirt was waving a gun around and threatening people at a Black Lives Matter protest. And here's where the boys in Sharp step in.
Thank God for Sharps, honestly.
Yeah.
You see him holding his
nice. Oh!
Yeah, but he gets back up. He gets back up.
Wrecked.
That is great.
Oh my god.
So
the music is so good.
Right? Bye-bye. Time to go.
Yeah, later.
So none of our guys, anti-racist skinheads, none of them have weapons. This guy pulled a pistol out and was threatening people to Black Lives Matter protest. So they're unarmed, he's armed, and they just push him off like he's nothing.
Sharps know what's up though. They don't fuck around. That's that was a bad move on his part. Yeah. He made a grave life error. He's actually lucky. He's a little lucky. Yeah. He's pretty lucky that they didn't wreck him.
It's actually bigger than that because they probably stopped a mass shooting.
Oh yeah, true.
He pulled out a gun with waving at people. There's been lots of shootings and attempts to kill Black Lives Matter protests. Mm-hmm. And that ties in May 29th in Dallas. A similar thing happened where this Nazi fuckwad on Telegram said, "Hey, it's on. I'm going downtown to start the race war."
I saw that.
You saw that, right?
Yeah.
So someone alerted Dallas, South Dallas Anti-Fascist Action, and they found him, showed up, and basically ran him out.
Yeah,
just by getting up.
That's what we do. I mean, I used to be very, very involved in the intel aspect of that and doing exactly that, like keeping tabs on, and it's a lot of work. Keeping tabs on like what they're doing, what they're posting. I mean, our dear friend at Anti-Racist Canada, I'm sure, who's now been outed. He got doxxed.
Oh yeah, no, I did know that.
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah. So, but just to not.
It was a matter of time.
Yeah. It really was. Although, I'll talk about that another time. I mauled it over the whole CBC thing. But like keeping tabs on those guys and, you know, infiltrating their groups and whatnot, and then being able to mobilize quickly. Yeah. Like being able to get the word out and mobilize really fast to, in some cases, prevent, like you said, prevent a mass shooting, prevent violence or death.
Fascism is to stop them from hurting people, right? And put themselves on the line. And you know, the fact they're able to do this without anyone getting hurt is fantastic. Yeah. And you know, we're the terrorists, so you know, what do I know?
Of course. Oh, somebody asked in chat too. So skinheads, but the opposite of skinheads. Yeah, so
I'm replying that right now. Yeah.
You might.
So this is going to be.
You give the story. Yeah.
Are you sitting down, folks? This is going to be totally shocking to many of you. Skinhead was originally a multicultural working class youth subculture in England that was started by Jamaicans.
Yep.
It is the merger of poor working class mod subculture from England with Jamaican rude boy subculture.
Yeah.
So the very idea of a Nazi skinhead is an oxymoron.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Unfortunately, what happened is when in the 1970s, British fascists realized that skinheads were pretty effective street fighters and started to separate white skinheads from black skinheads and recruit them as foot soldiers. And right when that happened, punk rock happened, and that culture got imported into everywhere in the world, really. And the skinhead subculture sort of piggybacked. And at that time, it appeared racist. So that's how we got that. But Sharp has been around since 1986 or 1987. The first chapter started in New York City. But the majority of skinheads that I've ever run into or known of have been, if not non-racist, actively
vehemently anti-racist. Yeah.
So
I miss the sharp skins here. We lost a lot. We don't have very many hanging out here. They all moved to Montreal, but like or Victoria. One actually, the funny thing is, a good friend of mine, when somebody asked him how to tell the difference between like a racist skinhead, like a Nazi skinhead, and a like sharp skin, just said the boneheads dress like shit. That's how you can tell. They dress like shit.
It's pretty accurate. That's been my experience anyway.
Yep. Yeah. It is true. It is very true. But yeah, they I think it was a Middle Earth Marxist that, or Dorian Sapien, I can't remember who said it. Somebody said neo-Nazis are always trying to co-opt working class aesthetics.
Yep. Well,
like Fred Perry.
Exactly. Yeah.
I wore my Fred Perry, like I've got a Fred Perry shirt that I've had forever, and I wore it on stream one day, and I wanted to cry because everybody who came on was just like, "Why are you wearing a Proud Boy shirt?" And I was so upset. I was so upset.
Terrible, terrible, terrible.
That sucks.
Let me cheer you up. Let me show you what happened in Belfast today.
Ooh.
Well, while you pull that up, let me. So in just a few moments, and I would love both of you to stay as long as you want. But just a few months, we're going to have the Socialist Rifle Association coming on.
Oh,
nice.
But they also have a podcast, and they wanted to record bits of this audio.
Oh, cool.
If that's okay.
I think that'd be great.
I have to head out because I need to eat some like dinner, but I'm gonna hang out in the stream, so I'll be in chat listening. So why don't I, if they're ready to come in now, why don't I quickly take my leave?
Well, they're not in the thing yet. So if you want to wait for Walter to finish what he's saying.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah, okay, yeah. I'll hang out to watch this.
Let me take you to Belfast, kids.
Hell yeah.
Where we go here? Hang on a second.
That's some spicy.
Really spicy. Really spicy
business in Belfast.
Yeah, hang on a second. Okay, so if I go here, can you see that screen?
Pull that up. There we go.
Okay, here we go.
Say something, said the Alan's recording. What's that? You want to say something, said the Alan's recording. Why? Say that. Fascists! Fascists!
Flip.
Irish Freedom Party now welcome. Scum! 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 Nazi scum! Nazi scumbags! Nazi scum! Off our streets! Nazi scum! Off our streets! Nazi scum! Off our streets! Nazi scum! Off our streets!
Bye. Later. You love to see it. You really love to see it.
And like you know, as far as tactics go, just think about that. Like, if you, for doing it, whatever project you're doing, or whatever ideology you're trying to do, you're trying to set up a shop on the street, and if every day that's happening to your table and your merch, you're eventually just going to give up and say, the effort's not worth it. I'm not getting across.
Was that what it was? Was it merch, like racist?
Well, not merch, but like
it was so the Irish Freedom
whatever.
Party are similar, are like an extreme right nationalist fascist party in Ireland, and so they stepped on the booth to sign up members and give out literature, and not having that in Belfast. They were lucky to count. And what was beautiful about that clip, I thought, was it was perfectly filmed. You don't.
That's how you film anti-fascist action happening.
100%. It didn't endanger any of the anti-fascists by showing who they were, but it got the message across about what you have to do. So very happy about that.
Yeah.
I just saw your ASCII that you just put in the chat too.
Oh yeah, you like that? That's me.
Perfect for that.
Flipping table. Nazis come off our streets.
Walter, while we have you, actually, we were just lamenting that we did not get like a screenshot of the Henry Winkler card. Do you have that?
Hang on a second here.
Oh, also, we did get some more donos, a couple more donos, so we might have to do that again.
Yeah, we
got Mark Bray to do the Fonz.
Yeah, we got we got Michael Bray to do a 5-second A.
I saw that. That was beautiful.
It was really good.
Michael Bray.
Oh yeah, we do.
5-second A.
Michael Bray, 5-second A. All right. Yes, we have John Zook with $5. Thank you so much. And your message is a cab.
Nice.
A
cab.
And we also have Faye. Faye, thank you so much with $25.
Wow.
Yeah. And
look
for anyone
breaking 2,500, guys.
Oh
yeah.
Oh my God.
Here we are.
We're almost
here.
there.
The official Henry Winkler is a member in good standing. Signed by George Soros, Antifa Overlord, and Greg or some shit. It's like Greg and his last name is or some shit. Antifa Super Soldier.
That is amazing.
That is so good.
Should I retell the story for people that might be on and don't know?
Yes, please. Yeah. Also, I have to say, I want one. I'm saying that I'll know that I've made it when I have a fan cam and an actual membership card.
That's true. That's true. So there's a podcast that I think it's Molly Junefast or Joan Fast. I'm pronouncing her last name badly. I'm sorry. She's a writer with the Daily Beast, and she does a podcast called The New Abnormal. And basically it's just like picking Donald Trump apart usually, but she has celebrities on, and she had Henry Winkler on, the Fonz, Barry Zuckerberg, great guy, super left guy. His partner, I believe, charters buses and takes them to some of the ICE concentration camps. So
cool.
Make sure the people are taken care of down there and have what they need. So she was joking about how left he was, and she said, "So you're basically Antifa." And he laughed. He said, "Well, I don't have my membership card yet." So we were like, "Oh, we'll fix that." So we sent him this membership card over Twitter with the message, "We heard you on the New Abnormal. Sorry to hear you haven't received your card yet. Please find it attached. Kindly accept our apologies."
That's amazing.
Yeah, I love it. Trolling celebrities for anti-fascism.
So good. So good.
I'm
still waiting for my paychecks, actually.
Yeah.
Right?
The Soros his people said that the checks are in the mail, so.
I think you have to fill out a form with Antifa HR.
Oh, okay. I'll have to get back to them. It's been like 4 years, so I guess I should probably like check in with them again and find out where my check is.
I would
Absolutely.
I'm just still like, if you check my Twitter handle, it's Antifa everyone's Antifa CEO. I'm Antifa unpaid intern.
Yeah. I just said super soldier.
They look good on the Antifa resume though, so you know.
Yeah.
Can I take some of the J25 Antifa stuff that's happened just before we get the Socialist Rifle Association on?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah. So if Faye, you wait just a second, we'll bring you in if that's okay. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, hang on a second. So in Brighton today, they did a banner. I think you can probably see it there. And what's cool about this is while they were taking the picture, a band who was recording nearby saw it and jumped in the photo. Of course, you can't tell.
What?
Yeah. So I thought that was kind of cool.
Awesome.
That's rad.
In I think this is Pinburg, Germany. They have the nicest anti-fascist banner so far. I think you can see that.
That's great.
Yeah, it's pretty dope. I haven't seen quite one yet. And then in Toulouse, France, they had an event where they just got everyone together and sat down, and they wrote letters to all the prisoners.
That's so nice.
Dozens and dozens of letters have gone out.
I need to do that. This is I always forget to. I'm horrible at like writing letters and stuff. I always say that I'm gonna,
I got one more from Ottawa.
Oh, yeah.
Just to stop you a second before I forget, speaking of letters, something I haven't mentioned in a while for anyone coming into the stream is, no, you can still keep that up.
Okay. Sorry.
That, yes, I just put a link in the chat with a list of the prisoners that we are currently supporting with addresses to write to them, because that's also, even if you can't donate, writing letters to them is massive.
Huge.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So, check out the production values here from Ottawa Anti-Fascists.
Hell yeah. Oh, that kicks ass.
I am enjoying that.
Love it. And of course I always love that song.
Yeah.
That's my if you on my stream, if you tip me 1312, that is what comes up. I do love it.
Nice.
That's amazing. Comrades in Ottawa, fuck yeah, keep doing the good shit, because it's tough out there in Ottawa,
Yeah, no kidding.
especially in Ottawa. So appreciate you. And the production value is great. I have to actually go. I gotta go.
Okay.
I gotta get some food, but I will.
Yes,
I'll be lurking while I make food, and then I'll be in chat. But
thank you so much for coming on.
Oh,
buddy. You've been a great help.
Thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure, and thank you to Walter and Mark Bray and everybody. Thank you all for the donations. Keep those donations coming. We are so close.
Yes, so close.
2,500.
Do not edge prisoners, okay? We're so close.
That's cruel. That is cruel. All right. I love you all. Take care.
Right. Thank you, Lottie.
I'll talk to y'all later.
All right. Enjoy.
And now we are going to bring on Faye from I keep wanting to say Antīfa International, from Socialist Rifle Association. How are you doing?
Hi, Al. I'm doing good. How are you?
Okay. And I don't remember if I actually asked. Can I ask your pronouns? I think I forgot to get
Sure.
that.
My pronouns are she and her.
Okay, great. And we're also going to bring on Aaron from Reeducation, or at least the disembodied voice of Aaron from Reeducation.
Hey everybody, yeah. Sorry I don't have my camera just will not work today, so just bear with me, I guess.
But if you're having a bad hair day, you can just admit it. You don't have to be on camera.
It is really bad sometimes. It's like basically spiked up all over the place. I don't know what to do.
There is one thing you can do that makes it a lot easier.
Ooh, I don't know if I could handle that much masculinity all at once.
Wow, this is a great little. We've had quite a cast on today. That keeps on going right now. We've got Walt. Where's my hand at? There we go. Walter from Antīfa International. We've got Aaron from Reeducation. And we've got Faye with the Socialist Rifle Association. Wherever there. Quite a cast. Yeah. This has been a great stream so far, and we've still got 3 hours left. I'm sorry. What'd you say? Aaron, did we lose you?
Oh no, I didn't say anything. Is my microphone like picking up some feedback or something? Or
maybe
it might have. Okay, that might have been
sorry about
that. All right, so hey Faye, with the Socialist Rifle Association, I thought the left hates guns.
I know, and that's what everyone's been telling me, but here I am. I mean, yeah, so I'm a co-founder, former vice president of the Socialist Rifle Association. I'm not a member of leadership anymore. I stepped down due to burnout on June 1st, but I'm here speaking today as a member. and as a co-founder, from sort of my perspective on, why we should maybe be armed while feds are snatching people off the streets.
No kidding.
That's a wonderful reason to be out there. I really commend you a lot, and I appreciate all of the hard work that everybody at the SRA has been doing. Absolutely fantastic job. And right now, I think that something like this is needed more than ever.
Yeah, I wish we'd started 10 years ago. It's a lot of work to catch up.
For sure. Yeah. Faye, can I ask you a question? What came first for you, socialism or guns?
For me, guns. I started shooting when I was 13 years old.
Wow.
I didn't become a leftist until I was maybe 23, 24-ish. So, yeah, been shooting for a long time. A lot of hours on the range, a lot of different guns,
really?
Historical and modern. So
nice. Oh, cool. So, and I think there's a general feeling that gun culture tends to be default right culture. And
it very much is. The Socialist Rifle Association. So one of the first things to get out there is that the SRA, we often get people joining the SRA who think that it's like a militia organization, like we're going to train people in like squad tactics and room clearing, and that we're going to go out and have like formations on the street. That's not really what it is. It's an education and advocacy organization, as well as we do a lot of mutual aid work. But one of the core goals of the SRA is to create a healthier, left-wing, inclusive gun culture that's opposed to the sort of hyper-reactionary right-wing gun culture that dominates, that just dominates American gun culture. You look at the NRA, you look at militia groups and militia culture, you look at all of this, and it's a hellscape.
Yeah. So playing off the joke intro that I was giving, the joke intro question. So yeah, for anyone who's not firmly on the left or firmly anti-fascist in the chat, which I welcome. That's why this is all public, to help dispel myths and
absolutely
give out preach understanding. So yeah, for any like libs, any liberals who are thinking, well, isn't that the whole the left agenda is gun control and taking away guns, or highly regulating guns?
I would say that gun control is a firmly centrist political position, because the sort of essence of centrist politics is the belief that current political structures and current institutions are valid and correct, essentially, in how they approach the world of politics, that there's legitimacy to these institutions. And so when you're a centrist, it's very easy to look at, well, we don't need people with guns because they can rely on the police to protect them. But what we've seen through the proliferation of smartphones, what white people have seen and what black people have known for decades, is that the police are not a neutral institution, and that they do have a political bias. They do have a class function in enforcing poverty and enforcing, oppression of the working class. And because of that, a lot of people really cannot rely on police for protection because the police are not there to protect you. In fact, the Supreme Court has ruled that the police motto of protect and serve is not legally binding. Police have no obligation to protect the public.
They have no obligation to protect the public, and they have no accountability if they screw up and violate your rights by thinking that it's the law when they're wrong. So they're protected the whole way.
Police unions, all of that. There's no accountability for police, and the police have political biases in their police duty. They have racial bias. They have bias against queer people, and so there's a lot of people who can't rely on the police for protection. And when you are opposing fascism, which is not just explicit neo-Nazi groups, but is in fact the direction that our entire government and that many governments around the world are trending currently. When you're opposing that, the police, as the institution of the state becomes more and more controlled by fascist powers, as it becomes more authoritarian, trending towards a totalitarian system, you're going to run into the case where police and explicitly fascist and semi-fascist groups openly work together to crush any sort of leftward movement. So my argument is basically that when you support gun control, unless you are also arguing for all of the police to be disarmed and all of the military to be disarmed, if you support gun control on civilians, you are defending the status quo, and that is a centrist position, and is ignoring the fact that these institutions are trending rightward. So I see the Democrats as a center-right wing party, and I am, of course, far, far, far to the left of the Democrats.
Absolutely. I agree. There's a great image I want to show that goes exactly what you just said. But before we do that, I want to say thank you to Irish Polak, who donated again. He's donated multiple times, $25.22, which puts us exactly at our $2,500 goal.
Hey,
thank you.
Very nice.
Very awesome.
If I could just mention. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to read off. They left a message, which is great. Under no pretext should arms and ammunition be surrendered, and any attempt to disarm the workers must be frustrated by force if necessary.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Mark.
Classic. Yep.
Something, Faye, that you mentioned that I think is really important is that these groups, the police, the law enforcement, that sort of thing, specifically in America, really was birthed out of a fascist movement in the first place, or at least a very racist one, where most people know that they came out of old-fashioned slave patrols and a lot of things like that. So a lot of the things that the police have done, and a lot of the gearing towards disarming the population and fully arming the state, I think really plays into the way that this has always played out throughout history. Now, when we have all of these protests with BLM and that sort of thing, it very much mirrors what was going on in the 1960s and stuff like that. What do you think about I actually had a couple of questions here. I just wanted to know, what do you think about when people try to relate gun control and gun crime and that sort of thing to mental health?
The intersection of gun crime and mental health is at the problem of suicide. Suicides account for the vast majority of firearm deaths in the United States, followed by accidents and homicides. If you're talking about mental health in the context of gun control, then you should be talking about providing mental health to lower the suicide rate. Typically, what you hear, though, is the mental health line being trotted out after a mass shooting or something. And very often, the people who commit mass shootings are not mentally ill, or the mental illness that they have is not the primary reason for them committing that atrocity. And so in that case, it's often ideologically driven, or just nihilistically antisocial, or attention-seeking even, considering the media circus that often occurs around these events. So I see when mental health is brought up after those sorts of events, I very much see it as like a red herring, as something to draw attention away from the real problem, which is, I think a lot of it comes down to, the mass shootings, a lot of it comes down to alienation, making people, and economic issues making people vulnerable to radicalization. And if someone is radicalized by the far right, or by, sort of nihilistic antisocial movements, then that, the sort of analogy I make is that American mass shootings are sort of our equivalent to car bombs in Europe or the Middle East. It's the tool used to carry out the terror attack is not really the problem so much as the ideology that leads someone to commit that attack.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And the other thing too that I would just like to mention on the side of mental health is that I noticed, like you're saying, it is very much used as a red herring, and almost as though whenever some sort of thing comes up about guns, we need to take care of people with mental health. They should be banned from having guns. That's the thing that you hear a lot. People that have mental health issues.
As someone with quote unquote mental health issues, that is neurodivergent, I can tell you, I probably would be completely, I'm positive my parents would completely disown me and put me right out on the street. And again, because neurodivergent, unemployed. If I owned a firearm, I am absolutely positive, and my grad school wouldn't allow me to dorm there. So,
wow.
Because I'm neurodivergent, and apparently, if I own a gun, I'm suicidal. When
people trot that same logic against transgender people because of our suicide rates, and it's usually made either disingenuously or to, specifically attack trans people. And it's so one of the things that I've tried to promote through the SRA as a way to reduce the likelihood of someone committing suicide, especially someone who is leftist or a minority who maybe deals with these issues more. The big problem with firearms that leads to so many firearm suicides is that it's so easy and readily available. If you have the gun and you have the ammunition, it's very easy to do. So the best way to prevent suicides when you own a gun is most people, a suicide attempt is not a spontaneous thing. Usually there's a history of ideation or specific economic or social circumstances that lead someone to reaching that point before they actually attempt. What we recommend to members of the SRA is that if you have suicidal ideation, if you are beginning to have suicidal ideation due to your circumstances, and you own a firearm, we recommend disassembling that firearm and providing a key component such as a slide or barrel or the upper receiver of an AR-15, and you give that to a friend or family member that you trust to hold on to that for you until you no longer have those thoughts. Or alternatively, if you have ideation frequently, you can own, for instance, you can have the AR-15 lower and keep that, and your friend can just bring the upper to the range and only assemble the gun when you're in a range environment, getting ready to shoot it. So I think that's a great way to sort of reduce the immediate availability to reduce suicide rates.
Sounds like a good idea.
On the idea of so to move it along, I guess is a better way to say it. to move it towards kind of the biggest reason why I wanted to have the SRA on is with recent events have been making it exponentially growing the obviousness, I guess is the noun of that, obviousness of the importance of putting in self-protection. What does that look like to you, doing self-defense or self-protection right now with guns? Because a lot of people think, well, that means just everyone wants to start a war and just start shooting everybody, which is not. And first of all, on this channel, we don't advocate shooting anyone or any form of violence because that would violate TOS. That being said, what would that look like? What would you like to see as far as people arming themselves right now?
So I think the left is in a very delicate place at the moment. We're at this sort of stage of increasing authoritarianism and increasing alliance between the state and fascist groups. And that acceleration is occurring at different rates in different places, in different contexts. I do think that there is an issue of, you might call them adventurous or ultras, whatever your ideology would call those people who do have those sorts of accelerationist views. I think that the left needs to be very careful to make sure that those people don't attain institutional power within the left and don't, push this situation further than the left is prepared to deal with it. Like I said, I think something like the SRA should have started a decade ago in terms of educating people and training people and, getting people armed and competent with firearms. For what's going on now, I do believe in general that the left needs to have a militia movement to counter the militia movement of the far right. However, it's a rocky process. I don't know if anyone here has been following the events in Louisville today.
No, I've been on here with.
Right. So today there is a demonstration by a armed Black community defense group called the Not Fucking Around Coalition, or NFAC, and they were protesting the murder of Breonna Taylor by Louisville police, which was tied to a real estate scheme to gentrify their neighborhood. An extremely fucked up situation. So the Not Fucking Around Coalition, I do want to say that any support that you give to that organization should be critical support, because unfortunately the leadership of NFAC has made some very aberrant anti-Semitic remarks and has that sort of black anti-Semitic ideology, black nationalist, sort of descending from like the ideological strain of Farrakhan and all that, which is
black supremacist.
Not explicitly, somewhat from the comments that I've heard, but in that ballpark. Which is unfortunate.
Yeah, because the NOI and the Black Panthers are very different things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because when you use the word black nationalism, that means that it means different things than
depending on who's saying it.
It does, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's the situation, and I don't know if all the rank and file of the Not Fucking Around Coalition agrees with that ideology. They had over 100 people out today, and I don't know if they all share the views of that leadership, but it is something to keep in mind when discussing them. That critical support. They're better than the other people, some of the other people at that rally, but still, we should not be uncritically, acclaimed. But today they went out to demonstrate and protest, and they were opposed by a group of 3%er militias who showed up, led by what was her name? I don't remember her name offhand, but she's a sort of infamous 3% organizer. And unfortunately, while the 3%ers, I criticized them on Twitter and called out some comments they were making, basically them fantasizing out loud about opening fire and murdering the black protesters on the stream that I was watching. Unfortunately, the NFAC did not have a great showing either. Early in the event, one of their members had a negligent discharge with their rifle, injured themselves and 2 other people, and had to go to the hospital. The person apparently was carrying a lever action rifle, which those frequently do not have safeties. And if you carry them with a round in the chamber, then it's very easy to accidentally pull the trigger, or it may go off if dropped. So number one, don't bring a lever action rifle to your militia action. It's 2020, not 1920.
Yeah.
Not exactly.
Keep your finger off the trigger at all times, unless you are immediately prepared to fire, and keep your muzzle pointed at the ground so that if it does go off, it doesn't hurt anyone. So a major safety issue right off the back, and the group also had issues with organization. That said, it's a very new group, and I don't want to be overly critical of their organization, because for the number of people that they had out there with guns, in their sort of semi-official uniform, for the number of people that they had out there for I think their second event, I think it went relatively well. The negligent, disregarding the negligent discharge, but we do have this issue that there isn't a history of militant, militia activity on the left where people can, draw from those experiences, and so.
Well, since the 1880s with the Chicago anarchists has there really been that.
Or
because
since the Black Panthers, or
another
others, but.
Another thing too that I really appreciate is that you're saying that if you're going to support them, you have to have tepid support for them, because possibly some people in the leadership might be not exactly 100% perfect, and I appreciate that, because throughout history, whenever there's been any kind of revolutionary activity, a lot of times what ends up happening is that people that are less than perfect end up being the ones that jump into the fray at the very beginning, right? And though these people may not have 100% perfect ideas or opinions or anything like that, people need an outlet, right? They see people out there that are actually being armed, getting out, getting active, that sort of thing. And it's upsetting that that the leadership has a lot of those problems. And hopefully moving forward, a lot of those people that get brought in through that method can split off, make their own groups, or maybe form groups that are less controversial and that sort of thing. But I think this kind of thing usually does happen right at the beginning often.
Yeah, and I think the overall trend, the fact that this organization exists at all is a good thing. Yeah. I just hope that that doesn't become the dominant steering ideology of the whole group, because I think that would be sort of tragic. But
yeah.
And while we got a second, I want to say we got another donation of from Luis Ruth again with 1312. Nice. From it says Irish Polak stole my quotation, but this is great. Keep up the work, all. Thank you so much. So we have technically hit our goal. We are now 5 times over the original $500 goal. You know what? There's still 2.5 hours left before we end the stream. So should I push the goal up again? Tell you what, how about 28? We'll do it 28, and then we'll see where we go. Yeah. All right. So I'll work on changing that. We can continue talking. I just wanted to shout out that real quick.
Awesome.
If anybody in my audience is watching, please open up your hearts, open up your wallets, and give to this event, because it's very important that we help these people out.
Just realized the banner wasn't on.
Part of your audience.
There you go.
But streamlabs.com.
Senpai finally noticed me.
Streamlabs.com/softboysocialclub. You can see. You can type it from looking down there in the scrolling banner, or you can get it from looking at that. Just click the link. 100% of these donations, including the PayPal fees, will go directly to these 11 anti-fascist prisoners that we are supporting right now.
You know what, Luis Ruth? If gamifying charity and solidarity for anti-fascists who are incarcerated around the world, if that means that we succeed more if we have to gamify it, then I don't know about you, but gamify away, baby.
We should do a Wolfenstein stream.
Oh yeah.
No, like actually, I would. Wolfenstein 2: The New Colossus is probably one of my favorite games of all time.
There we go.
There really is nothing better than just chainsawing a Nazi in half in a video game.
In a video game.
It literally is a video game.
Literally in a video game.
Yeah, that's why it's such a.
Just to jump back onto topic here, Faye, I had another question for you. So a lot of people that are on the left, they're just getting into a lot of this gun culture stuff, or at least getting into owning and possessing firearms. What would you suggest for them, people that are just first starting out? Would you, as far as what would you suggest to buy? What kind of sizes, recoils, that sort of thing? What is your opinion on that sort of thing?
Right. So this is a big question, because there are a lot of different guns, and a lot of people have different requirements. And also, the market right now is very distorted because of all the panic buying. Some guns, which were a year ago were extremely cheap, are now extremely expensive and difficult to get. Some ammunition that has historically been extremely cheap is now extremely expensive and hard to get. I would say figure out what your what is your use scenario? What do you plan to use that gun for? So if you're looking at, I would say that the major uses are training and recreation, which I lump together because it's building overall familiarity, home defense, concealed carry defense, and community defense, which is, militia or militia adjacent sort of activity. And so what I would recommend, if you're just starting out and you want something recreational or for training, just to build your fundamental skills, I would recommend a 22 caliber rifle or pistol, something like a Ruger 1022, a 22 revolver if you're starting with pistols maybe, or there are various other 22s. I don't want to get into all the individual makes and models because there's hundreds of them. But if you just want to learn the fundamentals and get into shooting as a hobby or a lifestyle, then I would recommend starting with the 22.
I love that. Oh, sorry. I was just going to agree with you, and I just wanted to make one quick point too before you carry on. I also believe that the Ruger 10/22 is a very simple to use, right off the shelf, easy to understand weapon, and they're really a good gun if you're just starting out. So, and it helps you learn how to be accurate. It helps you learn sight control, sight picture, or trigger control, sight picture, that sort of thing. So super good. Sorry, carry on.
That's cool. I started on a Savage bolt action 22. So
love
what
it.
about
Love
like
it.
a more budget friendly option for those of us who I don't know necessarily where the funds would come from, so I'm just like curious.
For sure. So if we're still talking about 22s, pretty much every pawn shop in America you can walk into and they'll have a 22 caliber rifle up, behind the counter for anywhere from $80 to $150, and those are about the cheapest guns you can get. You'll find old Marlin 60. You'll find like pump action and lever action 22s. You'll find bolt action 22s in pawn shops all over America for around $100, and that's probably the cheapest gun that you can easily find. And they're not ideal for home defense or things like that, but they are better than not having a gun at all. I'd rather, people talk a lot of shit about 22s, saying that they're not that deadly, they're not that accurate, they're not that reliable. But if your choice is a Ruger 10/22 or a baseball bat, I'd rather have the Ruger, And so going into home defense, so home defense is, a home defense weapon is something that you're going to keep, near your bed or, somewhere easily accessible in your home. A weapon that you're going to keep loaded, but in a safe condition. You might keep the chamber unloaded or, keep the safety on and all that. And it's something to use in case of a home intruder or an altercation in the immediate vicinity of your home. And for that, the sort of the traditional recommendation is a 12-gauge shotgun, and that has a lot of merits. Shotguns are relatively easy to run and operate. However, there are a lot of myths around shotguns. People have this belief that a shotgun is, you don't have to aim it, you just fire and it's a room clear, because they play a video game, and that's how shotguns work in video games. At the distances inside a home, the shotgun spread of the buckshot is inside a home. It's going to be fist sized at most. You're not going to clear a room with a shotgun. So the main issue with shotguns is the recoil. Pump action shotguns can be a little bit difficult to operate. If you don't cycle them forcefully enough all the way back and all the way forward, you can get jams. So another recommendation would be an AR-15. So generally something, AR-15s have some issues of their own. They're a little bit more complicated to operate. There's more controls on an AR-15, but they are very controllable weapons. They are very, very ergonomic weapons, and they will do the job. The one thing I would not recommend for home defense, unless you have specific requirements for it, is a pistol. Pistols are actually very difficult to master. They're very difficult. It's very difficult to be accurate with a pistol under stress, because with a rifle or a shotgun, you have 3 points of contact. You have, your shoulder, your cheek, you have your hand, and you have your foregrip. So 3 or 4 points of contact. So you have a very stable, it's very easy to aim. Pistols, all you have are your hands, and so it's much more difficult. It takes a lot more training to be accurate with a pistol. So unless you are doing concealed carry, and then just happening to use that gun for home defense as well, if all you need is home defense, I don't think the pistol is usually not the correct choice.
Yeah. Can I jump in just one more time and say, absolutely, for home defense. The other thing too that you want to think about if you're in a home defense situation is also penetration, because if you fire off a round, there is a strong possibility your house is made up of drywall and little bits of wood and not much else. A bullet is going to be able to pass through walls really quite easily. There are a lot of demonstrations online that you can see how exactly how effective bullets are passing through walls. You can check out Paul Harrell. He has a lot of interesting information about that. So it is something to really take into consideration, and that's why you really want to know what you're doing and practice at the range and everything like that as often as you can, to make sure that in those situations you're not caught off guard, you're not going to be jumping into something that you don't know how to handle, and you don't have that response where you just point anywhere sort of deal. So sorry, carry on.
No, that's a very good thing to bring up, and I want to bring up some specific factors relating to over-penetration. You are legally responsible for everything that leaves the muzzle of your gun. Every shot that you fire, every projectile, you are legally responsible for. And if that bullet destroys someone's property, they can come after you for compensation. If you hit someone, if you miss your, if you have a home invader, you shoot them and you miss, and it hits someone in the next apartment or the next house, you are legally responsible for harming that person. And so, like you said, houses are made of drywall and sticks, and bullets will go through that quite a bit. One of the reasons that people recommend AR-15s for home defense is the ammunition they shoot, 5.56 millimeter. It's a very light bullet which travels very, very quickly, 2,800 to 3,000 feet per second. And because it's so light and traveling so fast, when it hits drywall, it starts to tumble through the air. And as it tumbles, it loses energy and becomes less lethal. Whereas shotgun pellets, buckshot or pistol bullets are much heavier projectiles usually, and are either round or closer to round. So either they can't tumble, or if they do, it doesn't slow them down as much. So pistols and shotguns will actually shoot through more layers of drywall than a 5.56 AR-15 will.
Huh.
However,
I did not know that.
I've done some research on it, and the AR-15 is still going to be lethal to the person in the next apartment. It's still going to be, lethal 3 or 4 rooms away with the energy that those rounds have, unless they hit something substantial like furniture. It's an AR-15 penetrates less than a shotgun or a pistol, but I'm not sure if it's so much less that it makes the AR-15 the definitive best choice, because AR-15s also, because they're rifles, and if you're using a short barrel like you would for a home defense gun, you're going to have a lot of muzzle flash, which can blind you. You're going to have an extremely loud report. The sound of the gunshot is going to deafen you, probably much more than a pistol or a shotgun would. So that's something to keep in mind. There's a whole discussion that you can have around this. This is debated within the firearms community on the left and the right.
Oh, yeah.
There's no best option, but those are generally the go-to choices.
I have a question. Do you this is a very noob question. Concealed carry or open carry, assuming it's legal in the jurisdiction you're talking about, like which one do you prefer? Is it kind of like context dependent?
I would only open carry as a political statement or political protest. Concealed, if you are going to carry a firearm for defense, it should be concealed. Wearing a gun visibly for defense makes you a target. It makes it a target for theft if it's a pistol that someone might try to take it out of your holster. If you're at a rally or something with a rifle, if it's on your shoulder, someone can futz with it. If there's a mass shooting and the shooter knows beforehand that you have a gun, that you're going to be a primary target. So if you're going to protect your person in public, I would recommend a concealed carry if you can get one in your jurisdiction, which you can't always. I live just outside of Los Angeles. I live in a county where I can get a concealed carry permit pretty easily, but if I lived 10 miles to the west, I would have zero chance at all, because LA County only gives concealed carry permits to ex-police officers, private security,
Why am I not surprised?
It's extremely classist, pretty racist. There was a case in LA in the 90s where a woman testified against a drug gang in court, and she requested a concealed carry permit. and was denied. And a few days later, the gang did a drive-by shooting and killed her on her front porch.
Wow.
Don't know if a concealed carry would have saved her life, but it might have. It might have given her a chance. So it's
really interesting.
Unfortunate. Yeah.
So I have another question that maybe you would specifically be able to answer. In regards to now, this is kind of like a trans adjacent question. If you're comfortable with answering any of those questions. Okay, so in American gun culture, a lot of it has to do with masculinity. It's very, very much tied to masculinity. And I know that there's a lot of discussion about masculinity, femininity, that sort of thing within the trans community. So can you maybe give me your opinion on how you think that affects trans individuals and what your general opinion on it is in and of itself?
Yeah, so I think on an individual level, I think there's been a part of the sort of leftist gun culture project is de-gendering gun ownership, saying that, owning a firearm for protection is not inherently masculine or feminine. It's a human drive to want to protect our lives and to protect the people that we care about. And, this idea of men or masculine people as this, sort of protective watchdog mentality, gotta protect the women's sort of, toxic bullshit. It's sort of getting rid of all that and saying that, anyone of any gender should be able to own and carry firearms to defend themselves. The bigger issue that we're having is that there is this sort of strain of toxic masculinity within the left and within a lot of minority communities, where you have people who do see firearms ownership as this, they approach it with this masculine mindset of, I want to seem tough, I want to seem prepared, I want to seem like, and I think a lot of people need to be deprogrammed from that, because they often create a unwelcoming environment for gender nonconforming people. They create, often those are the people, the people who have the most masculine, tough guy approach to guns are often the ones who are pushing for, well, why isn't the SRA going out and doing militia actions and pointing guns at cops? And it's like, you are both, your politics and your approach to gender is with regards to firearms are both fucked. Please don't.
Want to put people like me in danger?
Exactly.
Is that something you would like to do?
Yeah. Guys, I have to go for a walk now.
Okay.
And I see
thanks for coming on. Yeah.
Before we go, I have to apologize to Skylar, because yesterday she made a comment about being a fan of Trevor Noah, and I thought I apologize. I apologize. I didn't realize you're sarcastic. Very sorry.
No, it's all good. I wasn't clear. I was just being human. It's all good.
Well, like half the chat knew it because we know you, so like that, it was obvious.
Yeah, Skylar is a beautiful, beautiful woman.
Walter, thanks for coming on. This was actually a pleasant surprise. I didn't even know we were going to get graced again, so that was great.
I couldn't resist. Yeah. And thanks for letting me do such a fabulous group of people. It's fantastic.
Yeah, this has been great.
It's been nice talking to you.
Carry on.
Sure, Walter.
Solidarity.
Yeah, thanks so much, Walter. Faye, I actually wanted to ask you, going back to, I'm pretty sure it was Aaron asked it, about kind of gun safety in general, but specifically, sorry, is it how much of an actual danger? So, like anyone who's watching right now is like, oh, yeah, I think I should go buy a gun. How much of an actual danger is it? Not just from like accident, improper use and shooting yourself, but for example, if you have a gun. And especially if you're like a black person and you're pulled over by police, what kind of dangers are there that they need to be cognizant of if they decide to purchase a firearm, that outside risk that they put themselves into?
So as far as like owning firearms in general, I don't think there's too much inherent risk to that, aside from, accidents and suicides, for instance. But I do think there is an issue with concealed carry, especially if you are a black person in America or any sort of visible minority, that carrying a gun on your person basically gives police a pre-baked excuse to murder you. They might murder you with or without a gun, but if you have a gun on your person, whether that's legally owned or not, that can be used to justify their actions after the fact. We saw this with the murder of Philando Castile, I believe by the Minneapolis Police Department. It was definitely in Minnesota. I believe it was Minneapolis PD. Completely legal concealed carrier with a license on him, still murdered by the police. So that's sort of an inherent risk. If you are a minority, that is something that you have to take into account. Do you want to be a concealed carrier? And that's also sort of why the SRA pushes the idea of community defense. Not everyone needs to be responsible for their own defense at all times. Instead, having other people who you can rely on, who you can call upon to defend yourself in certain situations.
He had a gun license too.
Yeah.
And so completely legal.
Yeah. And so you sort of take the approach of, with community defense, saying, well, because carrying a concealed weapon may put you in danger as a black person or as a member of another minority, because being a concealed carrier may put you in danger, instead we'll build solidarity and build groups of people who are armed, who can defend you in situations like protests where you are at greater risk of being shot. And having that sort of not having the full burden of self-defense placed on those individuals solely. And I think that is a good way to sort of approach the issue if you don't feel comfortable concealed carrying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's a very good point. I think that guns and all different forms of self-protection and community protection in general, I personally believe are very necessary. But I think that's a very good point that a lot of people kind of gloss over, don't really pay attention to, is that not everyone needs to have one. That it's a community defense. Yes. Yeah, I think that's a very important thing to point out. While we're here, I want to. So I also contacted the Mid-Missouri John Brown Gun Club. Unfortunately, they weren't able to make it, but they did leave me with a message of solidarity to read with everybody. So I'll read that right now, if that's okay. It says, the Mid-Missouri John Brown Gun Club stands in solidarity with anti-fascist prisoners held captive throughout the world. They remind us that the fascist onslaught we face in 2020 demands action. All skills are needed. Activate at home, and you will find other abolitionists and anti-fascists nearby. Join an existing group or start your own initiative. Ideology or tendency matters much less than kindred spirit and shared liberatory goals. Start a mutual aid project, a free weekly meal, a break light clinic, a neighborhood distribution event. COVID demands more creativity, but creativity is exactly what can and must flourish to counter fascist decay while we build a new world in the shell of the old. Make connections and create coalitions. Understand the needs and gaps within our community, within your own community. Organize within your own neighborhoods. This is where revolution awaits. Love and solidarity, the Mid-Missouri John Brown Gun Club.
Nice.
Yeah. I couldn't have said it better. That's excellent.
Yeah. And I think that's a giant difference between the kind of the right talking point for guns and the left talking points for guns. Is the rights it's very individualistic. First of all, it's this is my right. It's all about I default get it. Which is a very privileged take, or very what's the idea? What do they always call the snowflakes? They're very entitled. It's a very entitled take. Yeah. I am entitled to this right. It's mine to protect myself, versus the left is a necessary thing. It doesn't even matter if I'm entitled or if it's a right that I get. It's I won't say unfortunate necessity, but it is a necessity, and that's the biggest. That's what comes first, is that it's something we have to use.
Exactly.
For the community.
I don't enjoy thinking about whether or not to risk trying to own a firearm, despite the fact that I might get kicked out of my when I am thinking about that, shit is really going down, but at the same exact time we need to try to make sure that we just remember that we didn't want this, but at the same exact time
it's just something that has to be done. Yeah,
you need to protect your life. You can't you can't do a revolution if you're dead.
Yes.
Sharky, can I ask, so you can't own a firearm because it would endanger your living situation with regards to parents or a college dormitory? My recommendation would be to not purchase a firearm at this time, because, you know, you can't do a revolution if you're dead. It's also a lot harder to do a revolution if you're homeless. So in that situation, again, community defense, having comrades that you can turn to who can defend you in those sorts of situations. And so it might be worthwhile for you to reach out to the Socialist Rifle Association.
Yeah, I was actually thinking of doing that because at our last in-person meeting of my IWW branch, we had someone from the Northern New Jersey SRA.
Yeah, and so I'm not familiar with the Northern New Jersey chapter, but I know the New York chapter and the Philly chapter are both really good groups. And so I'd recommend reaching out to them. You don't need a gun to join the SRA. You don't need even to be a member to attend a training event if it's a public event. And, you know, being able to go and try out a couple of firearms at the range, you know, learn some fundamental skills.
In that. Yeah, for
Absolutely.
me, I more want to learn gun safety and, you know, basic stuff because I am very unsure whether I'm going to be able to own a firearm in the near future, but I want it, you know, in case shit really hits the fan and... Or shit even more really hits the...
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I would still say like that even if shit really hits the fan, that yeah, that I would say it's still, even with that though, there's plenty of reason to want individual protection, like in your home invasion, and especially if shit fits the hand. Shit hits the fan. But I would also say that, like, but that first and foremost, which, correct me if I'm wrong, Faye, like the community aspect of that is going to be the most important thing if shit hits the fan on a political and revolutionary aspect anyways.
Yeah.
So even if you don't have one, that's still okay.
That's sort of... go ahead.
I would like to join the Socialist Revolution. Socialist Rifle Association, which I just recently moved to a more convenient area within the metropolitan area that I believe has the Socialist Rifle Association, whereas before I lived way too far to properly like attend the Socialist SRA like gatherings. So I feel like I'm able to like be a part of it and contribute, and like I actually have a job now. So like, what can I do?
Yeah, so to join the SRA, generally you can join the national organization at socialistra.org/membership. It's $25 per year. It's that's cheaper than like DSA or IWW or the NRA for that matter. It might be more expensive than IWW student dues, but you can join the national organization and they'll put you in touch with your chapter. Most chapters have their own vetting process and onboarding process just to weed out anyone who is, you know, maybe a fascist infiltrator or someone who is reactionary. Don't necessarily, you know, the goal isn't to train everybody, it's to train leftists and members of vulnerable minorities. So once you get onboarded with your chapter, show up to a meeting, which is a little dicey right now because of COVID, but yeah, most chapters in normal times will do range days and education meetings, at least on like a weekly or bi-weekly schedule, or at the very least monthly if it's a smaller group. And
I understand.
Yeah.
That sounds cool. I definitely try to work on my reactionary behavior, and then also I practice sanitization when I can. So I don't think I have COVID. I've been tested a couple of times, so I should be able to sign up when I can. So I'll do that when I'll be able to sign up for sure.
Nice.
Great.
And when you join the national org, it used to be automatic. Now you have to specifically request it, but you do get the fancy membership card.
Shiny. Another red card. Awesome.
Exactly.
I'll have 2 red cards then.
I love seeing the IWW SRA cards photographed together.
Nice.
They usually have a Merc squad on the back. I was in leadership,
Oh, cool.
so I got a special Rosa Luxemburg one. But
Nice. Very cool.
All power to the workers and soldiers' councils, baby.
Awesome.
Faye, one more question. And it sounds like I'm harping on it, but I guess it's one thing that I worry that a lot of people already on the left who are interested in guns. I just want everyone to be as safe as possible and be as efficient as possible.
Yes.
So one more thing about safety is basically going off of what the last thing I asked, which how to keep yourself safe with potential harms of just having a gun. Are there any? You talked about whether you should or should not based on these ideas. What are if someone decides, okay, I'm going to get a gun? Are there any tactics or any tips someone might have to stay safe in the realm of for example, Bo of the Fifth Column had a great video on when he was training cops about like things like tunnel vision and panic with like if they are faced with a police officer or if they're with a home invader or a fascist or someone. Is there any do you have any tips? Are there any tips that kind of can mitigate those emotions and those phenomena that take over in a dangerous situation?
Yeah, if you are in an encounter and you get that fight or flight response, unfortunately, that's not something that I personally have as much experience with. I haven't, I've been assaulted a couple times, but never in a life or death scenario. So I can't speak to that as much. That would be a question for the SRA education director, who is a certified concealed carry instructor who is working on a curriculum. So I could throw out some general statements, but I don't know if they would be fully correct, so I don't want to speak on that in particular.
Well, I think with some good information you just said then, though, is what you're saying is if people want to join the SRA, there are training modules. There's information for that. So that's really good.
Yeah, we are working on it. Originally, the SRA was going to partner with another group that does firearms education, and we would essentially teach their curriculum under our banner. The workers of that company were perfectly happy to work with us, but as soon as the management and investors found out, they terminated the relationship. So the SRA is now developing its own in-house curriculum. It's not complete yet, but hopefully by next year there will be a full curriculum for basic firearms instruction within the SRA. As it stands, most chapters focus on teaching the fundamentals and accumulating information from various sources with advice from our education director.
I have a question here. Okay, so I don't really know if this is something that you guys do, but does the SRA work to try to get more people involved in the SRA? Like, do you have like any kind of online campaigns or ground activity, that sort of thing going on?
The SRA has never had an issue with recruitment. The name alone and just our existence and the stances that we take is to put it this way, the SRA just from the beginning of this year to the present has grown from 3,000 members to over 7,500.
Wow.
It's now probably the second largest socialist organization in the United States after DSA. The Communist Party USA may or may not be larger, but it's substantial.
Wow.
And too much growth can be a bad thing. It's the SRA has had to really expand its infrastructure really quickly to handle this huge influx of people. But I think the organization's doing an okay job considering the situation with COVID and the uprisings. It's a lot going on, but there's never been an issue with drawing people to the SRA simply by the fact that we are educating people, doing mutual aid, doing training, just the mere fact that we exist, and that this is an option. There's such a hunger for this sort of training and education already that as soon as people find out that we exist, a lot of people join.
Yeah,
very cool.
I love it. It kind of sells the name. It sells itself right in the name. Like, what is the social? Tell you what. So someone had a comment in the chat, which I don't subscribe to 100%, but I figured I'd let you talk about it if there's validity to this or what issues there might be. Says, isn't de-escalation, de-engaging, and running away your best weapons against fascists in order to keep yourself safe?
I mean, yes and no. I mean, if you can avoid a violent confrontation, you often should. But at the same time, you do have the fact that we do have fascist street gangs. We have groups like the Proud Boys, Patriot Prayer, who go into the street, and if you don't confront them, they just hunt down vulnerable people on their own and attack them, and assault them when they can't run away. And so if you believe in anti-fascism, in disrupting fascist street activity, then there is, people who are going to choose to engage in violence with fascists to disrupt their street activities. In that case, those people should not carry guns, but they should have friends nearby who do, in case that situation escalates beyond a fist fight or throwing water bottles or whatever. There is that, I have a couple books here that I wanted to plug later, but I'll bring this one up now. This Nonviolent Stuff Will Get You Killed by Charles E. Cobb Jr.
Yeah, that was great.
Which is about the role of firearms in the sort of civil rights movement. And one of the things that is brought up in that book is the fact that there would be, pacifist, nonviolent protests of people simply sitting down and allowing themselves to be beaten by racists. However, often in those situations, there would be people, Black people or allies nearby with guns to step in if things got too far out of hand. And also, many civil rights leaders had guns and had, friends and comrades with guns to help defend them when they would be, targeted. MLK Jr. Would frequently have a shotgun in every corner of the house in case he was attacked, and would have armed bodyguards, because when you get into activism, when you are doing things in the real world, you become a target for fascists and other people, and you need that ability to defend yourself. So if you can avoid violence, if your activism is not violent, violent anti-fascism, which is valid in many cases, if that's not your praxis, then running away is often the best option. But if you are cornered, you need a means to defend yourself.
Yeah, I think it depends on what you're there for. Are you there as a bystander who's been accosted or gotten to a bad situation? Then yeah, I used to take jiu-jitsu for self-defense, or Brazilian jiu-jitsu, and yeah, the absolute most the highest priority is just avoiding the conflict if you can.
Yes.
But if you're out there as anti-fascist, as doing activism, then it depends on you gauging the danger of the situation, of course. But yeah, you're out there to have some form of conflict, even if it's just a verbal or confrontational, some type of confrontation, I should say. So yeah, running away might not be exactly, it's counterproductive.
Like if you want to defend yourself from tear gas, you can either run away or you can bring a shield and a leaf blower. Those are both valid choices. It depends on what you're there for.
Yeah, absolutely. And I haven't promoted it in a while, and we haven't gotten a donation in almost an hour, in 49 minutes, folks. I don't know. It's getting harder and harder to donate shame people, because it's just gotten so high now.
Well, don't you want it to be even higher, people? I mean, come on. But don't you want line to go up? Line going up is
line
good.
Must go. This line is good when it goes up for everyone.
The only thing holding me back is the fact that it's got that 1312 in there.
Oh yeah. Well, you have to donate an equivalent amount to get it to like
maybe you can get
161 to 161. Yeah. There you go. Someone do the math and donate that. Remember, we are giving away 2 amazing T-shirts at the end of this stream, right here. These were designed by a former anti-fascist former inmate.
Those are really cool.
They're really cool. So yeah, we'll do a drawing in like the last 15 minutes of the stream later, and everyone who donates will get 1 entry. So yeah, get up on that. I've already given away a pack of stickers. Camazotz Altars has said anyone who donates $5 or more will get a $10 discount from their store for their t-shirts. So yeah, hit that up. And all this goes to an amazing cause, to supporting anti-fascist prisoners who are suffering for doing work to protect others and to protect you and me. So the least we can do is be here to help them. Even if you can't donate monetarily, I'll put in the chat again. There is here's a list of the people that we're helping and their addresses, or the addresses that can be mailed at in prison. If you have $0, you can't put anything out. Signal boost, spread this out, as well as write to them. Hold writing parties, which is something I never occurred to me, but you can get a meetup with if you're in a Socialist Rifle Association chapter or an IWW chapter or something like that. Talk to them about doing a meetup where everyone writes letters. These are like, for if you're doing these 11 prisoners, maybe each one of you writes a letter to each prisoner, and if you have a group of 20 people, I mean that means every single one of them is getting 20 letters. That's going to be so impactful to them.
Yeah. Also, this is only tangentially related, but I actually did just think of something just safety-wise during, these uncertain times. Do you mind if I share it?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Oh, if you try to cultivate, emergency contacts in your area. Like, for instance, in my case, I am reliant financially upon my parents, but I do have enough independence that, I am, planning on going to, say in the future I plan on, doing something that, isn't necessarily legal or whatever. That we need to have emergency contacts that we can, just like people in our local group that we can rely on to make sure, hey, I'm doing this at this time. If I don't, come back at or text you at this time, please, contact my. I mean, I feel as though everyone should do that, really, especially with situations with abductions in Portland and all that continued shit.
Build an affinity group. Meet some, know your neighbors.
Yes, very, very important. Faye, I have another question for you. So there are a lot of people that are fresh socialists who used to be liberals, who believe that the only way to solve gun violence is to ban all guns and that sort of thing. What do you say to those kinds of people?
We got another dono, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. I would say that's great. Can you find a way to confiscate 350 million firearms from the American public without having, enforcing that with massive federal confiscation? Right. And can you explain how that confiscation will not unevenly target the poor and Black communities? Can you explain how this will not lead to federal agents bursting into immigrants' homes, taking their firearms, and then using it as a reason to deport them? Any sort of gun control that relies on the existing American state is fundamentally going to be, it's fundamentally going to, its enforcement will fundamentally involve all of the same racist and colonialist and fascist tendencies that our government already has. If after we solve the issue of America, once we solve that issue, maybe we can talk about disarmament. Maybe we can have that conversation. But as long as the police have guns, as long as racist militias have guns, as long as right-wing nut jobs have dozens of guns that they can pass out to their racist friends if shit hits the fan, and the left is relatively weak in comparison, as long as that's the case, I don't think that having feds and cops go into minority communities to disarm people is going to help the situation. I think it will make things worse.
And,
we can talk about an ideal society. If you could remove all the guns, maybe that would be great. I don't know, but that's not the society that we have.
Yeah, and Marx even wrote, which of course, obviously, you know, the quote we just read, that Marx was definitely in favor of guns, and any attempt to take them must be frustrated by force if necessary. But he also wrote about, in a post-colonial, post-capitalist world, kind of post-revolution, that if the guns are not needed, they wouldn't be, in kind of his envision. I can't remember what book it was I read this in, or what essay, but he said they would most likely be stored away. If they are no longer needed, they pose a risk. That actually it's not pro-gun, it's pro-protection and pro-necessity. So once they are not necessary, unless it's like some, you know, you figure out a way of sport shooting or something, whatever.
Yeah.
But they would be stored away in case they were ever needed again. But the whole point is, it's not that it's just because it's our right, you know, it's because it's a necessity.
Just to comment on that, one idea that has been fostered by many people within the SRA, you know, one way to approach gun ownership in a post-capitalist society is the idea of community armories. And those could operate differently depending on what your vision of socialism is. Is this controlled by a socialist state? Is this, you know, libertarian socialist municipal control? Is it totally anarchist? Whatever your implementation is, the idea that militarily relevant arms are kept under lock and key, but are accessible to working class people who can then use those guns to defend their community, to defend themselves in the event of a, you know, military situation, or of something like a hostage situation or mass shooting or those sorts of environments. Having, you know, the community be able to defend itself and to have those arms available, but not having them out among the general population at all times. And I think that's a good middle ground. But, you know, depending on the implementation, people may or may not agree. I certainly wouldn't, personally, I wouldn't agree with like a state-controlled community armory. But if that's your flavor of socialism, then, you know,
hey,
we're not there yet.
Okay, go ahead.
Hey, Faye. First of all, I want to say it's nice to meet you. I've watched you on American Johnson stream, and it's nice to meet you. I've actually endorsed the Socialist Rifle Association on my YouTube channel a couple times, nice. So I want to say that I support you, and then I do have to go after I ask you this question, because this has been on my mind lately. But how can I the question is that there's gonna be a Black Lives Matter rally in Portland, and I imagine there's gonna be some counter revolutions, not counter revolutions, but some counter protesters, Blue Lives Matter people there too, some fascists and Proud Boys. And there's gonna be there's gonna be some feds. There's gonna be some feds there. Should the Socialist Rifle Association be there too? I don't know. What do you think? Or should there be some people armed open carry and things like that too? What do you think about that?
So two sort of aspects to that. First, the Socialist Rifle Association doesn't do street actions. However, SRA members are free to be members of other organizations, or to do their own activism outside the SRA. I'm sure that many SRA members are involved in these protests already. But the issue in Portland, Portland has banned open carry within its city limits, and has also put some heavier restrictions on concealed carry. I've heard conflicting reports about whether it's completely banned or not. I haven't fully read the local laws, but it's more difficult to conceal carry than it was a couple years ago. So I think that as far as firearms, I don't think that there should be any sort of left-wing armed march unless there's a specific situation where people are willing to break that law for a political statement. Right. And that's a decision that community will have to make itself.
I understand. And then one more question I have, it's mainly about the election, and I'm not trying to bring up electoral politics. It's just because if Joe Biden wins or Donald Trump wins, they're like people of color are gonna lose their right to bear arms, and that they're the most likely to win. And I'm just like worried that that's what I've been thinking about, and I'm just worried about like the future, and it's just like I'm just worried. I'm just worried. I'm just worried about that. So like I don't know. Like we should be mobilizing at this point. You know, I don't know.
Well, it depends on what you mean by mobilizing. As far as the electoral stuff, you know, it's a rock and a hard place. Trump versus Biden. I'm leaving the top of the ballot blank. Just voting for down ballot progressives.
I'm voting for Howie Hawkins.
Yeah, I mean, you can vote for the Green Party if you like. I don't have any issue with that. But it is an issue. Trump is a threat to minority communities in all the ways that we know, and probably new ones that he hasn't thought up yet. Biden his gun control plan is pretty egregious, and it's pretty squarely aimed at working class people. There are essentially workarounds, loopholes for rich people to bypass all of the laws that he's proposed, of course. It's neither of them is really good. I can't endorse either of them. Mobilizing against that, the SRA will probably, it's so far refrained from engaging in electoral politics, but if Biden wins the election, I expect, again, I'm not in leadership now, but I expect that the SRA will start to do some electoral work, lobbying politicians, not with donations, because
I don't want you to lobby with politicians.
Not like that, but like trying to influence them, making statements, sending out mailers to influential people, AOC, for
exerting
instance.
public pressure. Yeah,
exactly.
Oh yeah.
Just to make sure, no one's done this, but just because we're approaching that territory. The topic is on community defense, which is completely legal, and not over any. We are not talking of or endorsing or denouncing any form of insurrectionary work, just because that's not
adventurism could get people like me killed.
Well, and also it's just,
that's not what I'm saying.
Talking other things could get you.
Just the language used can get hairy.
Yeah. What I'm trying to say is that we need to like be on the defense, because like I'm just worried about what's happening in the future, you know.
Yeah.
There's
this. I think people need to start taking defense very seriously, if that's a clear enough way to say it.
I have no idea what's going on in the future, but I'm confident that people will be better off armed than unarmed.
Yeah.
I want to.
Anyway, I that's all I wanted to say on here. So anyway, I'll see you later.
Thanks for coming on, Skylar.
Thank you.
It's
great to talk
Have
to
a good one.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Solidarity.
Bye. All right. So first of all, yes, we got another donation from Irish Polak to boost us even more. Thank you so much. Of $19.78. Line must go up. Line go up good. Praise the line. And by the way, pronouns are she, her. If I misgendered you, I am so sorry. It's we're all working on decolonizing our minds, and it's not an excuse, but I want you to know it wasn't intentional, and I'll be more careful of it.
If you did, I didn't hear it, but thank you. But yeah.
Now, something else I want to mention is in the chat earlier. Now, everyone, please be nice. But someone in the chat was, and some people have talked about it in the chat. But it's a good topic to bring up, and some people are new to these concepts, and that's why we're here. That's why we're talking publicly about these things. So, Jackie Nyancat says, "Sounds like there isn't a big reason to bear arms for you, but if it." Oh wait, sorry, that's Larice Ruth. I meant to hit the one of Jackie Nyancat. Sorry. That's the response. Jackie Nyancat says, "See, I'm only 16, but in the UK, we have what I deem a good gun regulations. So gun crime is often rare here. And community policing and actually talking and meeting my police forces and knowing they're not always against me often makes me disinclined to ever want to bear an arm. I guess what I'm asking is why bear arms if you trust the forces and institutions to handle?" So I would say,
I don't.
And yeah, exactly. And I know we're very American centric in this conversation, but I also know some about England, and I know plenty of British socialists who would disagree with that, and that's okay to have that understanding. As long as I'm assuming you're here to learn more. But I would say you should never fully trust any institution, even if it's a really good one. You should never fully trust them. You should always be asking, like, okay, they're doing this, and what else are they doing? if you see a lot of community policing and actual like community involvement, that's a good step, but that doesn't justify the institution, and it doesn't justify the other atrocities, the other dangers that they put the community in.
The police are one tool among many that the state can use to oppress its population, and they can be deployed by different countries in different ways. In the UK, if you are, a white British person, if you're not exceptionally poor, then you may well have a decent relationship with your local police. But then ask how poor Middle Eastern and North African immigrants are treated by the police. Yeah. Ask how Irish people were treated by the police during the Troubles, and you'll see that the police can be a very
Ask how most Jews like me have been treated for most of history.
Yeah, exactly. And if I can add too, it's like the other thing too is even if you blindly, completely trust everything that your government says, what happens when the next person comes in? And that person might not be as easily trustable. You know what I'm saying?
What happens when Britain gets its Trump? Boris Johnson is in that direction, but he's not the same. But
yeah.
I
interrupted Silver Spook when I said that. My bad.
I haven't said anything, so I should probably say something. But hey, everybody. So as the resident person of color, fuck the police. Generally speaking, I was just kind of thinking, like, I don't really know where exactly. I can say, I would agree with all the points about, I've witnessed police kill people, and it's terrible. I've witnessed people my skin color kill each other, and it's terrible too. And so I have to say, like, I obviously, like, for all the reasons that we're saying, right, we have to be able to defend ourselves. At the same time, like, I'm always worried because I've seen what gun violence can do in the hands of 14-year-old meth dealers who have no other option except to shoot each other and sell meth to make enough money to pay for their exorbitant rents. And also, I've seen police do horrible things to those same people, and it's disgusting. I will agree with this. America, as a country, this is the Hawaiian flag. Somebody who has directly fought the U.S. military and the United States police and its militarized police and all of its fucking aircraft, including B-52H Stratofortresses, which they bombed their fucking mountain with. And they're going to bomb some more pretty soon, I think. But they don't drop it on our head like in Iraq or in Vietnam. They drop it like 6 miles from our head. So it sounds like thunder. So maybe we'll have the socialist F-35 Pilot Association one day. We'll see. That is Vietnam. Never mind. Anyways. But I mean, kind of all kidding aside, I do think that, like, just like it is important that we are prepared to defend ourselves. And, like, we don't necessarily, like, I know in this community here where we are on the Big Island of Hawaii, which I would say is the least colonized areas, like who we have twice the rate of veterans of the United States military here. There is a very well, I'm not going to say who it is, but there's very well organized non-police entities, let's put it that way, who are prepared to do a lot of things to defend the community in a lot of different ways. And it's actually twice in the area that I'm on in the Big Island of Hawaii, it's actually twice the average veteran. So 7% of the entire United States is veterans, which is, there's 20.4 million veterans in the United States. And we have twice the rate of that. Many of them are Buddhists. Like, a lot of my friends, like people that I've worked with, are like literal Vietnam veterans who like have taken vows. They don't have any guns. They know how to operate them if they needed to, but they're like Buddhists selling incense and stuff, hanging out with the Hawaiians, we're talking and surfing and eating avocados in these huge, communes that we live here in the Silver Spook commune with homeless American professors like comrade not homeless, but unable to afford housing while teaching as a professor, making $20,400 a year. That's the median professor salary. So, like, we have a lot of different people here from a lot of different backgrounds, and we have varieties of ways of defending ourselves. There are a lot of weapons. We have a lot of gun ownership, but it's important. It's very important, I will say, to just having guns. I want to kind of echo what was said earlier, like, having guns does not equal defense. Having guns can actually disempower you. I've seen people, I've talked to kids who are like literally like, Mr. Chris, get out of my face. I'm gonna be thinking Kanye. I got a 50 cal. I got this, 9mm. I'm gonna pop caps and ass. I'm gonna be raking in fast stacks of 100 meds. I'm gonna be President Kanye West someday. I'm gonna be motherfucking president. I got guns. I got power. I can blow you away, motherfucker. I'm gonna be Ice Cube. I am the next. I'm what's up, right? And I'm like, do you see all of your friends from Grave Street, the ones you're trying to be, even in Honolulu, Hawaii. So they're not even not all black, but they buy into that kind of culture. And you're 10 times more likely to be killed if you're black or brown in a ghetto in the United States. And that's why I was a social worker trying to stop these kids from killing each other and going to prison for the rest of their life, making fucking Amazon Whole Foods vegan and non-vegan goat cheese for 25 cents an hour, or putting out California's wildfires, right? Or making the guns that the Portland police are going to use to shoot up their protesters in a prison for the rest of their life. And so at the same time, it's like it's as important to like be very trained. It's train your mind, train your body, train your spirit, know your community. And it's materially different in the super colonized parts of Honolulu, Hawaii. That's where Waikiki in the city is. It's very much. It's like Oakland or New Jersey in the tropics. It's what it is. It's a shithole. I hate it. It's like they're the highest concentration of billionaires on the planet live right in my neighborhood, like right up the mountain, and then down in the ghetto where they take a shit and all of their chromium-6 filled tap water, all of their fracking, all of their industrial waste is like giving my family cancer right now.
Yeah, that is a lot like a lot of places in New Jersey where the wealth and income disparity between like 5 miles outside of of Newark, you're getting into the suburbs of New York, and you have some of the richest people in the country. Kids that I went to school with, so I do know. And now Newark is like Flint, Michigan. It's a majority black city, and they have no fucking water. Yeah, I forgot the water. It's highly gentrified.
Yeah, the water I'm drinking actually is full of chromium-6, and that's just fine. They're gonna leave it like that, and it's all fine. Yeah. Smells like burning plastic. It's great. And the kids, actually, the kids where I'm from, they lived in housing that literally it hasn't had hot water for like 8 years, and it basically will never. And the water smells like burning plastic now. So that's gonna keep happening. So in Honolulu, that's not just Honolulu. That's Honolulu. That's Seattle. That's parts of Tacoma, parts of LA. Parts of it's all over the place. So like, and I've seen like, it's very important like that people get educated, get properly trained, like get your mind in the correct place. Not in the correct place, but just get educated, get empowered, like read. Like, don't read CNN and don't read anything that comes out of it. Don't listen to any of the news. This is what I tried to do in the ghetto. They listen to Kanye West. They listen to, I'm going to get my Desert Ease out. When they didn't be peace out, I'm going to get my I'm going to be a misogynist. I'm going to rip the girl's hair off. I'm going to have fast stacks of honey bands. I'm going to be an N-word in Paris. They would rap it to my face. And I'd be like, it's time to learn about math and reading. And they're all like in my face. Some of them pull the fucking gun out and be like, hey, this is not what time it is. You want to go do that? Like, you got the whole rest of the United States to get yourself murdered in. You want to kill each other? You get out of my fucking classroom, and it's like, it's like, that's why I kind of like, I have this feeling. It's like, I mean, it's like, I understand, like, definitely if you are afraid of, and also I even understand there's a lot of toxic stuff there. There's a toxic patriarchal tendencies and a lot of just like the lumpen proletariat, and it's just like, that is hard ass work. So when people say, oh, we're going to take the police and turn them into social workers, I'm like, motherfucker, are you ready for this? You ready to be Silver Spook and the guy? Anyway, it's not as fun as fucking freedom riders and step up to the streets with Antonio Banderas dancing his way into liberating all the children. It ain't as fun as that. Let me put it that. It's fucking hard work. It's dangerous work sometimes. So, but anyway, I'm losing my train of thought. So the main thing is on Mauna Kea, we had U.S. military veterans. Uncle Walter Riddy is a Native Hawaiian Vietnam War veteran. Is trained by the United States military. Killed people that Softboy Social Club and I were friends with American Johnson and Luda. He killed people in Vietnam, right? And then he later on realized I was on the wrong side of this. I should have been supporting the socialists over there. And then he later fought against the U.S. Empire when they were bombing on one of our islands, Kaho'olawe, cracking the water table, destroying our environment on a Native Hawaiian island. He was in the 70s there when it was illegal to speak Hawaiian. It's still illegal to speak Hawaiian. Hawaiian professors get arrested in court in 2018 for speaking Hawaiian. And that's the U.S. is still an imperial colonizer here. And it sucks. And so we're fighting it. And Uncle Walter, Dr. Cuñado is a literal major. He was an officer in the U.S. military whose job was to overthrow democracies in the Middle East, in Kuwait specifically. And these people they know how to shoot guns. They know how to operate tanks. They know how to some of them know how to operate aircraft and AC-130s. They can fire the 50 caliber. They can shoot Hellfire missiles. They know what they're doing. And they're like, when we are doing this operation, the most important thing is like the first thing you need when we're. And like I was up there on the mountain when the police were sent. They sent 8,000 police, the military, They sent that National Guard. They sent the LRAD sound cannon. They sent the fucking bombers. They sent everything. And they were like, we understand how to use weapons. We understand how to use a variety of weapons, knives, guns, tanks. If we don't have any, but our weapon here is knowledge, first and foremost. And we are doing this action. I'm talking about specifically defending Mauna Kea, the sacred Mauna Kea, our sacred mountain here in the Big Island of Hawaii. We live on the Big Island, which is the place of Papa, the Earth Mother, and Wakea, the Sky Father, from which all life. It's a long story. Basically, it's a very sacred place. It's like Mecca or a cathedral, and you're bombing our mountain. You're desecrating it without our prior and informed consent of the indigenous people. You're in violation of state and federal laws. You're not, and basically, like last year, we said enough's enough, and we're gonna physically stop. Well, not just last year. For the last 5 years, we've been fighting it, and this is enough's enough. You're not gonna be up here again. And they said, but we're gonna do this with no weapons, not even a baseball bat, not a gun, not a knife, not a mace, nothing, not even a brass knuckle. I don't want a Hello Kitty pepper spray, nothing, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. We're in kapu aloha, sacred ceremonial practice, because in this moment, right, because we have our most important weapon. This is what Dr. Camazotz said. He's like, my job was to overthrow socialism. My job was to destroy democracy for the benefit of the military-industrial complex, Lockheed Martin and Jeff Bezos' billions that he's working with Amazon Web Services. My job was to do this. And let me tell you, the most important thing is to be able to project power in a situation. You have to understand the historical context. You have to understand your present situation. You have to be, mentally prepared, because when they start sawing Hawaiian flags in half, when they start demolishing your Hawaiian library with your books, you have to be able to control yourself, your mind, and your body in that situation of chaos. And what they want to do is they want you to lash out and attack the police physically. They want you to attack. They want you to attack because that will justify what comes next, which is we don't have to just drop the bomb 6 miles from me anymore. We can tar and feather you in the media. We can destroy the optics of what you've built, everything that you've built. And because they were lying about us, they're saying, oh, these Native Hawaiians are a bunch of filthy, smelly little N-words of the Pacific. You're savages. You are defecating and pissing all over your sacred mountain. You are dropping drug paraphernalia. There's bottles and hypodermic needles. You are a bunch of filthy little, why is my taxpayer dollars going to pay for your little meth babies? Basically, you little Hawaiians. You are not sacred protesters. You're not defending anything. You're just partying on that mountain, and you should go back to your little ghetto. They didn't say specifically those words, but that's what they implied with all the dog whistles. That's what he said. The governor of the state of Hawaii. And we said, you are a liar. You are, and we had to, you are telling lies. We are not violent. We are not defecating on our mountain. We have porta potties. There is no trash, not a single piece. I've been up there several times, and I never found a piece of trash because everybody's cleaning everything up, and everyone was in lockstep. Nobody's armed. Nobody's fighting. Nobody's drinking. Nobody's doing any drugs of any kind. Nothing is happening, and we had video evidence, and there was no way. There was no way, and they were trying to get video or something of us trying to provoke something, right? Something to show to all of their white racist Americans who occupy Honolulu and who control the capitalists and the government and the businesses in Hawaii, that these are the savages that you thought, and try to bring, and that was part of the strategy, right? So this is a it was a longer term strategy of like, we are not going to physically bring any kind of weapons. We're not going to provoke anything. We're going to be in this. Now that's for our situation. I'm not saying that's not every situation, but like, again, it's first and foremost, the knowledge and the consciousness of your mind is your most important weapon. Having a gun without having the knowledge, without having the history, right? Which is what I didn't have. When I grew up with no Hawaiian history. I was taught, you're an American, put your hand over your heart. You're not Captain America. You're not Luke Skywalker. You're about 3/5 of a human being, but you're an American, kind of. You can maybe dance hula in the fucking hotel somewhere. You can pretend to be Jason Momoa, maybe, but I mean, you're not, but you're not a Hawaiian. Those are those dead savage people. They're all gone now. They're all backwards little kahunas. They never brought anything good to the world. America saved them by building the roads and electricity. That's all a lie. Hawaii had electric lights before the capital of the United States, because we had a higher literacy rate than America ever had. So the knowledge is the most important tool, and then the community organization, like we're saying, so I don't know. And guess what? We have defeated a $1.6 billion capitalist corporate project, the 30-meter telescope, in collaboration with Intel Corporation, one of the fifth richest, top 10 richest people in the world and more. University of California system, Gianna Napolitano, ex-Homeland Security Director, Justin Trudeau, horrible Canadian. So shout out to Lottie Blix. Fuck Canada and your fake white. You three oil companies in a trench coat with a stupid hat, carrying a gun, doing blackface.
Fuck Canada.
fuck Canada. And Japan and India have already pulled out. So let me just say, so we have had a material victory here. We are pushing back capitalism. We're pushing back against tourism. We're now electoral. Our people are moving into the government. Nice. But that's kind of secondary to the mass decolonization of all of our minds. It used to be 4% of Hawaii identified as Hawaiian, and 96% basically identified as we're all American now, right? We're all American now. Your skin color is like this. Your history, your blood, your blood, but I mean your family, your culture, your kupuna, that's your elders, your aloha aina, your kuleana, your responsibility. Everything is still there, but you just denied it. Half of my family, my parents said, we are American now. One of them is a millionaire. She has a huge, beautiful career doing makeup for CNN anchor. She has her own clothing lines and shit. She lives in Portland, and she hates all the protesters. I've seen her posting about it. She's a Republican now. She's this skin color, but she bleaches her skin white. So you can enlighten yourself and be a fucking Wendigo, like half of my family. Very sad, very sad. So, but our generation and the younger generation, we are decolonizing ourselves, and that mental weapon, the mental weapon of the knowledge, the true history is I think is so critical. And then when you're capable of, directing and acting in the world, power is the power is not the caliber of a rifle. It's not a 50 caliber or a 200 caliber or a nuclear bomb or a gun or whatever, or a gunship or 300 gunships. Power is the capacity to make your will, whether that's an individual like a billionaire or a mass of people through the mass line or through these other things, or through a decolonizing Hawaiian population, right? And so, it's not that you should, and we are trained. Not every single person specifically, but there are people that we are trained in. A lot of us, and enough of them are in the use of weapons, of violence, right? But there are other weapons and there are other tools, information. The U.S. military. Go read the actual U.S. military documents about how they declare insurgents and how they overthrow democracy. Most of it isn't necessarily about how to shoot the guns good, although that is something. But psyops and information, which is why I recommend actually getting a Mastodon account, because they're deleting Twitter accounts off of the internet. I've always said that, but I recommend the Mastodon is a decentralized, federated social media platform that isn't controlled by Jack Dorsey, a billionaire who is willing. He already deletes activists like my accounts off of the net. I got banned from streaming for 7 days in a row. Or not banned. They basically cut the entire pipeline when we were having our actions in here.
Can I interject real quick? I need to get going in the next 5-10 minutes.
Okay, yeah. Actually, I'm done. I'm just going.
That's all right. I want to say that I really appreciate a lot of the things that you said, because I think they're very important. Yeah. One of the big inspirations for me with the Socialist Rifle Association was the Black Panthers, and the fact that they took, defending their community beyond just having guns and confronting cops, and went beyond it to education, to feeding hungry children, to having all these workshops and mutual aid programs within the structure of the Black Panthers, which was just as impactful or more impactful than the guns themselves. And that's something that should always be understood, that firearms are a tool, and you need to, as a part of your strategy, as a part of your tactics, decide how and where you are going to use firearms to advance the goals of your project, whether that's anti-fascist, decolonial, socialist, anarchist, whatever. You need to figure out, how do firearms fit into your praxis, if they do at all. And firearms ownership, just promoting everyone to own guns in general is a really bad idea if you don't pair that with education, if you don't pair that with a healthy gun culture that treats firearms as a deadly tool, as a weapon, which needs to be respected as a weapon. And so I think that's very important. And I think that, anyone who wants to get into left-wing firearms ownership should look into the Black Panthers. Not a perfect organization, but they did a lot of things right. And I think that understanding their approach to community defense is really fundamental to what I did with co-founding the SRA. Before I log off here, a couple things. First, an organization that I had on my podcast last month, relatively recent organization just getting off the ground, is the Latino Rifle Association. The founder of that group is actually moving to the Big Island. So maybe he can hook in with y'all, stand in solidarity with the Mauna Kea protests, which, by the way, are a fantastic example of community action. One of the best actions in the United States, in recent memory, in my opinion. But I can maybe put him in touch with y'all later. Aside from that, read This Nonviolent Stuff Will Get You Killed. Read Revolutionary Suicide by Huey P. Newton. Understand these concepts of community defense and how they've been applied in the past. And if you want to get armed and trained, if you want to, be prepared for either home defense or using firearms in a political fashion, definitely check out the Socialist Rifle Association for, education and training and, finding a community of like-minded people. But thank you so much, everybody, for having me on. Solidarity.
Thank you for coming on. And there's been just a ton of good information in this last hour or so.
Agreed.
Thanks for coming on. And I definitely, I think it's very important for everyone to get to learn to defend yourself or defend your community in one way or another. I'll leave you. You may have seen this image, but I'll leave you with this before you go. Which, nice.
Yeah.
You just got to jump over the liberal gap, and you get your.
Nice.
Yeah.
Just tiptoe past the centrists.
Yeah.
All right, everybody. Solidarity. Have a good one.
Solidarity. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye. Tell you what, I really need to go pee-pee. I'm not gonna lie. So why don't you three just talk amongst yourselves for a minute? I'll be right back after I refresh up, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
One of the things that I didn't actually get to touch on, which I wish that we could have touched on a little bit, is that I notice a lot of the time whenever we're talking about gun violence and these sorts of things, I touched on the mental health thing. Usually people with quote unquote mental health are labeled as being people that are unfit to have guns. But a lot of the time it also has to do with associating it with gang violence as well. And whenever it's associated with gang violence, it's basically just code for saying that minorities aren't able to have weapons and that sort of thing. What do you think about that, Silver Spook?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's a hard one, right? Because it's like, obviously, if you have armed police and they are, committing violence or armed racists, right? That's a dangerous situation. And if you have to be able to defend yourself. I kind of like to just say, like, you should, in this material situation that you're in, I can't tell, it's not my place to tell somebody who is in Oakland, who is in St. Louis, who is in Baltimore, hey, you can't have a gun, because you have to make those decisions for yourself, right? And it's like, definitely, statistically, unfortunately, if you are a person of color, particularly Black, you are like vastly more likely to die of gun violence, and sometimes, a lot of times, it is. I don't like the term Black on Black violence because of the way that it's often used as a kind of, it's all them doing it to themselves, right? For me, it's very hard, because I'm like, I want those kids that the teenagers that are working with who had weapons, and it's very hard, because like the things that they would need education, they need actual schools, parents. Part of the problem was I was dealing with kids, one parent's in prison, the other parent is like on methamphetamine or on other drugs, and they don't have an education. There's histories of violence that are, it's like violence, it's like, was it Gandhi? Poverty is the worst form of violence, and that violence of poverty is then lack of services, right? In these impoverished places, ghettos, whatever you want to call it, right? The lack of services, they intentionally hired the worst teachers here in Hawaii. They literally, they found the teachers who basically didn't want to be, and they pay them horribly. I was a teacher in the public school system, and I had to bring in my own freaking textbooks. I'm like, buying my own toilet paper, and I'm like, I would love to be able to and I'm trying to do my best, right? And paying us terribly. I was literally a homeless teacher, living in a Mazda tribute, eating spoonfuls of peanut butter for dinner, feeding my children ramen with freaking frozen peas and carrots with it. And like that in itself is the kind of like this lack of basic services, lack of basic community safety, anything upbringing, what makes the difference between like a middle class? I know a lot of millennial and Gen Z there's less access to good middle class, just having the love and nurturing that children need, right? But what's the difference between somebody who is in a nice Orange County neighborhood and some, right? I mean, but you know, they're human beings, but one of them is like they're born into violence. They're born into a lack of education, or lack of resources, a lack of water that isn't poison, like living in a food desert, you know? I mean, part of it was like, they didn't even know their parents, they didn't even realize they're all dying of diabetes. And I'm trying to explain, you know, oh yeah, my mom just fell asleep and then she didn't wake up. They don't even know what it is. Their mom dies at the age of 40. And mom took a long nap and then we had a funeral, right? Wow. And it's like, they're so far down there. It's like, it's, I don't know, like, you know, and oftentimes I feel hopeless because I would try to like be a surrogate parent for like 100 children who basically were either homeless and had no parents, or they didn't even know who their parents were a lot of the time, and they're just trying to like, hey, stop listening to this, you know, gangster, stop like buying into this kind of like violent, misogynistic, you know, but I'll listen to some Public Enemy or some Rage Against the Machine. Let's do something else, right? Rather than just like, you know, just trying to like survive by committing violence against each other. And like, unfortunately, it is, a lot of it is against each other, because that's the violence of poverty causes the people at the bottom, not the bottom, but the poorest in society to end up committing violence in their own community. And then the police also escalate that violence and then round them all up. And so I don't know, it's like, it's really tough. But I mean, one thing I can definitely say is that definitely giving more resources to these communities, properly funding schools. I mean, properly just building the stop fracking under their feet and stuff, you know? I mean, like, just basic, that would go a long way. And then also definitely like leftist projects that come into these communities. There are a lot of impoverished people of color and the Black Socialists of America. And those are very important, because then they take those people who are there. And the thing is, these people, these kids, and people in these impoverished communities have probably some of the most revolutionary potential, because they are the most, they are benefiting the least from the imperial capitalism, right? But so I don't know, it's very hard. I would say, like, if we had, like, if the Socialist Rifle Association and then the Black Socialists of America and the Black Panthers, you know, are in the community, and actually my brother and sister work in one of those projects. They do grow food locally in the city of Honolulu, and they are in COVID, they're actually distributing to the schools. And so, like, if you're part of a you know, I think, like, before you get guns, you should have access to love. You know what I'm saying? Like these kids don't have access to love. You know, they actually say a child's mind, like the MRI of a soldier that's gone to 2 tours in Iraq, is actually a mind of a child who has been through war zones multiple times. A child's mind who has not actually experienced just the absence of love, right? From their family, from the neighbor, from their government, from their school that doesn't care about them, right? The absence of love actually causes a similar. It looks in an MRI like a war-torn soldier. And they actually become, you know, they have post-traumatic stress from that. And so, like, it's almost like that's kind of like, I don't know. My biggest role was to kind of just be a presence in their life that actually cared about them whatsoever, first of all, right? And then once they're at a place where they are, like, you know, are like solidly rooted in something, and they understand the world, and they understand, like, why the propagation of gang violence and this kind of, you know, like, you know, just gangster culture, as Cornel West would describe it, why that is deleterious and damaging to themselves. I like the Blackguard Guard bring this up a lot, right? It's like, we're killing ourselves, you know. We have to get these drugs out of our communities. We got to get it out of our bodies, and then at that point, then you can start to go, okay, how do we organize coherently? You know, it's kind of like, you can't do what we're doing on Mauna Kea without that pre-existing. I don't know. You know, I don't know. I think I'm doing a bad job of explaining this, but I hope that makes a little sense.
No, you make total sense. And the other thing too is that a lot of the time in a lot of minority communities, and especially in the United States, like you're saying before, having the love of a parent or a community or whatever, that is taken away from a lot of these families because their fathers or their brothers or whatever are locked up and put in prison and that sort of thing. And it really goes to show how myopic like class reductionism and that sort of thing really is, because it so obviously has so much to do with one another.
Benefits.
Exactly. Yeah. Like what you were saying before about having it based on resources is so important to think about, because if you don't start off with the same sort of resources, you're always going to be playing catch up, right? And with that, like I said on Twitter, and like I've said a few times before, when you're talking about race, you're inherently talking about class. And when you're talking about class, you're inherently talking about race, because that's how they destroy you.
I've said that so many times on my stream, I can't even tell you. like, again, as someone who comes from a primarily theoretical background, you literally can't do materialist analysis without taking into account intersectionality. You literally, if you don't do that, then you aren't seeing reality the way it is. Therefore, you can't make any prescriptions and any judgment as to what sort of action you need to take. It's either you take all of this into account, or else you're just being myopic and you're no good as an accomplice to any of you know, for instance, for me, you're no accomplice to disabled people like me if you don't consider our struggles as inherent in the class struggle.
And you know, even if on a completely amoral standpoint, like the moral standpoint is probably the most important and you know, very valid. But even even on just an amoral standpoint, if you're just on tactical, just on the best method of getting your goal accomplished, it would make sense that if you have a goal, to go to the people who have the most experience, the most techniques, and the most kind of reason to want to see this goal achieved. Wouldn't you want to go to those people first?
Yes.
Those people, 99.9999% of the time, are, you know, Black marginalized people, Black, Indigenous people of color, queer people. They've had this experience much longer than whatever level of privilege you are. The people under you have probably had more experience in that, and you know, like I'm pretty high up towards the top. You know, full admission. So why wouldn't you want to do that? Just if nothing else, for the tactical reasoning, you know. Like
Indigenous people.
That's who should be leading the revolution.
Powerful tactics, like, you know, Indigenous alliance, like Silver Spook, like, you know, Indigenous peoples all over the Americas, because they've been fighting U.S. empire, or, you know, one sort of empire or another since fucking 1492.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what? I just gotta say I gotta take off out of here. Is there anything that do you have any questions for me or anything like that?
We need to do that Star Trek episode.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, we totally do.
Oh. Yeah. No, I'm really happy you came on. And these were some great questions. That was a perfect fit for you to come on with Faye.
Oh, I was so excited. I was like writing down questions before the show. I'm like, oh man, this is gonna be such a fun show.
Yeah.
So yeah, I wish that I had them on Twitter or something. Maybe she is. I'm not sure, but if she is,
I can get that to you later.
Yeah, because man, that was a good conversation, and some of the information that she gave out was so unbelievably imperative. And specifically when it comes to safety, I'm glad that got covered right off the bat, and all of the other things as well. So yeah, if she's still listening or if she sees this later, I really appreciated that conversation, and I was honored to be able to ask some of those questions firsthand.
Yeah, that's such a valuable resource. People like that really
agreed.
That's a great example of you know, there's plenty of them, but someone who's like in a marginalized community, and it helps, if nothing else, it helps dispel this image of like the LGBT community is the sissy, whatever girly means in their intent, you know, which if you are that, I mean, hell, my channel is called Soft Boy, that's fine.
Exactly.
But the idea is that's exactly, that has to be equated with that. So I love that it is showing that there are people from all walks of life on our side. You know, from that. It's not just a bunch of snowflakes over here. You know.
No, exactly. And the other thing too that I really appreciated was the idea of uncoupling masculinity from gun culture, because it really has nothing to do with trying to defend yourself, with learning home defense, with any number, with just learning how to shoot in general. It has nothing to do with that. And I'm so glad that there's somebody out there that's actually talking about these sorts of things.
Completely agreed.
Yeah.
Like that.
All right. Well, anyway, I'm going to take off. So thank you very much for having me on. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you so much for stopping by, Aaron.
Is always great. Live long and prosper, comrade.
All right. Yeah. Take care, guys. Bye.
See you. And look, A wild Camazotz has appeared.
Oh,
In-
what is
what's
up,
going on?
Camazotz?
In Camazotz's natural green state.
Yeah, no,
You rarely get to see the green screen.
Well, if I turned the green screen on, I would just be a floating head. So,
I mean, you're saying it like it's a bad thing.
I mean,
Yeah, I was about to say. I mean, you are a god, so.
I mean,
so
I
it
suppose
would
I
make
could.
sense.
I figured that would be like more off-putting. If I hold on, let's see.
I know it was more in relation to what Aaron was saying before he left.
Yeah. No. Yeah. True. We gotta uncouple the phallus imagery from nice.
There we go.
Oh wait.
Oh fuck! I'm loving.
You know what? I'm gonna imagine that you just actually have green skin and you're stripping down naked over here.
There we go. That's totally fine too. There we go. I have just this.
No, yeah. I've been saying this for a while. The problem that we have with mass shootings is toxic masculinity and gun culture and white supremacy on the rise, and fascism, which very much includes the cult of action. This idea that you must act to defend whatever the fuck you think that bullshit concept of whiteness is.
Yeah.
And that's and that's also just so wrapped up in police culture also. I mean, big shocker, the fucking forces that in the United States were partially evolved and created out of the slave patrols, and private property enforcement back then included slaves. How fitting it would be that toxic masculine white supremacist culture would invade a space where you literally have a gun on you because of your job.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, I just got. Oh, go ahead.
You got. No, you got.
Oh, I was just gonna say. Yeah. Hi. I mean, I'm not. I'm a little sleepy there. Cold. I just got out of work, so. I'm a little bit. I'll pick up as I get angrier. Silver Spook and I, we feed off each other. We grow together. So it's all right. I was listening to a couple of things. I was listening to this stream while I was closing up at my job, and I kind of want to go back to kind of touch on something as far as community building. As somebody who. And I say this time and time and again, and I try to be as open about it as possible, just because, I know that there are other people who have dealt with, suicidal tendencies or self-harm, that sort of thing. And, they might be feeling compelled to go ahead and arm themselves, even though it might be not necessarily in their best interest, having an easy way out sort of thing. One of the things, though, that Faye did a great job at explaining was the idea of community, of a community system, right? Meeting with your neighbors, getting involved, taking advantage of being part of an organization. But, that whole idea of community solidarity is something that we need to put more stock in. We really need to destroy this individual identity and really start thinking about, living together in our immediate areas. That is something that, if you are in fact worried about being in this leftist space and feeling like you have no way to defend yourself, the best way you can do that is by relying on the strength of many instead of the strength of,
Absolutely.
yourself. I, for one, also, learn self-defense, hand-to-hand combat, that sort of thing. Learn, basic things, so that you can feel more secure in how to handle yourself if, something does happen. It's, you never feeling helpless can lead you into a situation that you might not know how to get out of, and we need to avoid those sorts of things. But I just want to reassure people who might be really surreptitious about picking up a gun or having one in their house. Believe me, I feel you. I'm there with you. But But I mean, the community resource is something that I just kind of want to echo. And then the second thing that I want to kind of talk about is this idea of like, you know, what with liberals coming in, or like people who are wary about gun or like are pro gun control, like this idea of like, you know, like gun bad, you know, gun dangerous type thing.
Well, gun is dangerous.
You know, when it comes to defending your very existence, especially existing within a marginalized space, you know, there's an old, to quote like an old Brown Panther, that was interviewed on the Peace Report a couple months back, where he's like, look, like as leftists, we never really want to hurt anybody. We never really want to resort to violence. He's like, that violence is the tool of the fascists. Violence isn't the tool of, you know, isn't our tool. But there will come a time where you have to pick up the gun to put down the gun. And
that's said so beautifully.
And so I took a lot from that, you know, is it's just like, you know, we have to be comfortable with defending ourselves, whatever that may be, whether that's, you know, learning, you know, first aid, learning how to talk to people. I mean, hell, even learning a second language, being able to translate for somebody in the minute, like, you know, if you are in a predominantly white community, but you know that there's somebody in your neighborhood that speaks Spanish, or, you know, speaks a different language, and you grow to like know who they are. I mean, maybe learning a little bit of said language, so that if shit does go down and, you know, they are attacked, you are able to help translate in the middle of a panic, at least in a very rudimentary way, to help them. Like these are out of the box things that can lead in a positive way to what we would call insurrection, right? Insurrection isn't necessarily going to the Capitol with a bunch of fucking guns, you know, armed to the hilt. Insurrection is, you know, community solidarity outside of the state, right? It's that's the biggest concern. That's the biggest concern the authority has, is us being able to live autonomously and being able to coordinate without their help. So the biggest insurrectionary action you can ever do is to become as close to self-sustaining as you can within your community, not as an individual, but once again as a collective.
Yeah, I mean, like I think that's really important, and I kind of like it's really important to kind of like reiterate. I mean, just to kind of bring it back to like something that came up, you know, the CHOP, right? The autonomous zone, like that is having autonomous zones is, yeah, like as Camazotz said, that is insurrectionary, that is revolutionary. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah. You can
no, that's okay. Well, I'll go ahead and hit this first. Yeah. We have Moki Kisa with $18.10. Which put us right at 2,500, 2,550, I think. And then we had, with no message, thank you so much. And with Faye, which I don't know if this is the Faye we were just talking to. That's awesome. If not, if you're a different Faye, thank you so much. With $5. So we have exactly now 1 hour left of this stream. We are exactly $244 short of meeting our fifth goal, because we've blown all the other ones out of the water. I would love to hit this 2,800 mark before we end and send $2,800 perfectly, not one penny less, to the 11 anti-fascist prisoners we're supporting. We still have, in the last 15 minutes, we will be giving away, let me share again, 2 of these shirts that have been given to us by the Antīfa International. You can only get those for this event, or for the Day of Solidarity. So they are a limited edition. They will not be on sale year round. You can get them now. They were designed by an Antifa activist, ex-convict or ex someone who was
hey,
in prison
Mark.
before. So yeah, donate. You have 1 hour to get those in right now, and you've got about 45 minutes to get in if you want to try and get in on the t-shirt deal, and I'll draw the names at the end. So yeah, do that, and it's going to help out. It's going to help remind and help make it easier to for these soldiers, but these prisoners to remember their humanity in a place that is specifically built to dehumanize them. Yeah. Anyways. Rant away, sir.
Oh yeah, I'll just finish up.
Thank you, Damon. I do have to sit in this chair a long time.
I'm sitting and standing because it just helps my back. But anyway, yeah. But like, I think like really like building those like autonomousness from the empire, from capitalism. I mean, that's kind of what a lot of the Black Panthers were doing, right? Was trying to be able to provide food. I mean, they're taking kind of examples from like and what happened in Vietnam, right? It began as trying to feed people needed rice, and right, and Uncle Ho, hey, we can help get you some rice. By the way, we can learn also about this socialism and this communism stuff. But really, it's really like building that kind of like autonomous, and it sets everything. That's being able to feed, that's being able to clothe, that's being able to house, that's being able to provide medical care for people, right? And that stuff is as important, I think, as defense of with hand martial arts, weapons. And the biggest weapon, the first weapon that you use actually is your voice, your ability to communicate. I mean, like I've been in a lot of situations. Like I live from a very, like I look back at it. I look back at the crime rate in my neighborhood. I'm like, yeah, this neighborhood is. I had the highest likelihood of dying in this neighborhood, right? But like your number one weapon is like, what are you doing? Where are you out on the street? How are you like projecting yourself? How do you interact with people in your community, right? Are you coming out there like I want to, everything you do, the way you walk, the way you dress, the way you speak to people, right, is part of the it's part of communication, obviously, but also if there is a confrontation of any type, right, that's the first line of defense. And like if you are somebody who is, as a social worker, you're dealing with people who are not always in the best place, the people that they're definitely not, they're in a very hard part of their life. And so your ability to like keep your keep your yourself in a mentally and physically as sound as you can, and also and staying in contact and then building those autonomous networks in your community, right? Again, even if you're talking about military conflict, what is the first thing that armies will do when you're attacking? You cut off the supply line, right? How are you, even if, in any situation, right? If the capitalists like, well, we're going to resist capitalism, we're going to general strike. Oh, I hope you have fun with no Walmart food and no Costco and no Target and no your meds. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you like meds coming in your hospital? Oh, I'm sorry. We don't have those anymore. Oh, did you like those things? I mean, if you had a large enough, so like everything, right? We have community, and that's one thing that we do have here in the Big Island. We have community hospitals. We have like Hawaiians and the local. We own collectively the capacity to produce housing. We own thousands of acres of avocado, of food producing, of poultry, beef, agriculture, and then we also have community. Each house has its own community garden in it. That's just how we do things, right? So like that kind of stuff, and then also talk to your neighbors and be like, hey neighbors, do you guys do you guys want to go? We have this organization. Like, are you who here is very good at community defense? Can you help train us? Right? If I have a problem, where am I gonna? If there is somebody that comes in, like, who are we gonna call up? How are we gonna organize to deal with whatever? And I've seen this happen even just in the grocery store. There are people come in. They're like racist ass people. I remember this one. It's actually like basically like. It's a independent organization, not the police. And there's a guy who's being very racist and belligerent in the middle of the store. He's saying things like, these freaking Hawaiians this, and he's like swearing. He was on, it was like the day after St. Patrick's Day. Somebody had like a lot to drink, and he was like being very belligerent and disrupting the store. And not the police, but someone else basically came by and they examined him and they collected intelligence, like, who is this guy? What is he doing? And they just kind of came up to him like this. And they could see that this person that he was talking to was an ex-special forces, and he's like, yeah, how are you doing? You want to keep saying racist stuff about Hawaiians or just making all of our children gay? He's saying all kind of horrible things, like the Hawaiian teachers are destroying our children's minds and stuff. And I was like, you want to keep saying that? You want to keep saying that? All right, okay, keep saying that. And they're like, they're collecting intel. They were organizing, and let's just put it this way: that person who was antagonizing the community was there's no guns involved, but let's just say that he was chased out of the town. And
he was
people
asked politely to leave.
We asked you politely to leave. You know, when I hear stories about how the Vietnam police do it, it's actually very similar. They basically, from what Luna has said, right? She's like, so if somebody's doing something illegal and we don't want them to, the police will sit them down, have a beer, and we'll be like, yeah, we'll have like 10, 20 people around, be like, hey, brother, I know you're doing this illegal activity, and that's, we really don't want you to be doing that. That's not really good for our community, right? That's not really good. And it's a show of force too. It's like, we know what you're doing. We know what you're doing. Please stop doing it. If you want to continue to do that, I mean, we don't want to like do anything violent or rash, but I mean, can you stop causing this harm to our community? And if you continue to do it, like, we're going to ask you nicely, stop doing this, whatever, this trafficking, this gambling, I don't know, whatever it was, or violent, whatever. Please stop doing this. We don't want to have to escalate it to the next level. Now, in the U.S., it's not that way. The police are like, hey, are you black or brown? Here's a gun, right?
You try to use a counterfeit $20 bill unknowingly. 8 minutes of leaning on you and poof, you're dead.
Yeah. So that's why the U.S. doesn't, yeah. Anyways, that's a long rant, so I'll shut up. Yeah.
No, the rants are good.
Yeah.
The sermons, as Luis says, it is cleansing, if you will.
Cleansing. Like that.
Silver Spook cleanse, like a, it's like a liquid Drano for your soul. It just cleanses out your mayo crap.
It cleanses the mayo. Sorry.
Anyways, I sadly have to go, but I am still going to be in chat. You three individuals, everyone else who has been on, thank you so much. I am going to stay here for the last hour. Hopefully we get some good shit. Mind if I do a tiny little self-plug?
Yeah, sure.
I'm gonna be streaming again tomorrow from 1 to 4 p.m. Eastern United States time. Be there or be a poopy doopy head. Bye.
Well, I mean, some people might like being a poopy doopy head. So.
No king shaming,
Later, Chucky. Have a good one.
And I will throw, as soon as I find it, I've got a list here. Where is Chucky? So many people have been on the stream. Alice Evelyn, Javi from Cuñado de Izquierdas, Jock Paul Freeman, Damon Garcia, Lottie Blix, Mark Bray, Izzy Bear, Socialist Rifle Association, Silver Spook, Camazotz, Trashcan 1312, Damon Garcia, if I didn't say that one. Or I think I did, but so many amazing people have been on the stream.
All the best people.
All the best people. Absolutely.
It's okay. You can say Damon's name twice.
Damon deserves it.
I'm
really sad that right when Damon came on was when I had to my one chance to get like a couple hours sleep, and I didn't mean 2 hours of sleep. So I had to take it, and I didn't get to talk with him, and I've been wanting to talk with him live for a while.
I mean, just do what I do. Just start knocking on his Discord door until he opens up.
I started messaging you with a eggplant emoji, just like, "Hey, you up?"
Yeah, hey, yeah.
Chat.
Every time, you when Damon goes live, you just start just banging on that Discord door, like, "Hey, let me in. Hey, it works for me."
What are you doing? What are we listening to?
What? No, it's probably the Roosters.
Oh.
Comrade Rooster is, crowing. That was Comrade Rooster's. Comrade Rooster's crowing because there's actually a hurricane coming here very soon. Hurricane Douglas.
I saw that.
Roosters and children. Fuck yeah! I mean,
Roosters children.
Yep.
And Rooster
there
children.
It is. And Rooster. Speaking of which, I'm fucking hungry. I came home and just
hi fucking hungry. I'm dad.
Oh, hey.
No, wait. Hi fucking hungry. You're also dad.
Yes, I am. Yes.
We're all dad here.
Yeah.
I'm not a daddy. I don't.
You have a fur baby. You have Olma.
I have a fur baby. I do have a fur baby. That's
you worry about her. You have to feed her. You have to make sure that she gets to the doctor if she's sick. You do all the care that that is required of a child, right? Like you have you're
But no matter how old she gets, I still have to pick up her shit for her.
Yeah, that's true. And you don't and you don't have to like try to teach her to read, you know.
Nope.
Oh yeah, that's a good point, Silver Spook. Fuck Trevor Noah.
That's
yeah.
Very good point to make.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Fuck Trevor Noah.
Is EJ still unable to stream?
Yeah, still that's why he hasn't been on the stream at all. Solidarity with the 12th Antifa prisoner, American Johnson.
Wait. Hold on. You're telling me that like if he were to come on this stream, that this stream would be at risk as well?
Because I'm restreaming I would have to turn off my stream to YouTube. Because I'm also streaming on YouTube right now.
Yeah. But that's my point. Is it's just like he's like right now he's on like Vosh status. It's against TOS to have me stream on YouTube at all. Are you fucking? Hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me. I don't want to blow anybody. Are you fucking serious? Okay.
It's like when someone goes in the other room. You're like, motherfucker.
Yeah. No, I can't. That is fucking wild. I can't. Wow. Who would have thought that that EJ would become the Vosh of YouTube, but like in a different fucking way? Oh wow.
Please don't make that stick for poor
EJ.
No,
I hope not. But you know what I'm saying? Like you can't
yeah.
That is so awful. Yeah, that is fucking ridiculous.
Hey. Speaking of which, my prayers get answered.
Yo, it's a fucking party now.
Yes.
Yeah. Hey, time to teach Breadbeard how to dance. Let's do it.
Oh God. Wait, so I'm the token white guy now.
Oh no.
That's fucking great. How's it going, homie? We haven't been on and we haven't been together in a while.
I know. I missed you, homie.
Yeah, it's been.
But yeah, I had fun on here earlier, but Breadbeer wasn't here. It was me and Trekkie, and then Luna and Nora. But we had a great time. We held it down. It was fun.
Yeah, I know Nora came on at some point because was it not long before I came back that Nora came on? Okay, because I don't know how I knew that, but I knew it. Like I heard her voice, and I was like, did I wake up and was I spirit walking over to you guys?
Cold says, it says Unidos? Yeah, sure.
Yes.
This is now
Unidos takeover.
This is not
Ollie.
No, you're okay. It's all right. I mean, the whole thing about it is about solidarity, uniting. But
we can all in solidarity. If nothing else, we all can in common say, "Fuck Trevor Noah."
Fuck Trevor Noah.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. What a piece of shit.
I know. It was intense earlier when Luna was on and EJ was just barely off frame and she was talking to him. It was like, no, come on, EJ, please.
EJ, you should have had Lefty the Liberal come on.
I just can't. Yo, hold on, Luna or whatever. I'm sure she's watching. Make an EJ puppet. So that EJ can
yeah, exactly. That's what we need.
Make it EJ puppet.
Or EJ needs to come on as the puppet.
Or hey, yo, better yet, just put like just get a sock with googly eyes on it and just like put like a paper beard on the bottom of it, and then that's how you do all your live streams.
That's how we solve this.
That's how we solve this. Just puppet loopholes.
Yeah. Well, one of his videos, there's Lefty the Liberal, which is literally just his left hand with some googly eyes. Like, you could. I think that would be within TOS. You could just, or within the band, you could just like stay out
off to the side. Just off to the side.
Yo, EJ, if you want to come on and do that, I will absolutely.
It's just like, oh, I don't know. Trevor Noah's not that bad of a guy. Fuck you, Lefty. Get the fuck out of here.
How are you saying bad things about this leftist content creator? Lefty Liberal is the most difficult puppet to operate.
How dare he upset the status quo? Lefty is a hand cramp engine. Fuck. Oh man. Yeah, no, I'm very impressed. I got to say, you've been doing this for an entire day, basically, or a little over a day.
Over 27 hours.
And 27 hours, and you only got 2 hours of sleep.
Yeah, 2 hours of sleep.
Woo!
Other than that quick 20 minutes I took off when you were here last, I've been sitting here.
Dude, you can be a parent because that's how much you're gonna sleep for 2 years.
Yes.
Right? Yo, if there's one thing that I have, my biggest issue with Baby Zotz is
do tell.
Talk about it.
That child of mine,
that spawn.
Daddy doesn't stop streaming until 2 a.m. Okay, I need to not be woken up at 6. Okay, and I try everything in my power to like just squeak out like an extra 30 minutes, an extra half hour, like something, And like before, the trick was I would just give him my phone. Like I would put on a game, and like he would just pop balloons on the thing or learn numbers and shit, like whatever. He would just do that, and then like I could just relax, as he did that. Now he's figured out how to make phone calls. So now I can't even just give him the phone anymore because now he's like calling people. Like he called up my delegate for the IWW, and then like I looked at it and I was just like, why the fuck is he calling him? Like, why the fuck is my phone? Like I heard the phone ringing. Like I was like in the twilight state, right? So it's like I heard the phone ringing and I look and I was like shit, and I hung up. And then like then my delegate kept calling me back because he thought that something was wrong because I was calling him at like 6:30 in the morning.
Oh my god.
And I was like, no, sorry, it's Baby Zotz. It's just him being an asshole. Apologies, But
that
yeah,
was just
so
an
it's just like,
excuse. You just really wanted to hear from him, and you're like, oh, it was the kid.
yeah, I just, it's just like one of those things. Like I can't. I wish he knew. I just wish he knew. I think I'm gonna log this and then like wait for when he's a teenager and he stays up all night, and then I can go ahead and then I can just do random things like that. Just who am I kidding? I'll never. If I can avoid it, I'm never waking up at 6 in the fucking morning.
Yeah, it's not worth the revenge.
It's not worth the revenge.
No,
that is. I'm sorry. That is an ungodly time. That is.
Lucky for us, we have ours is like 6 and 9, so we're past that stage. But it was it was 4 years of that for us. 4 years.
Fuck.
Oh my god. Yeah, I know about 6 a.m. because I was up at that time. I just hadn't gone to bed.
Break up the sleeps, but yeah. Like it's like okay, he goes to bed. Like okay, here's the thing that pisses me off. This is the thing that like really makes me angry. Is it's like I'll wake up, finally like around like 6:30, 7 o'clock when I can actually move my body, not just my eyeballs, like I can actually move. And then like we'll go downstairs and I'll make him breakfast and we'll sit down, we'll eat breakfast together, and then we go and we sit down, like whatever, I turn on usually Lucid Fox, and I'm watching Lucid Fox on Twitch on the TV because that's my morning news. And then this asshole falls asleep at like 7:30, 8 o'clock, and I'm just like, bruh, you can't just sleep in. We can wake up now, bruh.
No, they were busy at 6 a.m. It's time to sleep now.
6 a.m. is not time to party. Like, come on. Like, you just like the extra 2 hours, and then you want to sleep till noon. I love you, child. I love you so fucking much.
You're already that dead. What are you doing sleeping till noon? We just got one more donation from Tepatepec. Thank you so much for $5. No message. That's going straight to the Antifa prisoners. Just a reminder, we have just under 40 minutes, so probably just under maybe 25 minutes if you want to get a chance at the t-shirt, because that's going to be in the last 15 minutes. If you want to get into that, all you have to do is send a donation to that little thing scrolling. No, that's a Damon. Under the Damon is there's streamlabs.com/softboys social club. Thanks for the assist. That's community aid right there.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you look in the chat, you just got to do that the entire time now.
I'm following it. Yeah.
Or you look at the chat. You can click right there. All of the donations, including the PayPal fees, will go directly to Antifa prisoners. If you want to get it on that shirt, you've got 25 minutes. Thank you.
Awesome. Hey, did you know your Twitch channel is like not showing up? Did anyone tell you that?
Yeah,
I got it right now.
This morning, you're on the sidebar. On the sidebar of followed channels, it won't show up. And if I Twitch search Soft Boy Social Club, nothing will come up. And then I have to go to the URL, twitch.tv, Soft Boy Social Club, and there you are.
What does that mean?
Yeah. I have to like in order for
fishy.
me. In order for me to watch it, I had to fucking go to YouTube, click the link from the YouTube for your channel for Twitch, and then it came up. But yeah, like if you search it, it doesn't come up. You don't exist.
Right. Yeah, I can't.
But it wasn't like that. But it wasn't like that yesterday.
Yeah, it was this morning when I woke up. And if I look at even like show more and look at all my followed channels, you're not there.
Yeah. And I can't. If last I checked, I wasn't able to host you either.
Did I?
Trekkie was able to raid in earlier, and it was happening. But
I exist.
Yeah, because like right now, you're not on here.
He did manually, or they did manually through.
Yeah, if you type in the URL, it pulls up. I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah. I'm looking at my sidebar. It doesn't even show you being as offline.
Yeah, he's not there.
Like you just don't exist.
It's a little fishy.
Shadow ban.
It feels like a shadow ban.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Yugi.
Well, you know, Antifa is domestic terrorism, so you know, I mean.
But that's also impressive for like 50 people to be in here. Like they really have to.
Yeah, I was just
thinking
here. We've made this donation goal so far so high. With
like so much effort to get in here.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, I'm not showing up at all, and I don't know how to get into it through the Twitch app on my computer. Which is really weird.
That's fucking weird. Yeah, I don't know. Twitch delisted them. Is that a thing? And why?
Yeah, I hadn't heard of it before.
Does I mean I know about like like I can shadow ban another channel or another user. Can Twitch the platform shadow ban someone? What would be the purpose of banning someone without telling them?
You want me to? Yeah, I mean, like, you know, it's basically like, you know, I think it's probably I'll guess it's something to do with you know, the words in your title. Probably it's just automatic. It's an automatic filter that like, you know, take those down, push them down low, and so nobody could find it basically. So it wouldn't pop up on the front, you know.
But you're thinking you did a search.
It's not coming up at all.
Oh, also that too. Yeah. That's yeah. They don't want anyone to see it.
Evidently.
I mean, like, just as an example, have you guys? I know Camazotz remember this, but you remember like, when we're like the Canadian indigenous people were fighting against the fossil fuel pipeline, the Wet'suwet'en and the Winnesalten. Same thing happened on Twitter and on Facebook. You know, basically like you put a tweet out there, and then no one on your follower list, you'd have to go specifically to that person's account to see the tweet. Kind of like specifically you have to go to Soft Boy Social Club Twitch URL to see it. So like that definitely happens on Twitter, on Facebook, and I haven't heard it specifically on Twitch, but I mean, you know, they're all tech companies, so.
Well, that sucks. Well, I did try my best to get around it. If you look, I'll share the screen. If you look on it, this does not technically say Antifa, AITI. So.
Right.
I try to be sneaky about it.
Wait, what is it? I see. Yeah.
It's like it's I don't know what that's used for. Actually, you would use it in Chinese if you're doing phonetic listing of Chinese. It's like an I with just a bar on top of it.
Yeah, this is it's kind of frustrating because it's like because basically, so what this does is like, so I don't use Twitch through my browser. I have like the Twitch app installed on my computer. So it's like, so now I can't, the downside of that is I can't
there's no URL bar.
Yeah, there's no URL bar. Like I can't I can't fucked. Like I can't get to you.
Silver Spook, that's the Antīfa is what that is.
And yeah, you know, you're gonna have to figure. No, actually, like I know some people who program for Google, Amazon, And what they're working on now is, because what people are doing, just try, because if you put things that have like BLM, or you have any hashtag that is being suppressed, like DAPL, any pipeline actions, even Mauna Kea too, to get around that obviously you screenshot the text, right? And then you put it as an image, and then the AI algorithms that are filtering through what to show on the front page of people's, millions of people's timelines and whatnot, they can't figure it out because it's an image. But there are people it's not that hard. I mean, like capture, right? So now but they're programming their AI to read even the screen captures and try to figure out what you actually are saying, because people are trying to encrypt, right? Like what you're doing. And their job is specifically to keep figuring out ways to suppress the left off the internet, basically, or anybody who's deeply for example, just like in the Unistolten camp, they had their these are the indigenous people fighting against a fossil fuel pipeline in Canada. They had their account deleted actually, and it later came out that they spent $50,000 on they spent $50,000 at Facebook and gave $50,000 to Twitter to basically put fossil fuel ads on the top, and then de-rank, like Lottie Blix has had this happen. Bunch of other folks have this happen. So yeah, I mean, and the guy was like, yeah, no, this is my job, is to program algorithms to figure out how to read people's screen captures text. So figure out if it's a BLM or if it's, Antifa related or anarchist related. So yeah, it sucks. It's going to suck a lot. So, if you're a coder, let's do it. Work on decentralized, non-capitalist.
Yeah.
Because we're doing like the CAPTCHA, like reverse, like to input with a capture card instead of like from the corporation side.
Yeah,
a weird, not capture card, but capture like image. And instead of like, are you a robot? It's like, are you a Fed?
Here, check this out. Like this is my like following list. And then I put it up for screen share. Yeah, that's my following list. And then this is the people live. You're not on there.
And search Softboy Social Club. Like all one word.
Yeah, that's fucked.
No results.
I don't exist. We are in an ethereal plane right at the moment. We are non-corporeal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand. Like like this literally makes I don't fucking get it. I don't like. But why though?
I guess because of the Antifa title. That's some
fuck
bullshit.
Out of here.
Which folks, you know what? First of all, you are all awesome that you found your way here and you stuck with it, even though with our hands tied behind our backs,
yes,
like that.
Yes.
And that's all the more reason, with the last hour, if you can push this, or last half hour, you can push this. You can signal boost it to see if we can reach this goal. This isn't from me. I don't even Twitch. I don't make any money from Twitch at all. Anyways, so. Yeah, if you can boost this to get this donation bit, and also if we can get to this goal, we have $244 left, $49. Oh wait, I think we got one more. Or maybe that's the one I just read. Yeah, so that means we need your help that much more, and that makes it that much more important of a cause, because this kind of proves that the kind of suppression we're already facing. And the movement is working. So this
I mean,
is your
honestly, like I'm getting to the point now where like I'm ready to just fucking. I don't want to say abandon ship, but like I'm really like looking at just like changing platforms in some aspect, like really focusing more efforts on not relying on this at all. Like I know that's something that we should have been doing. I don't want to hear it, Silver Spook, but like I told you so. Look, we tried, okay? We're just not very hard, all right? But like this is like this type of shit, like we're seeing it like live, like we are here, it's just like on a grab and be like, I exist, like
no, you don't.
Like, the fact, yeah, right, exactly. Like EJ's not allowed. Like EJ has to literally do a sock puppet account. Get it? Sock.
A sock.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Whoa.
Hand puppet.
Yeah, right. The EJ has to be a sock puppet, you know what I'm saying, in order to fucking like, and that's how he makes his fucking. That's how he eats. You know what I'm saying? That's his fucking income. Like literally, like that is. I mean, yeah, sure he has Patreons and shit like that, but I mean, it's nowhere near like the same. You know, like him and Thought Slime. Like they, like going to Twitch, like destroys their income from their community. You know what I'm saying? Because some people don't do that or whatever. This is fucking wild. Like I'm trying to process it. I'm trying to like problem solve in the moment, and I just like this is, and then there's that thing that somebody said the other day with what is it, Richie, I believe his name was, who just like tweeted the address of a fucking police station, which is public fucking knowledge. And then got his entire fucking, and then got his account, like everything was just like everything was like taken off of Twitch, or not Twitch, Twitter. Like it was like fucking like nothing. It was just like His
account doesn't exist.
Yeah, the account like just doesn't exist, never existed, just completely fucking gone. And yeah, all he did was just tweeted an address, which is public information in California. Like it's just like what is it? A civil rights activist, 10-year-old Twitter account for publicly organizing anti-government protests. Yeah. And I mean, these are the platforms like Radical Reviewer put out a video like last year or late last year, basically talking about the viability of the online left, like what purpose does it serve? And it's like, like one of the things he had said in it was, you can't, like, can you really say that you're making a difference if like the authority doesn't give a shit about you? You know what I'm saying? Now it's starting to look like different authorities are starting to give a shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, obviously now we're starting to make some sort of impact. At least, who was it that made a video recently kind of like talking about, EJ, I think, right? With his like Noam Chomsky thing, talking about how, like with these social platforms, we're actually able to, kind of like attack, right? Or, lead something against the authority, right? We're actually able to help transmit information, work together in real time. We're actually able to do some sort of impact. I mean, like right now, we're able to raise $3,000 for fucking Antifa prisoners, even though we're ghosted, right? Even though even though Breadbeard's fucking Twitch account doesn't even exist. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is because, and then that's just off of the solidarity that we have with our communities, like with this community itself. Like that's the only way that this was successful, not because of Twitch, in spite of it. And it goes back to what I said when I came on, a couple like whatever 30 minutes ago, where I said the most important thing that we can do is, or the most successful insurrectionary action we can do is by existing without the powers that be, right? Unfortunately, I mean, Twitch is the large platform, YouTube is the large platform, Twitter is the largest platform. Like, these are the way that we communicate with each other. It's the largest way to get out to people. But I don't know. Like, I really think we all, anybody that's in that content creators union we got going on in that Discord, I really think that we need to really have like a hardcore meeting and discuss some shit. Cause like we really need to spearhead something and make like a movement and a pitch towards a direction, in my opinion. Cause this is, if they're just doing this shit silently, it's only going to get worse, in some fashion,
Yeah, I think like go ahead, you go.
I was gonna say, and you think in a full on like revolution, you think they're gonna let any of us be on here? Like, so yeah, there has to be. So, and if we think about them now, the sooner the better. Just quick before, Irish Polak again, just pulling through in the clinch, $100.
Whoa!
We are
damn.
so close. So close. Hey, look, everyone out there, if you have even $1 to spend, do not edge prisoners. It's not nice. All right. Bring this to completion. Help them.
So that would be illegal.
Hey. I promise you, we'll all look you in the eye as we finish.
I'll whisper sweet nothings.
Yeah, but this is all fucking wild. I mean, at least Damon can at least get away with it by talking about God, you know?
Yep.
Yeah, I guess. It is funny. Even I'd come to realize there are words that we can't put in Twitch titles, like communist you can't put in, and then you can't put in white supremacy or white supremacists. You can't put in, I don't know, different terms in relation to racism you can't put in. So there's definitely already some censorship of leftist terms, but yeah, eventually I imagine it would just turn into, oh, you're using this word, you're gone.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, if I could just jump, you know, I think it's like, it's scary, and like, you know, it's kind of like, whoa, they can just delete people, and you know, I don't want to say I told you so, but I mean, you know, I don't want to make people feel bad, you know. I mean, every stream that I do, I always end with like, please check out Mastodon, the decentralized, federated social media platform that isn't run by a billionaire capitalist like Jack Dorsey. And just you know, a little bit at a time. And I know it's hard. I mean, I am a computer programmer by trade. Like so like it's a little bit trickier. It's a little harder. It's open source. It's a little bit. It's not as like, it doesn't pull you in as quickly. It's not hacking your brain with like artificial intelligences on Twitter are literally geared to hack your brain by putting the most outraging engagement things on the top of your platform. It's literally making psychological profiles on you at all times. And so it makes it harder because Mastodon doesn't give you that immediate, like, the hottest thing, like, you know, what did, you know, Donald Trump say, and what did this AOC, what did the person that you like, what did your stand say that was the hottest thing that we could shove in your face and get you getting social validation and dopaminergic feedback. You know, that's because Twitter is geared to do that, and it's subtly always tweaking it's always messing with your brain at all times, and it makes you addicted to it. Like it's like quadruple quarter pounders with like cocaine in them. It's like, yeah, you're gonna keep wanting to come back and eat, and it's like you can use them to get out good information, like Black Lives Matter action, like Antifa demonstration, like something terrible that the U.S. corporations or government have done. At the same time, it's also owned and operated by very powerful entities that they're not leftists. I mean, you know, these are capitalist corporations that are going to shut you down if you mess with capitalism seriously. So we always got to keep that in mind. I use Twitter. I use all these. I try to use at least the Mastodon at least half as much. Or at least as much. I post the same thing on both of them, and you know, and it's kind of like defense, like physical defense, right? Like being able to defend your community with martial arts, with weapons, or with all these other things, right? Also, digital physical infrastructure, right? Being able to feed, clothe, house, defend, and then also digital infrastructure as well, right? Because, like, you know, like as we're saying, right, if we're really going to be serious about this, if we are making headway, and the people that do make headway, you know, that's why the Una Stolen Cam got deleted. That's why, like, Silver Spook couldn't stream. I had my internet went down to like 1 kilobyte per second for a whole week. Everybody here during that time, and you know, and so while it's weird, right? Because you're operating using like the satellites of the Death Star while you're trying to build the Life Star, right? So we have to kind of do both at the same time. And those people, you obviously, like, I don't know if you guys are programmers. Like, I'm not specifically a network programmer, but I do know folks who are. So, or you also have the capacity to buy the servers, and it's you know, it's physical infrastructure, right? It's servers, it's electricity, it's the know-how and the technical know-how to build this infrastructure. It's not like when you turn on your phone, it's like, oh, look, I'm streaming. It's so simple, but it's a lot of time, it's a lot of skills, it's a lot of capital. You know, it takes capital and capital. You know, I mean, you know, and so I think what we can do is, like, at least encourage people. I know EJ has been trying to talk about, you know, PeerTube and all these other things, and we don't have a really good streaming service that isn't a non-capitalist decentralized streaming service. Like Means TV is out there, and like, I don't know what they can do to help with that, but like hopefully this is another wake-up call. Be like, we really gotta, because Black Lives, even without these like obvious, like, you can't even find Softball Social Club, American Johnson not even able to stream, income lost by a quarter, right? But even before that, Black Lives Matter should be much more trending than it is. It's actually already being quietly shadow suppressed. The biggest suppression you don't even realize is happening. So like, but I hope that these kind of shocks are going to encourage a little more movement, because, you know, it can be easy and be like, wow, I'm actually getting such a big audience talking about leftism. I got 80,000 followers on Twitter, you know, but that, like, they, you know, on a certain sense, if I'm operating the Death Star, I want you to keep using Death Star satellites to send your message, right? It's kind of like, you know, it's like fomenting a revolution within the Matrix, right? I mean, you think you're playing laser tag, you know, when the shit gets real, you ain't gonna have any of this infrastructure. You know, if the shit really, you know, it's kind of like, what are we gonna do in the real war? Well, in the real war, there's 1.6 million fucking military, and they got drones and nukes and all this other shit. You ain't nowhere near organized. And also, if this shit hits the fan, you ain't gonna have no leftists anywhere on the internet. You're gonna, you know, who runs the fucking internet? So really, right, what we can do now is we can keep on pushing. We can use the satellites of the empire while we're also building our own as best as we can, and like, you know, just try to fucking, I know it's hard because I know it's irritating. You're like, God damn it, it's, you know, Mastodon's so confusing and stuff. And I don't know. I'll tell them, hey, can you like code this better so it's, you know, you don't have to go through 6 hoops just to push the fucking tweet, or, you know, I don't know. But I mean, that has to be part of it. That's part of the building the autonomous, part of autonomousness is digital autonomy. Fucking, how do you say, I don't know.
Autonomy?
I know that word. Autonomy. The bigger part of digital autonomy, the bigger part of autonomy as the left autonomy organizations go is digital autonomy too. So there. Yeah.
That's good.
That's good.
Yeah.
Hey, hey, Damon.
Yo.
What does God say?
What does God say?
Just in general. No. Is it, I haven't seen, and this would be great if you have any context, if you've seen anything. What kind of correlation would you say there is to like Christianity and like anti-fascist work and like Antifa?
It's funny. I was talking a little bit about it earlier, about the Catholics in Nazi Germany. It was doubly hard for them because not only did they have to oppose Nazi Germany, but they had to oppose their own Catholic Church because the Pope was like totally fine with Nazi Germany and wasn't trying to stop it. So it's like when there were some German Catholic anti-fascists, but it's stories of like individuals who made individual sacrifices. They weren't able to create a group. And then there were Protestants in Nazi Germany who formed the Confessing Church as an alternative to the Reich Church. Like Dietrich Bonhoeffer is a big name in that. But it's people who are able to realize, oh yeah, this is like definitely what the radical Jesus we follow would be doing. And it sucks that the 2,000-year history of Christianity tends to be seeing a lot of the institutional church siding with the ruling powers. But at the same time, there has been this radical stream who have chosen to live differently. But yeah, and I consider myself part of that stream, and it's like, and learning about that and the stuff I do has kept me in this tradition, and it kept it exciting and inspiring for me. But if I didn't know about it, I definitely would have left a long time ago. So I totally understand when people completely hate Christianity because they're able to see all the times they sided with the ruling powers and use their power to oppress people. But yeah, I definitely think there is a radical stream, and it's powerful for sure.
Well, I mean, like, I guess the original fascists wouldn't even be like Mussolini or such. It would be the Romans. I mean, that's where the fasci was taken from, right?
Yeah.
So,
and
does that make Jesus the original
anti-fascist? Perhaps.
Oh my God.
Jesus would have been a domestic terrorist in the United States, huh?
Yeah. There are.
Like if Jesus came back today, he would be like deported at the best situation.
He would be there's liberation theologians that say he would have been a guerrilla fighter if he existed today. So yeah,
I can see that.
It's he was definitely a lot more radical, and there was sometimes people try to say that Nazi Germany was Christian and was using Christianity, but it was a weird twisting of Christianity called positive Christianity, which just made Jesus a very passive figure and not an active figure, and really hated the Jews. And so it's like a weird twisting that once Nazi Germany fell, that didn't really continue. But it's the fascists love a passive Jesus is what I'm trying to say, but the active Jesus who actually spoke against the ruling powers is the one that's still empowering people to do that today all over the world.
That's that'd be a good t-shirt. I want to see that like on the pulpit somewhere, like
yeah.
Fascists love a passive Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We just got. Well, let me go ahead and shout this out real quick. We got one more from Quiet but with an 8. Quiet 8 louder. Quiet but louder.
Yeah.
Yeah. Donated $5.69. Thank you so much. We are so close. And they say, I promise making an account on my Mastodon instance of your choice isn't hard. And it always is a weird word rep. And you don't have to swear off Twitter to build power away from it. We don't quite have this for Twitch yet, but heck, relying on centralized capitalist owned media alone. Absolutely. And I have no problem with that. And I'm looking more to that. Because I'm still growing. I'm not a very big channel at all. But that is something I'm definitely looking into. And I encourage everyone to get, because the only reason why like Mastodon and PeerTube are not big choices at the moment for many people is just because of their size. So if more people get on, it's definitely going to change that. Also, back when Irish Polak donated, I didn't read her message, which is fuck this bourgeoisie censorship of the left. Fucking A.
Mm-hmm.
I will give right to the end. I will give like 11:55. I'll give another 7 minutes to getting your donations to make us finally reach that goal. We are, by the way, you must have done that on purpose, because nice. 2666.
Whoa. There we go.
Hey. How can I do this? I have some proof for you, Camazotz.
Proof? What? Huh?
It's a dick pic. No.
Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
No, let me. I'll tell you. Talk amongst yourselves for like 1 minute.
What were you gonna ask, Silver Spook?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I was gonna say because I was on a stream like back, but I meant to kind of ask because like my dad actually was went to Gonzaga, was training to be a liberation theologian actually, and we have discussions a lot because that like in the way where the Catholic Church itself like and churches in general, but the Catholic Church like where that role is, and like you're kind of saying like the church, the religion, the Christian religion has played different roles in different times and places, and like as I was looking in the history, like the first Catholic priest, one of the first ones came actually kind of went native. His name was like Father. It's into Hawaii, right? Well, I'm in Hawaii here, and his name was like Father. He actually learned Hawaiian. He translated his own name into Hawaiian. And his name was Father Liana. He was originally Father Lyons, and he kind of like went native and like integrated and lived with the Hawaiians and like tried to help them as best as he could, as opposed to like later. And there were the Calvinist Puritan missionaries that came and they kind of just like obliterated a lot of the Hawaiian people. And then later, or also their children, descendants of the Calvinist Puritan, like Yale kind of descendant missionaries, were the ones who became the pineapple and the sugarcane capitalist plantation owners with very poorly paid, basically slaves plantation workers who came in from Philippines. They brought them in from all over, and then they wanted to make more money, so they kind of overthrew the Hawaiians. And they actually went. Their children actually went to the Protestant churches with the Hawaiian leadership, who they ended up putting a gun at them and basically doing what they do to Bolivia and Chile, what the U.S. does to other. The U.S. actually piloted its coup, like they're doing for Elon Musk right now in Bolivia. It piloted its coups actually in Hawaii. It was one of the first. And so anyway, but it was like kind of these two different ways. So I don't know, I don't know if you've that's not really a question, is it? I'm just saying things. I don't know, like, what do you think about that? Yeah. Like the two faces of the Catholic Church, like, I don't know, in the rest of the world, particularly the global South.
Yeah, that's powerful. That liberation theology started in the middle of the 1960s, and because it was in response to Vatican II, where it's like all these churches all over the world were responding to how have things changed in the world, and a lot of them were responding to pluralism, but Latin America was responding to poverty and underdevelopment. So they're saying, how do we change theology in response to that? They coined liberation theology, which is preferential option for the poor. So God has a preferential option for the poor, so the church should too. And they so that ended up looking like siding also with Marxist guerrilla fighters in the midst of different Latin American revolutions, and the Catholic Church hated it. And so it's yeah, Pope John Paul was like vehemently anti-communist, and that resulted in a lot of excommunicating of different priests who were preaching that God cares about the poor. And Oscar Romero in El Salvador was killed in the middle of mass as a result of this anti-communism. And he and then at his funeral, a death squad came in and killed a bunch of people at the funeral, and that death squad was actually trained in the United States as well. And so it's interesting to see that history, and it's like to be able to realize that there is totally a different way to do church. The people who, especially like in El Salvador, who were part of these movements, who was like, obviously we're on the side of the revolution because we're Christian. And like I saw this documentary of this guy preaching to a group of people about this stuff. And he's preaching with like a gun in his holster and like preaching about like, yes, of course we're on the side of the revolution because this is what it's about. And it's like, that's what I mean by like discovering this stuff keeps it inspiring and exciting for me. It's like, oh yeah, there it is. That's what I'm about.
Yeah. Oh, Holly just said, Holly is my partner. Fun fact, Father Damien here in St. Damien now went completely in Hawaii against his church bosses to go minister to leprosy patients where they were exiled in Hawaii against the wishes of the church.
Very nice. That's really cool.
Yeah.
We got one more donation from Tapatapiti Tech, who donated $10 and says, "I love when people struggle with pronouncing my username." LOL. I just did it. Tapatapek.
Oh, hold on, let me check.
I'm going with Tapatapek.
So you plan on streaming more on Twitch, Breadbeard?
Was that?
You plan on streaming more on Twitch?
I'd like to. I've been meaning to stream more. Maybe a slightly shorter span per stream. But yeah, I've been really. You know what? Fuck you, Twitch. I've been talking you up this time over YouTube. I've been like, oh man, I like these tools and stuff, and then you're gonna not even fucking like let people see my shit. Fuck you. So I don't know. I have to think about it. I mean, to be honest, it's not much worse than like YouTube or any of these other major corporate platforms. So yeah, I'd like to. Yeah.
Yeah, we all gotta share your stream when you're on. If it's not gonna pop
social
up.
hour.
Yeah. You're like I've made peace with like I know 15 to 20 people is how many people are gonna watch the and it's like I always say that like I'm just waiting for the day where I'm like gone because I know that's what's gonna happen. I don't want 200 people watching my stream really. I prefer to have like lots of people with 15 to 20 person. I mean I don't know, it's a lot of work for a lot of people to be doing, but it's kind of like it's it's not good what they're doing to you, software or what they do to EJ, but at the same time, it's like, we don't want like one person with like 2 million subscribers, right? Yeah. And then, because as the great theologian Zach De La Rocca once said, through counterintelligence, we can pinpoint potential troublemakers and neutralize them. You don't want a 2 million person, you want a lot of people.
I want to second that. I think it's really funny. Like everyone talks about like, oh, the edgy left. Oh, like all these like fucking, like, oh, you got to be edgy to get people in. Fuck that shit. Silver Spook and I are edgy. We're riding that fucking line. We're waiting for that one day where all of a sudden we say like the wrong shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, like one of my first videos on YouTube was reading Emma DeRudy, aka Willem von Spronson's manifesto before she went and firebombed the ICE detention facility, right? Like that's the type of shit that I'm talking about. That's what you need to be edgy with. None of this fucking I want to be able to say the R slur. No, fuck you.
How the fuck is that even edgy? That's just being a dickhead. Being a dickhead is not edgy.
Yeah, no. Fucking ride that bar. Fucking like sit there and just be like, hey, what can I say that's gonna be like borderline gonna get my fucking channel nuked or that's gonna like lead an insurrection against the state? That's how you fucking edge as a leftist. That's the energy that we need.
Well, if you want to know how you edge as a leftist, then
you holla at your boy, all right? You wanna learn how to edge.
This is edging right here.
It is so close.
Come on, folks. We have 5 more minutes. By the way, the reason why we are so close to that edge now is in part due to Louisa Ruth just now donated $42. The answer to Life Universe and everything.
All right.
Who messaged, they are not rants. Silver Spook and Zotz preach. They're not rants. They are sermons or orations. Shut the fuck up and take it for the good of the left.
On the mouth.
Yes. I could definitely see in another universe Silver Spook definitely being a preacher.
Hey, my dad was going to be a priest, but then he wanted to have sex and have kids and stuff. But he was always going to be a priest, so.
I always wanted to be. I always wanted to be like just like an orator. Like I love Malcolm X. I love going back and like listening to Malcolm, the way like the way that he speaks. You know what I'm saying? The way that he like his cadence, like when he's like directing a message, is to me is like so fucking powerful. And like that's type of shit. Where it's just like I watch a bunch of Malcolm X and I'm like, oh yeah, okay, I can fucking talk today. Like I'm gonna do this. That our kids call him Batman. Yo,
he's the Ancom Batman instead of the Ancat Batman.
Yeah, Ancom. Yep, that's right. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Thanks.
$72 to reach the goal. We just got another donation from Karina for $10 with no message. Thank you. $72, less than $71.31. We can do this. We got 5 minutes. Really got 3 minutes. I'll make it to 5 minutes. We'll go over.
I also want to say all that time, that whole time that I was quiet, I was setting up my Mastodon account again, and I have the.
There you go.
There are a couple people that I'm following already, and EJ sitting in chat talking all that good shit. Ooh. This dude hasn't been active on Mastodon since November of 2019. So I mean, I'm just saying, in here talking all that good shit.
I know. EJ was just like, I don't know why nobody goes on there.
Yeah, but okay, fair point. Who's he going to talk to? There's no one to talk to. So like this man screaming in an empty closet,
we're all gonna Mastodon shame each other. That's how we're gonna do this.
Oh,
there you go.
You haven't been active in the last 6 months.
That's my kink.
This is like 2 years.
EJ's just used to getting hundreds of likes on his tweets. It's like you gotta get used to just a couple.
Yeah, you just don't want to be knocked down a peg. You don't want to be.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Twitter bullshit, man.
Yeah. You got to be just whatever you're tweeting. Just that. All I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna any tweet I put on Twitter, I'm just gonna put on Mastodon. I'm just
just
copy and paste. That's it. That's all I'm gonna do. Just every single time. Like
I'm sure there's an app that can do that as well.
I want to. So my last, I feel like when I'm fucking like, I'm just like, when I know that my channel is gonna get nuked, or I know there's a lot of hate coming to it. The last stream that I want to do on Twitch is I want to read. EJ posted it on Twitter, I think, a while ago, which I need to get the link from again because I lost it. But the urban guerrilla tactics, like the guide to urban guerrilla tactics, like I just want to go over that on stream. Like I have been fighting that urge to just like literally just like go through step by step and analyze it. Like I was just like, how can I do this without like how can I ride that fucking TOS line? Like I just want the mini manual of the urban guerrilla. Yeah, so DM that to me, please, EJ. I'd appreciate that. I did a 5-part with Radical Reviewer and didn't even get demonetized. Yeah, well, yeah, I get that, but I mean, like, see, I was thinking about playing Tonight We Riot. Or
I was going to do that on this, but I couldn't. It was fucking up in Steam for some reason.
Or maybe Silver Spook can just like code a game for us to like actually, it doesn't even have to be like, it doesn't even have to be a good game. It could just be like stick figures moving back and forth, and it's just like, like, okay, so this is the proper way to assemble a redacted item here, and then it's just like and then it's just like a portion of the game, Although I don't know, that might be dangerous too, because then I don't know. Maybe we can brainstorm something. We'll figure it out. Maybe
you just got to make like all the characters got to be little fluffy bunnies, and this is like Insurrection of Bunnyland.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, like, yeah.
Oh no, I was finally going to show the proof to Zotz, because Walter from Antīfa International came back on for a little while earlier, and gave me this screenshot of the official Antifa membership card. This card hereby certifies that Henry Winkler, a.k.a. Arthur Fonzarelli, a.k.a. The Fonz, is a member in good standing. Signed by George Soros, Antifa Overlord, and Craig, Antifa Super Soldier. Member number A161.
Nice. Non-compete. I already do have Tabletop Simulator. Maybe we can build a board game around it.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Yeah. Fuck that. Let's do that. Let's build a fucking board game. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Remind me. Someone I need to fucking here, I'll commit it to the Twitterverse. Oh.
Twitterverse.
Let's see here.
Yeah, Fonz is totally
I can get with I can get with Wizard's Bread Book. Hold on.
Okay, we are in the last. We're technically at time. Anyone out there can go. Definitely don't rob your mom's wallet.
Unless your mom is Jeff Bezos or your dad.
Yeah, I'm not sure they're human, but no, they are human. I actually don't like dehumanizing. I just think they're a shitty human. But
I gotta say the most accurate representation of Bezos was on South Park, in my opinion. That shit was fucking great.
Was that like the last episode?
Yeah, like one of one of them. Yeah, the most like where they literally had a Marxist box talking like literally.
Yeah.
That shit was great. But yeah, like the Bezos.
Well, we got one more donation from I don't know who this person is. They're just asking who is Damon. I don't know who that person is. Donated $10 and message Jesus is an anti-fascist. Absolutely.
Damn.
Thank you. Way, wherever you are in the world.
By the way, one of the best BRB screens like ever from a leftist content creator, in my opinion, is Damon's, because it's just Jesus turning over like the money tables and like whipping bankers and like setting chickens free, and like it's just that on loop from different like passion movies, I guess. I don't know.
Nice.
Yeah, like so it's like you got like Willem Dafoe Jesus, you got like fucking all these other different ones. Like that's the only one that I know. That's the only actor that I know. But it's like amazing. Like it's just then like I'm like this is just getting away with pure violence. This is my shit. This is
Oh my god.
I'll compete for $62.31. Damon will talk to you.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm serious. That's
my DM.
Lucrative work there of getting
actually not gonna support. Actually no, like that's the truth. My mom shared one of Damon's videos on her Facebook page, so that's some groundbreaking shit right there. You getting Damon is good enough for like like mom Facebook boomer book. You know what I'm saying? Like that's some shit.
Yeah, the greatest feeling is I've had quite a few people tell me I showed this to my mom or my dad, and it helped me actually finally have a good conversation with them about religion, because before they were just constantly butting heads. And so that's super great feeling.
No, that is. If I ever get up the nerve to have that conversation, I'll probably will have to use one of your videos. That's a dangerous one. Like my family is all Republican, South Carolinian Republican. My mom's side is like poor trailer farm Republican, and my grandfather was a Southern Baptist preacher. So my dad's side is like rich white Republican, rich church Republican. So that's a dangerous conversation to have, no matter where I go with that one.
Definitely.
Yeah. I've just been, pretending that it doesn't exist. The problem doesn't exist.
Yeah, it's understandable.
Hey, Jay Iki. Would you mind telling us what the fuck's up with this? What you talking about? Why are you not out in the streets protesting with us? You guys are capitalists just trying to make money off our movement. This is a great time to talk about adventurism, which we talked about extensively on the stream, which is where you just go out into the streets and for the sheer act of going out in the streets, not because you believe in the rights and the movement and the purpose of dismantling capitalism, but because you want to feel special and you want to have this feeling of being a hero. If that's what you're promoting here, the reason why we don't is because I don't promote that. I think that's bullshit and it's a horrible idea.
I mean, you also live in fucking Taiwan.
And there's also that I live in Taiwan. So you know what I do? I could go march on the streets of a country that doesn't have the same issue. Or I could raise $3,000 for prisoners in jail.
There you go, Breadbeard. Start marching. Start walking on that fucking ocean. Just start swimming. Start swimming, homie. You'll get to Portland before the revolution ends, hopefully.
And by the way,
like Silver Spook's in fucking Hawaii defending a goddamn mountain, you know. Yeah, so and as far as like I go, like I'm definitely invested in more than enough within my own community to be doing shit, and like to sit there and remain active to remain active at 11:06 p.m. Like you are not sympathetic to the abilities of all your comrades, because not everybody can be boots on the ground all at once. So really, there are numerous ways for individuals to assist in the revolution. There is a job for every single individual. Every single person has something that they can be doing. It doesn't matter their disability. It doesn't matter their age. It doesn't matter, what their accessibility. As long as we can all come together and start pointing people in the right direction, everybody can go ahead and do something. And this is not an action. What you are watching now is action. It is a movement forward. This is tangibly, materially making something better for our comrades.
Absolutely. And you know what?
It's individuals like you who do this type of shit that make the rest of people who might be like nervous about doing something or not feeling like they're doing enough, make them detach from any sort of activism. So while you may not have thought about that before, I hope you think about that going forward. And yeah, like just kind of like think about all the angles of an action. Not everything is necessarily being out in the streets, getting arrested, being pulled off the front line. And yeah, I understand you want to talk about line go up. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, well, that too, but also, no, I was just going to say is if every single leftist went out in the streets and only went out in the streets, our movement would fail because there's zero support structure. That is a good way to lose a revolution. Everyone has doing their part. Not only are your action would fail because you don't have any support structure. That's absolutely a necessity. But also you would drive away all the people who couldn't do that. And you would be left with much smaller numbers and a much weaker movement and a much shittier movement full of like ableist assholes. And by the way, if it helps you at all, I have been marching in Taiwan. This is the Taiwanese Black Lives Matters shirt that I got doing marches. I didn't really pull this out to like gloat about it because that shouldn't be the reason why you do it.
Yeah, not good enough, you fucking fraud.
What else do you want? Now, two lines going up.
2 lines going up, huh?
Yeah.
To the line going up, the holy line. If you look at it, this has reached completion.
Sweet release.
By
yes,
Irish Pollock one more time. Irish Pollock, you have
release.
just destroyed this entire stream. You have been amazing. $61.31 to even it out. I know you commented saying you didn't know if your message would be okay. It is. Let's finish off our comrades here.
Yeah,
we're ready.
Yeah.
Hey, leave it to the Irish and the Pollocks,
Yeah. Hey, no, like, and also I want to say, like, first of all, you're looking at 3 individuals here who could be streaming on our own channels and actually be making money right now.
Mm-hmm.
We could be getting subscribers, we could be getting followers, we could be pitching our Silver Spook could be like selling games. By the way, go ahead and get yourself a copy of Neophyte 2. It's always on sale. Go ahead and support, help feed Comrade Rooster and Silver Spook 2 kids. But other than that, you're like if anything, we are volunteering our time, our services, our voices towards something. So and I'm done dogpiling on you because it's just like these are the things where it's just like I cannot stress enough. Like every time I feel like I'm done having this conversation about like online versus offline activism, it always comes up again. And we really need to start understanding about how much our world is entangled with the online space, that it is just activism. On the shit done online is what supported Chelsea Manning.
Absolutely.
That type of shit? Are you kidding me? That amount of effort? The fact that the Floyd Rebellion has gained as much attraction as it has is because of the work done online, because of the dissemination of information across the fucking board, showing shit happening in real time on the fucking ground, of raising money through bail funds. There are just numerous things that just could not have been accomplished offline in the same time frame as online has done. So please understand that it all works together, and we need to use all tools at our disposal if we are ever going to be making any sort of progress going forward.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, just to echo that one more time, just like, never mind fighting the U.S. police. I mean, we fought the U.S. I mean, the U.S. military showed up for us, and like, it's not, like this with the flag. We're fighting in a decolonization effort, and it is not a matter of like physically. There's so much work. I mean, even for the Hawaiians, like so much work done online, connecting up, getting all the food supplies, getting the bulldozers up there to build the physical infrastructure for us to encamp, the constant supplying of porta potties to use the bathroom, to it was freezing cold up there. It got to freezing temperatures. Arrestable people, coordination, solidarity, all these actions. If we just went, I want to be a big tough guy, get up there and I'm gonna fight, we would have lost with day 2. We had to physically remove people who were just like, I'm gonna fight those nasty, United States cops and military. There are people who wanted to just, in a disorganized, machismo, toxic, nonsensical, those are the real operators. I'm just gonna come up and take pictures of myself fighting the police. They were escorted from the mountain because you are not mature enough. You are not understanding the situation. You don't have the knowledge. You don't have the organization. You don't have the masses of people online, offline, physical, food, medical, housing, transportation, electrical, and internet infrastructure to be part of this movement. And so those people, a lot of them came from the United States or from Europe. I'm going to do some activism. They were kicked off the mountain because you don't know what the fuck you are doing. You're going to lose this for us. So yeah, fuck that bullshit. That's nonsense. Again, not the power to move in the world, whether you are a capitalist, you are a human being, leftist, you are a decolonizing individual. It takes a whole, like as Camazotz said, every tool in the shed, every skill in the skill set, every piece of expertise, medical expertise. There were professional doctors giving dozens and dozens and dozens of hours of their time on that mountain. Like 60 hours straight of people having, they're up there they're needing heart, people have heart conditions. You had elders, 70 years up there. They needed constant medical attention. They didn't get arrested, but they were vital to that movement. Disabled comrades were on the fucking front line. And without the support of the medical teams, the Hawaiian medical teams and our allies, all these other teams, we would not have won. Not just did a nice little show, like a nice little fight the police and then we all get arrested. No, we beat the United States military and police and their $1.6 billion international capitalist infrastructure. They are losing. So again, anyway, that's the end of that.
Yeah, I mean, this is like for me, this is this. I just want this fucking conversation to end. I'm just fucking done with it. It's just if you think that you can do better with reaching people without the use of the internet, without the use of technology, just fucking throw your phone out the fucking door. You don't need it. Just get rid of it. Just get a fucking flip phone that can only make phone calls, and then just see how far you can get, to be quite honest. Because I can tell you that it's not very far, because even fucking prisoners need email.
Speaking of which, that's a great segue to so we've met our goal. Every fucking one of you, every streamer that's been on here, every one of you's donated, every one of you's shared, commented, interacted, are absolutely amazing. I am going to put in one more time, because even if you couldn't donate, or even if you did and you want to do more, you can write letters. I'm going to put a list of the Antifa prisoners we are supporting right now in the chats. Write them letters. Get if you're a member of an IWW chapter, if you're in the SRA, we said earlier, or if you're in a sewing circle or a book club, talk to them about, hey, let's sit down and let's do a letter writing party. Just spend an hour, get everyone to write one letter to each person, and then mail them all off. It will be the most important thing out of all of this. Is not like, yeah, they can use it for their commissary. They can buy, their soap or some fucking fresh underwear or whatever. They need that, and that's in itself enough. But the most important thing out of it is it helps them. I don't want to say remain human, because they are human no matter what, but it helps them remember. It helps them get through a very dehumanizing environment. And with that, we have a total of 62 different donators. I just put them in this list here. So we have 62 individual different donators. Damon's over there like, just come on me. We are going to see who wins this. Let me find the shirt. This amazing shirt right here. Different colors. Or you can get a women's presenting one if that works better for you. Whatever works better for you. Designed by an anti-fascist ex-inmate. We are going to do a random number generator. Between 1 and 62. All right? Live, so you know I'm not cheating you. Should put my name in there. 9. Who has 9? Let's see. 9. There's 2 of them, first of all. Is Brian, Brian. If you're online, yes, you won. There's a good chance you weren't, because I think you were right at the beginning, the first few hours, that you're not online right now.
You should highlight it.
Information. What?
You should highlight it.
I did. Right here.
No. I mean, like, for you, so you know who.
Oh, yeah. That's a good point.
You should like color the cell. There you go.
Well. All right, so Brian wins the first one. The next one will be 20. Who is 20? 20 is Gringy. Gringy, you are up. I can't remember when you donated. So if you're around right now, I will get both of your contact info. Now, I'm going to go a little farther. Don't get your hopes up, anybody, but just in case both of them don't get in contact, I still want to make sure someone gets it. So I'm going to do 2 runner-ups, just in case. 22. Tell you what, I should make that the same color. Make that also yellow. Oh, yeah, it is yellow. No, that one. So yellow ones are the first place winners. 22 is Internet Surfer. Internet Surfer, you surfed and you gave, and you deserve a chance at getting a t-shirt. And the last one is 61. Who is 61? 61 is Yomigs. Yomigs. If no one else claims those shirts, if they don't get back to me, I will make sure you and Internet Surfer get your t-shirts. Thank you, everybody. I'm overwhelmed. This went extremely well. I'm really surprised with this. All of you people are awesome.
This is not bad for 28 hours, right? That's fucking dope as shit.
Yeah. Thank you, Brett.
$1,000 or $100 per hour.
Yeah.
Right? Oh,
we got paid that much.
Oh yeah.
Exactly.
That's perfect.
And now you get to live with the nagging thing in the back of your mind of like, oh man, what if I did another day? What if I did 48 hours?
Shit. Well, I wasn't gonna until you did that.
Exactly.
Thanks for that.
That's how I felt. Whereas I was just like, shit. Like, I is this much money in this time? Why don't I just fucking? Yeah, no.
Why don't I just make up a fake charity and just to the Beard Foundation, to the Bread Beard?
By the way, has anyone ever since your beard has grown in, has anyone ever compared you to like Jean Reno or like the one dude from Game of Thrones yet?
From who from the Game of Thrones? The Wonder.
Jon Snow?
No, Jean Reno is an actor, is a French actor. And then there's that dude with like there was that pirate from like in Game of Thrones.
The genre from That's
with
Sir Davos.
Was it Sir Davos?
I think. Was it the Baratheon?
Yeah, I think so. Hold on, images.
Yeah, that's Leon. Leon the Professional.
Well, that's okay. Leon the Professional is Jean Reno.
Yeah. So wait, what's the other one?
Yeah, and then the other one is what the hell is his name?
Kind of scared to see where you're going with this.
Well,
I think it is Sir Davos.
It is Sir Davos.
Sir Davos.
Serdavos. Yes.
Yeah. I'll accept that. I think Davos is.
They're both very good-looking men.
No, that's much more impressive beard. First of all, though, I've got I don't know if I can keep a long beard because there's always this giant patch missing right here. So I've constantly got a chop, like a chop sideburn, no matter what. So like if I shave it short, you don't really notice it, but that's always been a pain. So like if I look directly at you, it's like you got this full side, and then you got this weird ass like a lawnmower hit me. So
it's all good. I just barely noticed today how uneven Fidel Castro's beard was, but he rocked it. You just gotta have the confidence.
Yeah, that's what it is.
You just
have to have a revolution of a
Exactly.
colonized nation.
Nobody
When
cares.
they make a two-tone images of Redbeard, it'll have like the little hole right there. That's gonna be your signature.
Exactly. Adds character. That makes you unique.
I got like little I have like little swirls right here in my beard, which I can't show you because I'd have to really take off my mask. But like, yeah, my barber fucking hates it. So yeah. All right. Well,
this is the most exciting celebration party ever. Thanks to Camazotz trying to remember someone's name for 20 minutes.
Hey EJ, remember that time you couldn't give away a shirt?
Whoa.
That took way more than 20 minutes too. That was, hey, you know what I did? I just put in a number.
I remember that one.
Silver Spook remembers. Words hurt, Cam. I mean, I'm just saying.
Okay, beautiful people. My Oma has not hissed since right before I went to sleep. So
yeah, I gotta start my stream too. So
yeah, and I gotta get going to bed. Adios, comrades. Solidarity por vida. Congratulations, Breadbeard, on a successful strem. And everyone, go check out Silver Spook after this, and go give Damon a follow. I would say you could follow Breadbeard on Twitch, but hey, we all know what happened.
You can follow me on
Hasta luego
on YouTube. So
yes,
and I am finding your information. I'm gonna stay until I find Damon Garcia.
Okay. Well, I think I'm gonna head out, and I'll be starting my stream. But
well, tell you what, I'll raid into you if I can.
Oh, okay.
If it works.
Awesome. Thanks a lot. All right, everybody. Good to talk to you, Damon, and thanks for having me on.
Are you just Silver Spook, one word?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
Okay.
All right.
Cool.
Okay. Take it easy, guys.
And yeah, thanks, Damon, for hanging out. I'm really happy I did get to talk to you for a while after all.
Yeah, we gotta do it again sometime.
Yeah, and when I'm more alive, when I'm more awake,
of course.
Yeah. All right. Thanks so much, everybody. Thank you, Damon.
Thank you.
I'll let you get out. And thanks, everybody. This is amazing. Look at this. That's outstanding. I am so proud of all of you, and all of this is going directly to anti-fascist prisoners, every single dime of it. God, I'm really proud of how it turned out. I'm really proud of all the effort you put in and the help. I've seen the tweets you've been putting out to promote it. I've seen all your donations come in, all the chats. Thank you so much, every one of you. Everybody stay safe, and I'm gonna attempt to boomer this raid in. And hopefully it works. Did it work? That didn't work. Is it /raid or raid /? I'm so boomer. Weird. I'm a hunt and peck for a while too. Working? It worked. But it's not showing. Maybe it's because of the band thing. I can't see it. Wait. Yeah, it usually takes 10 seconds, but I don't have the countdown either. 38 raiders. Everybody go find Silver Spook. Manually raid. Go to channel manager.